Howdy, folks. I used to come on the scene saying that back in the day. Howdy, folks. What is going on, people? Hope y'all having a great day. A great day. And remember, even when things ain't going the best, you can still be the best. Alright? By doing good things or great things. Right? Y'all hear those fans and the air ventilator? I be thinking y'all can hear it. Then sometimes I cut it off, and it'll get hot, and I'm like, they just going to hear it. So, whew, oh, what up, Twitter? What up, YouTube? Hello, Facebook. Hopefully, in the upcoming weeks or whatever, while I still have this downtime, maybe I'll get a particular structure for the channel. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's going to be structured. I'm just saying like the little things I like to do. Plus, I was discussing some other stuff that I really need to do. Just give me an idea. Listen, YouTube isn't my life, all right, and I cannot help if we have people that are slow learners or are just who they are. Okay. You can come on here every day and YouTube still won't be your life. You can come on here once a month and YouTube can be your life. It just depends on what you are presenting. Doesn't have anything to do with the frequency. It is what you are presenting. How your channel is set up. Like you have those family channels. I forgot what the formal name of, but like the Ace Family. Everything they do, just about, is on YouTube or online some way. So that is they have it so happened that the commentary that I cover are commentary that goes, into great detail, and it lasts for more than a day. Okay, and it also the work that we do isn't work that can be done in a couple of minutes. Okay, like I said, we all can't do the same thing. That's unfortunately. And you can't even lie about saying that you can do it because we know that you can. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. All right? It doesn't matter who, tried. I mean, it is what it is. Because what you do is commit what I call content creator crime. Meaning you putting bad shit out here on the record. And you know how that works my ass, right? Because you could keep that because of confusion. Do you know how much time it takes for a another content creator to erase your mistakes and clean up your bullshit after you done put that bad information out on the record and went to bed? You know, everybody isn't gonna just sit up there and let bad information fly. You see a lot of those corrections happening in the celebrity news, you know, sectors. I don't know if it's a sector for celebrity news, but I'm just saying like the little channels that put out celebrity news. They will come back with a clip of what you done said and did and correct your ass. Put you on the record. So yeah. Um, so now we just talking about bullshit, and a lot of people can't do anything but offer just foolishness. Nothing substantial. Nothing that's gonna propel them forward or give somebody else, some news that they can use, right? So, child. Now, if I want to be entertained and get my laughs off, I know where to go. Somewhere where people are genuinely funny and you can understand what they're saying. And what they're saying makes sense. And if they're roasting, it's the truth. Can't roast with lies. It's meaningless if you don't have any facts. And it is what it is, right? But and that goes for all these sectors. You want to put out stuff that does something to the mind, okay? But I like coming on here and swapping knowledge, right? I like that. I don't care what it could be about how to make uh how the people do taxidermy. I'm gonna sit down and listen, and with a look of horror on my face, but it is what it is. And we do all of that, we get it all done, and we charge you nothing. I do not believe in charging you for the predicament I put myself in. That is crazy. But hey, it is what it is. I'm gonna stop playing it, and I'm waiting for the rest of these Twitter folks to get over their piling quick, honey. But I wanted to tell you, but also I wanted to share some other stuff with um, like I am slowly but surely getting back where I was. I'm trying not to let nothing else pull me in those areas. But honey, when you listen, when you dealing with something that like I told you, Oh, I tell you, you'll know when something done got to, when something going on. Oh, you'll know. And when you be having flashbacks of, you know, just a bunch of bullshit that you dealt with, right? And then something that caused your child to be affected, huh? Child Shibukin. Child Shibukin. Y'all know I am about the golden child. Well, I say the golden children. My little cousin. Child, we hit the road, baby. It's, mm. So now I got my back scratcher trying to get some justice with this here scratching, and you don't even feel like the skin is on your body. Like, what kind of mess is this, right? And it's not really. I got a back scratch, you know that them old wooden ones. I got that, but to me, the best back scratcher is the one that you use when you're taking a shower, even when it's dry. When it's dry, that's the best back scratcher. So you have to go back to about one that you're gonna keep in the shower, about one that you're gonna keep on the nightstand, about the bed or whatever you got going on to scratch your damn back. Yeah, that's what you hear. It's crazy, right? I mean, it really gets it. And it don't be like that wood thing. That wood thing is too much sometimes. It don't be getting it right. This using this thing, I can get it right. Yes, honey. Mm-hmm. But anyway, but yeah, like I was saying, I was happy to see Keller come and give me that contribution last night because had gone into the arenas that I come from, the ones that I enjoy, right? They don't have no bullshit going on wherever. They deal with public problems, okay? Congress would call them public policies, all right? I call it public problems because I'm not in Congress, okay? Public problems, okay? So, and if you get into and let me say, it's not drama. They're more debates. Okay, it's just people with a difference of opinion on shit that matters. Not bullshit that people create and this weird shit. But I'm talking about stuff that matters. It's a whole bunch of stuff. And that's the type of stuff I enjoy because that provokes my mind. It gets an emotion out of me. It may be, can solicit that behavior out of me. I don't know, but it just depends on what it is. Okay, but sometimes you can watch, as opposed to watching BS, where you be sitting here and be like, people be using words, you be like, spell it. Be like, honey, that word is not even in the dictionary. Like, what is going on? Opposed to those other places where you're having a intellectual conversation, or you're listening to one or a debate, and everybody aren't, you know, um, Well, let me say this because this is what I've been um, um, getting into, well, slowly, right? Normally, I keep my black white ass over there on in the political arenas, with the all the senators and these type of people, mainly the white folk, okay, and the black folk, and the few black folk that the white folk feel don't feel threatened by, okay. So they can, like the ones on CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all the main media, okay? The black folks that the white folks don't feel threatened by. That's where I normally be. But I have been, you know, not mind my own business and going in those arenas where, hey, they are, some of them may have the same CV or resume that resembles mine or whatever. But mine may be a little extensive because I'm older than a lot of them. But still, you know what I'm saying? We got the same area of interest, okay? And the best the one thing that I'm noticing, right? Like they are so like me. Okay. And I like to share with people that who are similar and we have things in common, right? So, and what I mean by that, like me, right? They are dressed in street clothes, um, just and I ain't saying cussing is good, whatever, but I'm just saying they're not minding their manners. If they need to get hot about it, they're gonna get hot. You know, if they need to show emotion, that's exactly what they're gonna show. And also, they also hold a Juris Doctorate, or they hold a master's in psychology, or they hold, a business degree, business license. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Yeah, they got it all set up and structured out, and but you wouldn't know that unless they told you, or because we know our people, we know the folks that had graduated from somewhere or obtained some real knowledge from somewhere. We know it when we hear them speak, and we can tell by the way they carry themselves and the things they do. You understand what I'm saying? So I found those people, and it was so funny that Keller would come and contribute something that is along the lines of what I, have been watching and what I'm into. And I was like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Some shit that I get impressed by. You understand what I'm saying? And listen, y'all, I mean, was girls, if y'all look at my live, if y'all go back and look at the live from last night, y'all see what I'm talking about with the girl, and I 100% agree. Listen, you don't have to be all, goody two shoes or whatever when you're talking about certain topics, certain subjects. In certain arenas, it is what it is. Temperatures are going to flare. I mean, because you are impassioned, honey, about what you're talking about. Okay? And it is okay to express yourself. I don't know if, let me see. I don't know if it was that girl I used to work with, or was it somebody out here I heard say this. But they said with all, I think they were talking about me, but they were talking about somebody else. They said with all that money, why they acting like that? And they're acting. I'm like, oh my gosh, you want to go? When is it a good time to suppress your feelings? You know, when is it a good time to suppress your feelings? So just because a person may have money or a professional degree or whatever, it doesn't mean that they have to be all nice and sweet and good at two shoes and shit. That don't work like that, you know. And I, it was a pleasure to see. And I ain't saying I like to see people cut up, but I like to see if somebody's going to cut up. I like to see and hear those intelligent ones cut up. I get something out of that. You know, they won't wind up on the Zeus network. Okay, so um, I don't know if the actor spoke about this because he was there. But like I'm saying, I'm you know trying to say is I operate a lot better in the areas which I prefer. Right, is the people that I feel like I got more in common with. Right. So these people was dressed down. They were, whatever, but you could tell when they spoke, they know what they were speaking. And my ass, people don't know, people think I get impressed by money and walking on glass and all that type of shit. Uh, I'm impressed by the smallest shit you wouldn't even, realize. So, anyway, this girl named Teslin Figaro, I think I have it right. She was the host of this show on Remote. Keller comes up here and was telling me about it. And somehow I asked, how they be suggesting all that stuff, whatever. So, I'm back in where I, should have never left. And I'm getting, those type of suggestions and stuff like that. And I remember, I just clicked on it and kept it moving. I didn't know what it was. So, but anyway, this girl named, that's her name, Tesla Figaro. Okay, to what I see, I'm gonna get started. Just give me a couple minutes. And she um is a host of this Revolt show, and it's what is black culture or own culture or something like that, right? So if you just looked at her, you would have no clue that her resume is what it is. And when Keller gave me that contribution, when I played it, I was like, oh my goodness. And Keller said, that's you. That's you. And then I was like, oh my gosh. Like, what? Surely is. Surely is. And I was like, I get impressed or excited. I am get impressed by people and I get excited with people or for people, whatever. I really do. And When I saw, how she was getting down and how the other ones were, whatever, I was like, oh yeah, this all right here. And then I saw the actor up in there. Um, so Atlanta has a lot of positive things going on, right? They have a bunch of forums um, that they uh, conduct, and a lot of positive things are going on, right? And a positive thing, it just can be a conversation and dialogue. So it is exciting to see, how the movement is, right? It's people with my CV or resume, and they're young or older, whatever, and they're not the media trained, um, elegant and proper ones, although they can be. They don't get twisted. 'Cause that's nothing y'all know about me. That's mainly how I am, unless somewhere where that doesn't that would be uncomfortable with being that way. But I'm gonna be me regardless. But anyway, so there's a lot of positive things going on. The messages, um, like I told you, people multiply faster than money. All right. So you need people to do what? Carry out the agenda. And you can always start your question with, I need people to do what? And you dot, dot, dot. You have your questions and your sub questions, right? I mean, and you can do that to navigate through a situation with people, or, you want to, set up a company or whatever. Always, try not to be one dimensional. I mean, that you can only do one thing, and one thing at a time. You know, you always leverage you and things that you know how to do, right? You try to leverage anything in your life that can be leveraged, right? But anyway, this girl Jasmine Ferraro, let me tell you about her. I'm gonna move on. I was impressed so, and by the people that was in her studio audience, her guests. I ended up watching some more shows. I was like, wow. And her resume. She's a Black Entrepreneur of the Year for last year. She's in the politics. She done took her ass to the White House. She done served on um, at the pleasure of some mayor or something. Her LinkedIn is very impressive. And the one thing I really love, oh, without me talking, y'all have to give me a minute, y'all. Bear with me, y'all so patient with bearing with me. To the hey mo, but let me tell you about this girl, and I think she is HBCU educated too. I think she's one of those people. I want to get her thing up here. And she is in business for herself. I only got LinkedIn up there. coming Twitter. Oh, you good today? Okay. This is her. What is BNC? BNC is what is BNC, honey? BNC contributed music. Was that Black Network? Oh my god. Oh no. Potential spam. Potential spam. Okay. I saw your message. It's like, oh my gosh. I think that BNC is that network, the Black Network. She's the principal at the communication group. And y'all, principal means the CEO, the owner, something like that, right? Not that she's a principal. Oh, um, National Director of Justice Media Relations. So she's media trained too. I'm like, girl, you're my damn daughter. Something like, what is going on? Director of Communications for Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. Bernie Sanders surrogate at MSNBC and analyst. Like, stop playing with this girl resume. Media booking, media relations, crisis communications. She is up in there to solve some motherfucking problems. So what is all this she did at being a political commentator? The Allied Group, found a branchman. Oh, in Orlando. And Deco staffing firm. Accutemps division director. I'm just showing y'all that there are others. I mean, other people that y'all would probably have an issue with too, for whatever reason. I don't even know. But yeah. And this is the type of shit that you put in a motherfucking face. This is the shit that matters. Y'all know I'm having an orgasm. I'm really having an emotional orgasm with her stuff now. And what really got me in my spirits when I saw that she had 2 University of Phoenix degrees. Now listen, in the educator world, you know how we feel about those degrees like that, especially University of Phoenix. But she got a degree from University of North Texas as well. But let me tell you. So what that tells me is that she, and I'm not running where y'all are, she's a person that just went to companies and got right into it, kind of like me. Okay? Although I've been I was in college since I was 16, dual enroll. Okay? So I don't know her timeline, but I can tell that she went back to school somewhere quick where you can get it over with and then it came on out. But prior to that, prior to even going to those schools, or maybe after or during. She was out here getting it done. So meaning she wasn't just doing one thing. All right. Some people can only do one thing. Everybody ain't set up like that. As a matter of fact, most of us aren't set up like that. We have multiple jobs. We have, school and jobs. We have multiple organizations we volunteer with, and we have all that going on. And we raise children, we marry, and we take care of the household, right? So yeah, she would read your ass, and she got licenses and certificates, certifications. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Board member here, other volunteer experience. Well, listen, Florida Supreme Court certified civil circuit and appellate mediator. Come on through. She ain't got no law degree. Mediated over 100 court-connected cases. A letter of reference from the mediation director is available upon request. Stop playing. This is what I'm talking about. Because I don't judge University of Phoenix because some people have significant work experience and got the degree just to make it look good. Yeah, my friend did that. Girl, my listen, this when I told Dr. Rogers this, honey, it caused her to roll her eyes, but it was so funny. My friend that came over Christmas, I let y'all hear that. She was a whole director of psychology at a hospital. Didn't have a iota of experience. She ended up going to University of Phoenix and getting her a degree in business. She never did. She had went to school somewhere else, and she had to do about a little over 2 years to get her degree at University of Phoenix. And I told you I went to University of Phoenix for one semester to help my friend out because he was over there recruiting. I said, okay, us black folk always got some shit going on. It says, we also know some book smart people who couldn't get the job done if they tried. Some companies contract with colleges they would pay for, so employee either have to pay for it themselves or go to, receipts. That's what I'm talking about. And it was so funny. She was up there talking about her awards and stuff. And I was like, yeah, girl, because I done post a few of mine. Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love people like this. They are very impressive. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have to have, all the background she has or what have you. But hell, if you got half her shit, I'm like, yes. Because that tells me something about you. It tells me a lot. And I know that you're going to be the expert in a subject, and you're going to be able to download us with the information, upload us with the information. So I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the type of arenas and people I like, I'm accustomed to talking to. And if we're going to get into an argument, those are the type of people I want to get into an argument with. Shoot. But yes, I was there. Yeah, she is an organizer. She be organizing people. Now, I had a question because she says she's an independent. Now, and Mo, you might can speak to this. I mean, because you may have more information. Um, and I don't know if that University of North Texas is a HBCU or not. Probably not. I don't think so. Probably not. But listen, she says she's a independent. And I have a question for independents because we all know, y'all candidate don't never get elected, right? I ain't laughing, but I'm just saying that's what it is, right? I mean, I've seen the person that I mean, Bernie Sanders is the since I can remember being interested in politics was the only independent that I saw that got some acknowledgement, right? So I want to know because she said she was, um, getting people together and all of that, right? Mobilizing and stuff like that. So, do you, as an independent, do you mobilize your people, your independents, or do you, pick a group, Republicans or Democrats, or is the group open to all? How does that work? That's what I want to know. How does that work? So, hmm so like, how does that work out? But yeah, so that's what I want to know. Whatever I put on my wall, it was fresh. So, but I know it had something to do with the girl being from Georgia, not Georgia. Yeah, now look at I got sleep. No, she lived in California for a minute. I think she said Detroit, I think Georgia, Orlando. It says, yeah, you simply vote and encourage others to vote for the candidate that most aligns with the independent views. I knew you was gonna have the answer. The secretary of goddamn information. I knew you was gonna have the answer. I wanted to know. I was like, well, shit. Like, who are you galvanizing? I mean, what group or whatever? What side? And that makes absolutely good sense. That makes perfectly good sense. Um, where, did, where is it? I thought I asked that question on the wall about independence. 'Cause I wanted to make sure I asked everything I asked on the wall. That's why I'm looking for it now. And I thought that question about independence was a little more expansive than that. Maybe not, but anyway, I get on to the content. It says, let me see. It says, so you essentially settle for the lesser of two challenging candidates. Independents don't get their candidates in, but they definitely decide the winners of the closing. Like, yep. They are the swing voters that gave one candidate or the other the extra percentage they need to win because staunch Democrats and GOPs are going to vote for their candidate no matter. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. Yeah, I was just wondering how those independents decide what to do. I mean, do they take did I write this somewhere else? Because it's nowhere on my board. Like, do they take um their views, right? Like, and like see if which side they align with the most and just go with them, or is it I would think that it would be a process such as what you described, but I wasn't sure when it came down to the activity because either side is offering you what you have in being an independent. You know, you might have the well, they say, oh, I'm asleep. I shouldn't take that medicine. But I was gonna say, oh, okay, yeah, you may have, what you're looking for in, you know, um, no, that's not right. See how that whole thing stumped me. I was really thinking about it. How do independents? Did I? Wait a minute. Did I expound on that somewhere? Could have been. Let me see. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It must be on another board. But anyway, that I won't hold nobody no longer. Let me get into this. Let me get my copyright up. But yeah, I wanted to know how she decided. Okay. Damn, where I put this. All right, here we go. Now, as I explained yesterday, the the prosecutor brought up the fact that they were going to discuss their motion in limine, right? Motion in limine um, precludes, excludes, and can include evidence, right? And strategically, it is an opportunity for the defense to challenge portions of the state case, right? And they can do that by challenging the evidence as well as, you know, challenging it by simply putting it in the motion in limine and writing it as a persuasive brief, right? Gives the state a good there a good opportunity for them to limit the defense's defense. All right, what they can say, who they can call, what they can present. All right. So that being said, let's Let's go. Young try YSL. Okay, it continues. So Young Thug has changed
Well,
the
I'll hear it after the
courtroom.
clip because I instructed you to get with the defense so that you could see whether y'all could come to any sort of an agreement. So if they haven't seen it yet, then I will give y'all the lunch break to accomplish what you were supposed to accomplish yesterday. Mm.
Let's do our profiling.
I don't know. Does anybody have 460Y? Can y'all check? Sometimes it's hard to keep track of all the documents. Identified only. Yes. All right. You located? Were you able to locate it, Miss Love? Okay. Well, I'd imagine that would be easy enough to reproduce. It was just printouts from emails, right? I mean, yeah. I'm sure I have a copy of it since you gave it to me, if that would help. Okay. I don't think I've made any markings. Well, I have made a marking on it, sorry. To just, yeah, look at it to recreate it, that's fine. Nobody was able to find a 460Y anywhere? Okay. Has anybody checked up in that podium area? Okay. All right, well, it can be reproduced. It's not the end of the world if we can't find that particular one. All right, turning to the issues we need to decide. Ms. Abbasi, your co-counsel, had filed a motion limine regarding autopsy photos from the Holmes murder. Is the state ready to respond to that? All right. And Ms. Abbasi, do you want to make any argument? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, when we get to presenting this act, which is count one, Act 79, the state intentionally did not include the medical examiner. This is a case in which Mr. Ryan has been convicted of the murder of Jamari Holmes. And so it is only the state's intention to bring in 3 photos, and I have a copy of those 3 photos that I can show Ms. Abasi
All right,
through the
well,
lead detective in order to minimize that level of testimony. And so we do not plan to stipulate, but we've selected only 3 photos that we intend to
all right,
introduce.
let's see what they are.
And I can bring them up to the court. For the purpose of this hearing. Yes. And for the purpose of this hearing, Your Honor, the state's going to label them states 1 RR, states 2 RR, and states 3 RR.
And what do y'all plan to present with regard to, I mean, just kind of a general overview, the evidence that will establish that Act 79?
Generally, Your Honor, what occurred leading up to the homicide of Mr. Holmes, which was a luring of Mr. Holmes to an apartment complex that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock then we believe ambushed Mr. Holmes along with 2 other victims. They were in a vehicle. Mr. Holmes was shot, and then they fled. And then subsequent to that, there were Instagram postings, Facebook postings, social media postings regarding YSL, very close in time to the murder of Mr. Holmes.
All right, and how many witnesses are you going to utilize?
For that act.
Who are they? And what will they generally testify to? Well, that's good.
The witnesses for that act are Mariah.
An eyewitness?
No, she is just would be able to bring in his in life photo.
Let's
And
figure out a
talk
different
about
way
Mr.
to do
Holmes.
that, especially given that this is not even the trial of that case. Now he's staying.
And to talk about his involvement, who he is as a prior to this murder happening, he was a juvenile. I don't know if any of these other witnesses would be able to do that. Mariah Smith was someone I believe he had just met recently who helped set up the robbery that ultimately led to his death.
Okay, all right. Have you moved on to another witness now? Now is Mariah Smith another witness, or how old was he?
He was 15 at the time of his death.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Miss Latner's backing up. She would, what, introduce a 911 call?
Yes.
And what's that gonna say?
But it was the initial reporting of the shooting. So it was at the time, the time of the shooting.
Just
framing
one
the
call?
date. I believe just one call. Your Honor.
We would have no objection to the call.
Okay.
Admitted where, the witness says he'd like to speak with police and please don't speak. No problem with that call.
Is that the call?
I don't think that that's the call. I think that the initial call about the shooting.
It may be a different call.
Yeah.
It's a different call.
Okay.
And
Okay, so
the witnesses are they are a skeleton version of what we can present to show absent, because we cannot just put in the certified to show the facts of the case. So we're trying to put in.
Well, I mean, sure, the fact of the murder wouldn't get it as an overt act that is a part of RICO. So I understand you need to do a little bit more than that.
Right. And so we're trying to, we've scaled back. We had these
Okay.
witnesses.
All right, I don't
represent
need to
one of-
hear what it was gonna be at one point in time. Maria Smith is going to say what?
She was one of the two young ladies who lured Mr. Holmes and his three friends back
Okay.
to the location, or to the location.
All right,
Then we have one of the two other victims. We don't plan on calling both of them,
okay,
so that it'd be either Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell.
all right,
Then we have the lead detective on the case, who is Detective Hogan. Then we have Mr. Mike Sprinkle, he further brought the additional evidence of some of the social media,
Social media.
that came in later. And then last, sort of,
so 7, not 5.
so Wooney Lee is one of the co-defendants or co-conspirators in this case. He is coming in during this portion, but he was present during the initial trial of Mr. Ryan and posted some social media postings with rat emojis when Miss Mariah Smith initially testified in that trial. And so he's coming in that portion, but he's not actually a part of what will prove the actual act, but that's why he's included.
And Your Honor, we do need some clarification whether it's going to be Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell. We've been in contact with the state about going through the evidence offered for these witnesses, what does or does not need to be redacted. Mr. Uten's interview is maybe.
Can you spell that last name?
Yes, Your Honor, Ooten.
Okay.
His interview is maybe about 20 minutes, half hour with some quiet time, and Mr. Mitchell's interview is several hours long.
Okay. When are we gonna get to this part of the trial?
Your Honor, we would believe that we would get to this portion of the trial probably early October,
Okay, so fairly soon.
fairly soon. Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
when will y'all know who it's gonna be?
We should know within the next few weeks, within 2 weeks, Your Honor.
Well, 2 weeks from now is the end of October, so. I mean, the end of September, trying to rush that along.
No, we do want to have an opportunity to go through the state what evidence they believe will actually be admissible. Right
Okay.
now, we've got more than 50 pages of Instagram records from Mr. Blaylock, co-defendant not testifying, more than 200 pages from Mr. Ryan. Those are obviously issues we'd rather not sit down to the court and go page by page, but if we need to, then we will.
And Your Honor, I believe there was some preliminary conversations, and we do intend on furthering or finishing those conversations with Ms. Abbasi and Ms. D. Williams.
Okay, well, that probably needs to get done before the end of next week.
The state could respond to our email.
Can y'all,
We can. We've also found it fruitful to communicate via phone, which we have done and will continue to do at times that are convenient for either Mr. Abbasi or Mr. Williams. That communication has not stopped. I think there were some issues, but we've done that as well.
all right, well, try to do it in a timely manner, please. Okay, let me see the photos. And the photos would come in through the detective. Is this third one like just incision, or is that the exit?
That is the entrance wound.
Who's going to be able to answer that question? I don't believe we detective is qualified to explain what type of injury you're. We don't believe the detective will be able to lay foundation. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't believe the detective will be able to lay the foundation for these photos.
All right.
we believe that with some conversation, he can talk about the fact that the victim was shot in his head, that is the victim, that he was it was his homicide that he was investigating. The picture, which I believe is 2RR, with just the area in which the,
Before it's shaved.
before a shave, I believe that he could talk about where the bullet was, or that he was shot in the head. And then the last, photo, I'm not sure if he'll be able to say it was an entrance wound. We'd have some further conversations with him regarding whether or not he was present during the autopsy or not, and whether or not he
Do you think that there's any chance he was present during the autopsy?
sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. I'm not saying that he would, but sometimes they are present during the autopsy.
Was he present at the scene before the body was removed?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so. I believe so, but I need to ask Ms.
Okay, well, you'll,
Ms. Love. Do you know if he was present?
Your Honor, I've got, based on the police report, the officer received his phone call at 6:07, requesting assistance to the homicide. The victim had already been taken to Grady in ambulance 571. He was pronounced dead at Grady at 6:10.
okay, so if he was at the scene, he wouldn't have seen the victim at the scene, so that wouldn't be helpful with regard to these photos.
And Your Honor, we were trying to avoid the ME, so if we can have some stipulations to that, or we can have the ME come in for
All
a
right,
limited purpose.
why don't y'all get together? I'm gonna hand these back for now and come up, maybe you could come up with all sorts of stipulations. So we'll revisit that.
But we are just trying to reduce the need of having to call the medical examiner.
Say that again.
We are just trying to reduce the need of having to call Dr. Sullivan.
Well, there's no necessity to call him or her. Can't remember. Thought so. Okay. Yes.
On that, I'm not saying I cannot find my list. I cannot remember if the state is moving for the verdict against Mr. Ryan into evidence, but I would be objecting under 24-8-80322. And I'm just reading from a case, a jury's verdict that the co-defendants were guilty as a hearsay statement. The exception to the hearsay rule provides for the admissibility of the final judgment of guilty as to a felony, but not including when offered by the government for purposes other than impeachment judgment against other persons other than the accused. And then I just pulled up 24-8-803, and then it's subsection 2.2, and it specifically says the same.
What's with the state's plan with regard to that?
I just want to put you on notice so we don't go into it.
As to the conviction itself, Your Honor, I believe that it would not be improper, and I'll reread the case law on that. I don't believe that it would be improper to limit, as the court did earlier with the conviction itself of the witness. Actually, because it was not a statement that he made, actually, Your Honor, I think that it would be admissible against all of them. It wasn't a guilty plea, so it's not a statement that the
It's any judgment of previous conviction is what 22 covers.
okay.
So
So to the extent that the actual certified
is tendered, then if it is the fact, then it could, we don't argue that it, is probably the fact that that certified alone is admissible only against Mr. Ryan. But the facts of the murder itself and the circumstances and what he did, we'd argue are admissible against all of the defendants in this case. So,
The facts,
yes.
right.
Not the actual certified, but I was speaking Ms. Hilton, not the court.
I can't hear you. I mean, I know that mic doesn't want to behave properly, but maybe you can borrow the witness stand mic if that one was even working yesterday.
It wasn't. I'll try to hold it carefully. So the certified itself, we may have no argument regarding that being used and there being a limiting instruction as to the certified itself against Mr. Ryan only. But we would also ask and would craft and present to the court an alternative if there is an instruction that is requested that includes language that the facts that are presented that the jury takes as evidence are admissible against all of the defendants, including any postings or statements that Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock made as a result of or in furtherance of that act.
Okay.
It seems, Your Honor, as well that while the court can't hear us, it seems that while the court can't pick us up, somehow or another, the person who is running the camera, he hears all of our.
That is irrelevant to me.
I know.
I mean, I'm not worried about how the media can or cannot hear. I'm worried about whether the parties in this case and the court and the jury, when the jury's here, is able to hear.
Yes.
So they'll just have to deal with it.
Yes. Because the issue was they could hear our internal.
Oh, they can hear what y'all are saying there so that's getting picked up?
Yes.
Well, that's problematic.
With all the mics off.
Okay, so y'all are gonna need to adjust your microphone in a way that is not picking up attorney work product conversations. Can you do that?
We just get the fees from the courthouse.
Okay, well, then you're not gonna be able to do the audio if it's picking up attorney work product conversations between the counsel at the tables. I don't know some adjustment's gonna need to be made. I doubt if they can hear it all the way over there, but what all's getting picked up?
Just when we were having a conversation.
The state?
Did Miss Giggles wake up on the bad side of the wrong side of the bed? I mean, she's a little rough today. But anyway, attorney work product that falls in line with attorney-client privilege, right? And that's pretty much she's saying that she doesn't want the the microphones to pick up anything that the lawyers discussed that could be in preparation for the case. Okay, so it falls up under the attorney-client privilege, um, and it um, it also is supposed to protect, like when the attorneys have some type of emotion or things of that nature, whatever. It also um, protects that as well. So again, she doesn't want um, that to be picked up. That's known as the work product doctrine. Okay, and I've went over that before when I think it was Levi, myself, Mo, forgot who else was up there. I think Miss Cookie was up here, and we were talking about the attorney-client privilege aspect of R. Kelly's case. But yeah, but she's a little.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'd imagine it's gonna be pretty constant that they're gonna need to talk amongst themselves.
And it's happened multiple times in trial that people will text us, they can hear your conversations at the table. So this is a repeated issue that's been
Okay,
occurring.
well, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Where's your feed, like your audio feed coming from? Where's it getting picked up from? Do you know where the mic is?
No, it's connected to the core system, so whatever feed you are give us.
All right, Ms. Persfield, can you get IT to get on that issue, please? She's watching on Zoom, I assume. Maybe I should text her too or email her too. Instant message her on my computer. Give me just a second. So you're attached to what, the Zoom?
Whatever feed the court gives.
I don't know what feed the court gets, but all right.
Ironic when the court came here.
All right, Ms. Persfield's reaching out to IT about it now. All right, do we want to turn to where we left off when we were last here, which was trying to sort out the nested hearsay in one of the wiretap conversations?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Before we turn the page, could I just get some clarity? Because I'm confused. The state, I believe, indicated that they thought the facts of the murder case involving Mr. Ryan were admissible in this trial, but the conviction wasn't. But then they started talking about limiting instructions.
Mhm.
And I'm confused. Are they maintaining that the jury verdict from a separate jury is admissible against in this case? Or are they abandoning that and saying that they're going to get into the facts of this case?
We, oh,
Go ahead.
we are saying, Your Honor, that
the conviction itself is admissible and will be tendered, and that an instruction should be given that the certified that we intend to introduce that conviction should be considered against Mr. Ryan only.
Oh, my.
But the facts of the murder and what happened should be considered as evidence if they choose to, believe it, against anyone currently on trial.
All right, so it sounds like
Well-
you do intend to introduce a certified copy of the conviction,
Yes, Your
and that would be accompanied by a limiting instruction that is probably similar to the one I gave before, that that can only be considered against Mr. Ryan. Of course, he's charged with the RICO count, right?
he is.
Okay. And then they would present facts which they would hope to be able to establish not only that a murder occurred, but that the murder was part of the RICO conspiracy.
We would introduce.
And that would be admissible against everybody charged with the RICO count.
We would, right, much like some of the unresolved murders that are in the indictment. We would be introducing the evidence that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock did it, and what connection we believe it has to YSL, and what they did to promote YSL before, during, and or after. So that evidence we believe is admissible against, well, we know it's admissible against everybody on trial now.
Okay.
All right, does that clarify?
Well, it clarified that we do not have an agreement, and I'm diametrically opposed to what the state is saying. Couple things. First of all, that verdict was not the verdict of the fact finders in this case, which
Sure.
we chose and are our jury, and that's Mr. Stillwell's jury.
All right.
Also, Your Honor, I'd like Your Honor to know that Mr. Ryan's case is currently on appeal. It's not a final judgment. It's on appeal.
All right.
And I guess I defer to Mr. Attorney Steele on this, because as I understood it, he was going through the law that would prevent them from presenting this as evidence. And it is evidence against us.
I'm sorry, when you say this, what do you mean?
The
Fact-
conviction.
Conviction?
I'm not worried about the facts. I understand the facts, but the conviction, and they want to use it as proof of an overt act, which as an
Only
element.
as to Mr. Ryan
Well,
is what they're saying.
well, no, they just said it against everyone as far as count one, the RICO.
The facts that they're going to present, not the conviction.
Okay, well, I don't, as I understood the case law as Mr. Steele was reciting it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we were at an understanding that they could, that's exactly what they could not do, is take a verdict from another jury and use it as substantive evidence against anyone in this case.
No, they can use it against, I think that they can use it against Mr. Ryan.
Well, they're using it against him for a RICO. This was not an admission by Mr. Ryan. This was not a plea of
No,
guilty.
he
This-
was found guilty. It's still a judgment of conviction.
Well, it's not a final
And-
judgment. It's on appeal.
Pendency of appeal doesn't matter in terms of admissibility. It's right there in the statute.
Okay, well, I understood the state said two different things, and so I was seeking clarity. I'm opposed to it. I'm stating my objection. I don't believe that if Mr. Ryan is charged with a RICO count along with my client, and they have the exact same element, and the jury's instructed that they need to find the commission of one of the overt acts, and they're told to consider the jury, the finding of a jury, a separate jury, they separate that. I don't know how a limiting instruction separates that and protects Mr. Stillwell's rights, and they wouldn't accept that same jury verdict against Mr. Stillwell and others for count one. I don't think a limiting instruction would be sufficient. I think they need to prove that case.
I think we have some case law that addresses that subject. I'd like to flesh it out, given Mr. Sharp's objection, but I'd preliminarily point the court to United States versus Pelullo, Pelullo, 14 F third 881 at 888. It's a Third Circuit 1994 case. And it specifically speaks to prior convictions being routinely admitted into evidence at subsequent RICO trials as an ordinary piece of evidence. A judgment is subject to evaluation by the
Slow down a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A judgment what?
As a judgment, I'm sorry, as an ordinary piece of evidence, a judgment is subject to evaluation by the fact finder who can accept or reject such evidence as it deems appropriate. Also, United States versus Tocco, Tocco, 200 F third 401, inside 417 to 418. It's a Sixth Circuit 2000 case, finding the district court's admission of evidence of a co-defendant's prior conviction permissible to establish RICO predicate. Here it says because the evidence was not used as collateral estoppel, but again, these are cases that I would need to flesh out. These are just preliminary cases for the court's consideration, given the argument that I'm hearing Mr. Sharp make right now, that we would point to as a starting point.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to get that sorted out fairly quickly if we think that within the next 2 weeks, we're gonna get to this,
Yes, yes.
or so, 2 weeks or so. Okay. So, Mr. Shar, are you clear at least on what the state's position is?
Now,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, we ready to turn to that Garlington wiretap? Hmm? Oh, yeah, I'm not deciding that issue right now. We'll come back to that. Maybe we should turn to the evidence that's gonna come in on Mr. Ryan's, on that. That'll happen before the wiretap evidence.
Yes, Ryan, I thought, are you talking about the email that Miss D. Williams sent?
I don't know,
Because
did she send one recently?
I thought Ms. Abbasi and I, that was what we talked about a few moments ago. He said, the two of you need to get together by the end of next week to go through those items so that we wouldn't have to use the
Okay.
court's time to do that.
So I guess it was, yes, Ms. DeWilliams' email from, well, it was a long time ago, about all of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor, and
Okay,
I'll
so
get with
y'all
Ms.
will get
Abbasi
together on that.
yes, to discuss a time.
Okay, and can you remind me, did the state decide that y'all can, I guess, concede that Mr. Ryan's statement to police is inadmissible or no?
Yes, we can use it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I thought y'all had conceded that, but I hadn't written it down on this. So. Let me put that in the issues that have been dealt with folder. All right, so do we want to do,
We could talk about the busing stabbing.
the what?
One of the matters that were addressed in an email by Mr. Ryan's counsel was the Harold Bussey stabbing. I believe Mr. Abbasi or Mr. Williams moved in limine regarding excluding the evidence that Mr. Bussey was stabbed. Our argument about it being intrinsic, the court last said, or gave Ms. Abbasi an opportunity to give case law stating that things that were used after the fact, Ms. Abbasi can correct me where I'm wrong, but acts that occurred after indictment could not be presented. And I think in her brief, she indicated that, I don't want to speak for her, but I think she indicated that she found no case law in support of that position. So we're prepared to argue
Okay.
that. I'll let her speak.
Yeah, we submitted a brief and went through each of the possible admissible purposes. And as far as completing the story, something which happened after the indictment was all in there. However, something which after indictment certainly could be part and parcel of something inextricably intertwined in the same facts and circumstances, but that's not this case. So the brief does put out in there that the intrinsic acts the state is seeking to admit does not meet any of the criteria or exceptions, whatever you'd like to qualify it as, for those acts to be admitted. I don't know if the state was planning to respond. I did submit that separately.
Right, and I read it and I marked on it, and now all I need to do is find it. I need somebody to keep me organized. Does the state have a response?
We do, and
Did y'all file a response?
No, we made an argument that essentially is the same one we're going to make today, but based on what they've put forth, we'll respond specifically to the arguments that are asserted, put forth in Ms. Abbasi's brief. I think we presented case law, and I think that the court saw that case law. I won't speak for the court, but I believe the court saw and was satisfied that the case law does say the acts occurring after indictment are not precluded as evidence of the conspiracy.
Right, no, agreed, but it's two separate issues. I mean, if it's gonna be, they're not precluded just because they're post indictment, but if they're gonna be admitted as intrinsic evidence, then they have to fall within one of the things that makes them intrinsic evidence, that it's the same series of transactions, it's necessary to complete the story, or it's inextricably intertwined with the evidence about the charged offenses. So what are y'all contending that it is?
All of them. So inasmuch as the arguments that are put forth in Ms. Abbasi's brief seems to focus specifically on
Your Honor, if I might say, I don't think there is a focus. I've never heard them state which theory they're proceeding under.
Right, yeah, you're saying it's not any of them.
Correct. I've never heard them state which of those three it specifically are.
So, Your Honor, I'll just tell Ms. Abbasi in the court right now. It is intrinsic to count one. Additionally, the conspiracy that it also is a part of is the YSL gang itself and the conspiracy that the gang itself makes up. I think we already presented some of the facts of the case to the court regarding the in concert action by five YSL members and two others stabbing one person in defense of Mr. Ryan. And I know that the court has already read the indictment that describes, as the state alleges, the conspiracy itself being preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, etc. of the enterprise through acts that include assault and threats of violence. And of course, I'm not reading the entire indictment, but in this particular case, it falls squarely under a number of actions that are intended to sort of circle the wagons around YSL members, show that they will stand up for each other and that they will commit violence on persons who they perceive as threats to members of YSL. Mr. Ryan, after he was indicted, there were several, at least one YSL member that we have listed as an overt act who makes assertions about Mr. Ryan and his murder charge and subsequent, I think, conviction. And there are people who perform acts during the course of his trial, or at least one person that we believe were intended to intimidate a witness who was actually on the stand at the time. There are, by way of examples or analogies of other similar acts that are committed on behalf of YSL to show their solidarity. For instance, when Mr. Garlington is jumped, other members of YSL immediately jump in. We have evidence that when Mr. Copeland is jumped, at least one person in the courtroom now jumped, just jumped in just because. When it's one of them, they're going to come to their defense. The act itself was.
Hear all of this argument, right under 404B. I'm waiting to hear which of these three categories it falls into. We're talking about two different issues here. Which of the three, and then 404.
It is not 404B. It is intrinsic.
Okay, all this is loaded, honey. Woo! Try to blow your head back. Okay. They're going, okay. Another issue or another concern when it comes to evidence and the admissibility of evidence is getting it admitted, um, and depending on what you say the evidence is being admitted for, can also determine if your evidence would be considered admissible. Okay. So again, you hear them throwing all them codes and shit out there. That's when I was telling people that was challenging me about my shit that y'all got to learn the codes. Okay. So listen. So I was telling you guys, I spoke more about extrinsic evidence, right? And extrinsic evidence is used and introduced as evidence that um, evidence that is usually supporting additional evidence because you can't get the what you need for its proof from a single source. So it's not contained that proof of trying to establish a point by using that evidence is not contained in the extrinsic evidence, right? So intrinsic evidence means that they can use their single source of evidence, prove a point, and it also help the jury understand the circumstances that happen in the case. Now, this lady over here, this new lady, I ain't never seen her before. She jumped up and hollered about 404B. Right, 404B is usually the typical defense when the state is trying to introduce evidence because they're saying 404B can be extrinsic evidence can be 404B because it will fall into character evidence, right? I think Debo, with his case, I think he had a 404B issue that and 404B also means some other shit too. So when it's 404B, that could be evidence of bad character, right? And or uncharged acts, which that there is also that shouldn't be allowed, right? Because it's prejudicial. Okay. Now I forget whether the standard is highly prejudicial or is it prejudicial. I will look it up for you because I am this ain't what I do. Okay. All right, this ain't what I do. Easy way out, girl. Girl do financial crimes. That's it, even back in the day. Hey, Purple. But yeah, baby. Shout out to y'all on YouTube and shout out to y'all on Twitter, honey. Y'all are breaking the thing. Listen, they say on Twitter I have to get up. They say 5 million impressions and stuff. So I got to understand what they count as impressions. So I'm only lacking two categories that I have to qualify for Twitter. So, and one of them is 5 million impressions in 3 months. I don't know. So, but anyway, there's a lot going on. But for those that are interested in what they're saying, this is what happens, and I thought this would be a good lesson to learn when it came to um, motion and limites. And I didn't know they was going to do all this. 'Cause of course, I ain't seen all of this, but I'm saying that this is another good lesson to learn because they are exploring um, every pretty much just about every evidentiary rule um, and process that the criminal law has. So this is pretty good. Trial Shibuki.
It could be both. I mean, I guess it would be intrinsic, but I mean, y'all haven't offered it as 404B, right? And you don't intend to, even if I rule against you on the intrinsic.
Well, if the court rules against this, it would be a different argument that we'd be prepared to make on a different day, because that's not something we were putting before this court
Okay.
today.
All right.
So,
And let me say this. So you see how she said if the court rules against you for the being intrinsic evidence. So I told you it might be a no to come in to prove this point and come as intrinsic, but may come in as something else. She said she wasn't going to offer this 404B, you know. So Miss Love is smart enough to not offer it in as, you know, uncharged acts or something with regards to character. So she had already because 404B is a common objection to extrinsic evidence. Ms. Love already knew not to even go down that avenue, and she could offer that evidence as proof of something else, right? So if the judge um, denies this, okay, then Miss Love may find another way, another reason to offer it, okay? And you may get in by another rule, all right? You got to work it, okay? Thank you. A lot.
the actions of Mr. Ryan and the other YSL members in concert in stabbing Mr. Bussey, when Ms. Abbasi asserts that they're not necessary to complete the story of the crime. This is our position, is that this conspiracy didn't stop at the jailhouse doors. It's ongoing. It's necessary that the jury sees that it is ongoing, to show to them the truth and the whole truth that we believe that our evidence reflects, to show them the extent to which YSL members go in order to preserve and protect not only their name, their own, but their reputation. Mr. Ryan, Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Eppinger, Mr. Myrick, and Mr. McMullen are seen in the photo that I don't know that the court needs to see it, but if it does, we can present it on Zoom camera to show the concerted action on their part in stabbing Mr. Bussey. This particular screen grab of the video doesn't have 5 knives in the air like one of them does. This was just them all holding him down. And for the purposes of just this hearing right now, we'll just call it State's Exhibit 465, RR for rebellious Ryan.
All right.
Your Honor, I guess I'm kind of more confused now, because if the state's purpose is they want to show that it's ongoing, so I don't know how they're using it to complete the story of the crime if their version is that it's not complete and it's ongoing. I don't see how those two square. It's not an element that the jury has to find. The gang is continuing. The only thing they need to prove is that by the date of indictment, this happened. It really doesn't matter as far as what the jury needs to know for the state to meet the required elements. It doesn't matter whether the gang is continuing.
All right, but the state can prove if it chooses
They sure can.
that it's an ongoing conspiracy.
Sure, but that doesn't make it necessary to complete the crime.
Well, necessary to complete the story of the crime, and I guess the story of the crime is
Ongoing and continuous conspiracy that is YSL, its enterprise, and the members committing these particular acts and crimes for the purposes listed in the indictment under the definition of the conspiracy itself. And this act is not something that is obviously relevant to the issue of whether or not the defendants are or are not guilty of count one in terms of what we're alleging that they conspired to do. It certainly would be an overact under the definition of overact of count one. So it would go to prove count one as to each of the defendants. It's therefore relevant, highly relevant as to that particular issue. It's presumptively, of course, the court is the gatekeeper, but under 402, because of its relevance, it's presumptively admissible. Under 403, Your Honor, there's nothing about it that is so substantially more prejudicial than probative, given its highly probative nature. Do you have the Zoom up here? Let me pull it up and put it on the Zoom. Considering it's coming, just, we can't, we're not in yet.
All right. Ms. Abassi, can you remind me, and I don't know which one of y'all cited Murphy. Was that you, Ms. Abassi? The part about integral and natural part of the witness's accounts of the circumstances surrounding the offenses, which factor did that go to?
I specifically did not cite that case. I did discuss whether it would be integral and natural part of what happened. I didn't cite to Murphy.
Okay, well, maybe it was just one I.
I did want to touch on one thing the state said, because I think we're getting into dangerous territory. The state said that this act in and of itself could constitute an overact to support the verdict. Well, now we're talking about trying to prove the charges against the defendant based on something not in the indictment.
Well, and you know, that's an issue that I've got written down here as something that y'all owe me law on, whether an overt act not listed could be the sole basis for a conviction.
Right, we do, and I think at some point.
Still waiting on that
No,
law.
we actually, I think at some point, and I might be wrong about this, but contrary position was presented, and whatever case was cited, did not support that position. And we have affirmative case law that we present in the form of a brief to the court.
All right, will you go ahead and get that filed can you get it filed? When can you get it filed? By Monday? By Friday? All right, by Monday.
Your Honor, I can get to the court kind of the contrary case law. In the appellate, I know it sounds kind of, doesn't sound to square up, but it leads to an inconsistent verdict that perhaps some of the jurors found the defendants guilty based on the acts which were in indictment, and perhaps some of them found the defendants guilty on these acts which were not in indictment.
I mean, it's gonna be real fun when we get to the verdict form. I think that we're gonna have to get really specific about what they're finding. Because I don't think it can be that 6 found one and 3 found another and 2 found a third.
I think that this situation, this precise situation came up in Cotman, and I could be very, very wrong. I read it, I glanced over it briefly, but I think that the court found that given that the court instructed the jurors that their verdict had to be unanimous, that it did not present a reversible issue. The defense argued, or the appellants had argued, that there was no way to tell whether or not they all agreed on the same overt act. But in giving the court the brief that we intend to present, I think we can address that as well. I think that that part is easily
All right,
addressed.
so that'll be 2 different issues. Can an overt act that's not listed in the indictment be the basis, the sole basis to support the conviction?
Mhm.
But then there's also, does the jury need to find unanimously this overt act, specific overt acts? Do they need to delineate which overt acts they are unanimously finding exist to each defendant?
Right, and I think that as it relates to our previous discussion that the court said we would address a little bit later, whether we number them or whatever.
Mhm.
I just off the top of my head, I think that them listing an act that they found unanimously had been committed
Mhm.
as to the defendants, I think would suffice.
Okay. Well, if we all agree on that, then we don't need a brief on that.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Boston.
Hmm?
I don't know if we made it to the 403 part.
No, we hadn't. We sort of got sidetracked,
I'll
but.
make sure I'm not.
All right.
All right, so we all agree that the jury is going to need to delineate. We unanimously find this overt act exists as to each defendant, right? I mean, we're going to break each defendant's counts out separately, and
I think that
I agree, but think.
will, and to make certain that we present clearly to the juror, to the court, we
Uh-huh.
do believe, yes, that the jurors have to make a unanimous decision as to each defendant and as to their overt acts, but as to whether the overt act it finds as to one unanimously has to, deal with the others.
I know. I mean, it can be wholly entirely separate as to each defendant. It needs to be a separate determination as to each defendant.
Yeah.
But for each individual defendant, does the state agree that the jury has to unanimously find two overt acts, one of which needs to or happen within the statute of limitations?
We agree they have to at least find one
Okay.
that happened within the statute of
And
limitations.
it needs to be unanimous that, let's say they all find overt act 66, whatever that is.
I believe it's safest that they find
Okay.
Unanimously.
Okay. All right,
And
then I don't need law on that because we'll just do that the safe way, whether it needs to happen that way or not. Okay, so back to, so I still will need by Monday whether an overt act not listed can be the sole basis for the conviction. And now we will go back to to what we were talking about, which is this
the intrinsic
allegedly intrinsic act.
So
Wait a minute now. I don't think that's fair. A overt act not listed but can be a basis for a conviction. I told you, Georgia has a whole bunch of nuances and all kinds of bullshit going up in there. And it has been a lot of cases that have been decided in Georgia that people still have questions about. It's ridiculous, right? I mean, since they're going on and on about overact, overact is pretty much, it's like an action that can be used as evidence to show that somebody intended to commit a crime, right? You know what I'm saying? It shows like the preparation and the planning in furtherance of that crime. So, you always see overact and you always see the next words in furtherance of a crime somewhere near that, right? And an overact can tie you. It's how they tie you. It's one of the ways how they tie you to a conspiracy, right? But I got to hear this one about a overact not listed. See, with Georgia, hold on, let me see if I can Google that and see if I think it's telling me the truth. Okay. Overact. Let's see. I'm gonna stop there and see what it brings up. of the intent to commit crime could be charged as part of conspiracy, even if it's not illegal or the crime itself. Some examples of that include murder, weapon, hold on. Because this, I mean, I'm surprised they ain't, the two S&S ain't challenging this. The overlay doesn't need to be the actual crime, and it doesn't need to have the ability to accomplish it. Okay, the overlay can't be used as evidence, even if an innocent act on its own, for example, provided a person can be charged with a conspiracy even if they don't know all the details of the right. A person can be convicted of a conspiracy even if they accept act overact if they don't intend to go through with the plan. Okay, well, let this keep running, and I'll try to see if I can come together with something. Oh Lord, honey, y'all is busting through the door over here on Twitter. Jesus.
Mr. Ryan, given Mr. Blaylock is not here, but I will, since they were the two um, that were charged with the murder in one of the overt acts listed on the indictment, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock have entered a plea of not guilty to count one. And they are obviously charged with committing an act of violence against a person as alleged in the indictment in a manner that furthered the interests of the enterprise in the conspiracy. The three, I guess, points that Ms. Abbasi referenced in her brief were that the intrinsic or the act needed to arise out of the same transaction or series of transactions as the charged offenses necessary to complete the story of the crime, or is inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the uncharged offenses. And there is an or, so it does not have to be all three of them. So given that the jury will hear evidence of Mr. Ryan's and Mr. Blaylock's concerted efforts as they related to Mr. Holmes, they will hear evidence of Mr. Ryan's actions after the murder of Mr. Holmes. They'll hear evidence about their connections to YSL, but the fact that you have other members of YSL acting on behalf of Mr. Ryan to support him in a violent way against another person whom they allege only messed with Mr. Ryan's commissary, stabbing him just because he messed with Mr. Ryan's commissary, show the extent to which members of YSL go to assert their dominance, even in a situation like the Rice Street jail, and to protect one another, to show that you don't mess with one of our own. The argument obviously can be made by anyone. Yeah, this is not really what it's all about. But in terms of what the state is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury, we alone bear that burden, given that it's evidence that there is violence committed on behalf of a member of YSL by members of YSL. We believe that it shows that the gang itself conducts itself in a particular way, and that
Okay, let's stop interrupting though. I mean, I assume she'll get to it at some point.
That the gang itself conducts itself in a particular way. And in Johnson versus State, a Supreme Court of Georgia case, whose site is 312 Georgia 481, decided September 21st, 2021, at Penn site 491. The court said that, of course, evidence is admissible as intrinsic when those three elements that we just mentioned exist. And they went on to expound and say, in applying this test, we have explained the evidence pertaining to the chain of events, explaining the context, motive, and setup of the crime is properly admitted. If it is linked in time and circumstances with the charged crime, the defendants, the YSL members, are all together. They are the ones that are included in or that participated in the stabbing of Mr. Bussey, are all housed together at the Rice Street Jail. The time frame is shortly after they're put together in that situation, all together in the Rice Street Jail. In this particular case, in Johnson, it has a set of circumstances that are not exactly the same as this, but we believe are analogous in many ways. In Johnson, of course, the appellant was charged with participating in criminal street gang activity.
So remember, I used to tell you guys that you can use case law. So no, at first you had a lot of people were like, "Oh, they use case law." I'm talking about our case, and that case is about something else, and they use case law about something else or whatever. You could use it, so you can use case law as long as the circumstances are similar or the same. It doesn't have to be the same type of case. Okay. And what she read off prior to that was a case law that was apparently involving overt acts. Okay. And and possibly extrinsic evidence, right? But I don't think she she didn't highlight that. But I know for sure she was reading case law about overt acts because those were the circumstances that she read.
And the state's theory was that he was involved in the gambling house shootings with Blood Gang affiliate Porter and several unidentified assailants in another restaurant shooting. The evidence related, as the court found, to the Boulevard Place shootings added significant weight to that theory because the evidence was linked in time and circumstances with the charged crimes, and one victim was a member of a violent gang. We are not alleging that it is on all fours with our particular case, but to the extent that the Johnson court found it pertinent to say that the intrinsic act, or the act that the state alleged was intrinsic, added significant weight to the state's theory for these reasons. We believe that that is analogous to our case as well, with 5 people, 7 total, acting in the same, overacting with an extreme amount of violence on behalf of one person whose connection, we believe, with the 5 YSL members is just they are all YSL members and they are acting protectively towards him. We believe that incident adds significant weight to our theory of the willingness of YSL members to participate in that enterprise in a manner involving violence to protect the dominance and the members of the enterprise and the gang itself. So the court found that even though the state didn't charge appellant in connection with the shooting, um, evidence of the incident was relevant to disputed issues in this case. So as Mr. Ryan has entered a plea of not guilty to count one, conspiring to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, by participating in YSL through these acts or conspiring to participate in them, then evidence of the involvement of Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Eppinger, Mr. McMullen, and Mr. Myrick, all of whom are also charged in this indictment with a conspiracy. Evidence of Eppinger being charged with the shooting of an officer. Evidence that Ryan, who was promoting YSL while in prison when Eppinger got a bond for shooting at the police, that Blaylock is a co-defendant on the murder of Mr. Holmes, which is an overt act here, and that Demise McMullen is
Bring them together and put separate
co-defendant on the 2015 murder in the same indictment. Shows how intertwined these people, this type of action, and this gang itself is with one another. They're all inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the uncharged offense, which is the stabbing of Mr. Bussey. So we believe that it satisfies the requirement of the requirements of being an intrinsic act.
And which of the three?
The third one, we believe, is the strongest in that it's inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the uncharged offense.
No, it's the charge. It should read the charge offense, right? I mean, it needs to be inextricable, right?
Yes, that the case is citing it wrong. Yes, thank you. And that being count one, the conspiracy.
So, how is it? And you think it's also necessary to complete the story of the crime, right? You're not asserting that's the same series of transactions as the charged offense, are you?
No.
When the court says the same series of transactions, we believe that it's an overt act, in as much as it could be considered an overt act.
Okay, so she's asking if it's the same series of the crime, right? So that way, because remember I said she's reading case law that has something to do with overt acts and extrinsic evidence, which they just said it, right? So what she asked? What did she ask? Is it part of the criminal, whatever, right? So right there, now they're on trying to get it in for its extrinsic evidence, okay? So you know, and again, this is a perfect lesson. Well, I guess all these people that is interested on Twitter, because apparently they're interested. They wants to hear what your mom got to say. I will come on and tell you what I have to say because I am enjoying this. This is a good lesson. It's a good breakdown. And I know by the time I get on here, y'all have already heard the case. So that means you really want to hear your girl. That's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. Okay, so love is trying to get in. Love exhaust all those other terms. I had never seen that in the other lady over there. So she acting like she exhausted too. I'm like, baby, hold on. You just got him. What you mad for? What's wrong with your patience? But yeah, but as you see, I said it before she confirmed it that she is connecting them all together. And in Rico, you always see that word inextricably intertwined, as well as associated fact and overt act, and sometimes you see conspiracy somewhere. Okay, all right. So she is connecting everybody together through action or knowledge and just doing the day to day work, whether it be legal or illegal, and saying it's the three B's, right? Behest, behalf, and the benefit of who? I almost said R. Kelly, Jeffrey, right? Young Thug. So she tying them all together and placing him on top. And he can be held responsible for everything that has happened in the organization, for what they got charged, um what they have him down for, as far as the Rico and the people that is doing all this different stuff, whatever, because they can say that it's benefiting him. I got to go back and see how the Rico was built, so um hopefully I'll get to it. I will start over because I know it was a long time ago that I read a few pages, but that way you'll see how the people being charged, how they are, connected, especially Young Thug. So I'm gonna say it. Well, this is what I'm gonna say. You have people that are coming on the record incorrect about the case, right? They're not using the word in my opinion, or I guess, or I'm not sure, or I'm not expert right on this right now, okay? Because I don't I have limited information or whatever the case may be. That is misleading. That burns my ass. What's left of it? I still got a shake though, thank God. But um, so it's certain, and then there's some things that I'm surprised that some people don't know the answer to because it is basic knowledge. It is almost common sense. It's logic. So there's no way you should be getting it wrong. Now, I know sometimes the the harsh critic in me, the the person that want to push you, and the observationist, the solutionist, the mental, all that shit would ever come into play. And on top of that, the goddamn professor come in. So I am sorry, but I've decided I'm gonna be me, on and off this bitch. That's the only way I can be. I ain't hiding shit. I ain't had no videos, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's me. So, um, and when I say hide, I mean I ain't talking about I'm gonna come out and disclose everything. That's not what I'm saying. But you know what I mean when I said that. Okay. Um. So, another thing that kills me with people, especially when you meet a guy, or if when you meet a girl, they come and present themselves in with all their perfume on or cologne on, wrapped up in a bow with his whole outfit from head to toe, costing like $2,500, right? And for a person that's not a rich person, that's pretty good showing up. They got all the right words, they got all the paperwork and all that stuff, right? Then by so they send how the joke goes, they send their representatives. And then by 6 weeks in on the game, here they ass show up. The real them. The shit that they be, that be going on those Lifetime movies, where the man said that he was a doctor, and come to find out, he ain't no damn doctor working at them people ER, having all taking all the people pills and shit and anesthesia and shit, and then meeting some lady online or whatever, and then he done took all her goddamn money. What was that crazy ass movie? And one of the daughters had to kill him. It was a movie. It was all on Dateline. What is Dirty John? Dirty John. That's what it was. If y'all ain't seen that, then I don't know what's wrong with y'all life. Dirty John, child. Yes. Crazy. Now I have no clue how the people can go eat in the hospital and pretend like they're a doctor. How you do that? And this one dude that seen me last, that um I was looking at him suspicious because I ain't think I don't you don't seem like you know with the program. I ain't never seen you here anyway. So, but anyway, you know what I'm saying? So, and it's all in you know, I like people to do it better, and I like people to give me the same criticism, push me to get better. Even though this is something we like to do, it's a hobby. Some people love to do it. Some people it's their life. Some people make their money off whatever. Regardless, it's a lot of time taken, and we should be. To me, it's just me. We should be accurate, right, on the record. So let me shut up and see what these folks is talking about. I know this judge, she was all gung ho and all that, baby. But real shit, she like, it's some bullshit. She see why Glenville was tripping.
To promote, to support the game. So in as much as it is or can be considered an overt act um, for count one, and that it is gang activity, which it is.
All right, I'm not quite sure where I got this language, but I jotted down, and I think this is kind of the definition of inextricably, or an explanation of inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the charged offense, is that it is an integral and natural part of a witness's accounts of the circumstances surrounding the offenses in the indictment. Anybody?
That's not right. That's not right.
That's as to that's the explanation for what it means to be inextricably intertwined.
No,
I think that
no,
came from Murphy.
that's not right.
What year was it, was William?
2017, it's cited to on the 11th.
Okay, and I think that language is also in a Court of Appeals case in 2020.
That's not the definition for
Okay,
inextricably.
but I mean, if that's what it means for it to be inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the charged offense, how is that an integral and natural part of a witness's accounts of the circumstances surrounding the indicted offense?
Okay, that's not the definition for it being inextricably intertwined, but that may be the language used to explain why it's admissible, okay, or why decision that they are reading from the case that she got that from or whatever was decided how it was decided, okay, okay. So it's probably some kind of case law, but that is not the definition of inextricably intertwined, and we should know that from going from Mr. Kelso, and I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna help Paige. Okay. Inextricably intertwined means something is so connected that it cannot be separated or distinguished from something else. All right, let me be more exact and put in law. Okay, let's see what it says. In criminal law, inextricably intertwined evidence is used to fill gaps in a timeline or to explain the circumstances of a crime. Okay, so that's pretty much how we were describing it when we were going through it way back when we were talking about the RICO and and breaking it down, breaking the features down of it. Okay, so baby, get your shit together. The evidence is considered intrinsic and is not subject to certain federal rules of evidence. However, some courts have questioned whether this practice is appropriate. Okay? Yes. It says prosecutors often use something called inextricably intertwined evidence. For example, if someone charged with the crime of rape steals jewelry from his victim after raping her, evidence of that theft is often presented to a jury, even though the person on trial has not been formally charged with theft. Okay, so that's probably some type of language in some case law or something. She done jotted down, but that is not the definition of inextricably intertwined. I just read it to you. Now come on, Paige. Y'all got to do a little further research on that. See, even them being wrong and got my goddamn nerve.
So if the indicted offense is the conspiracy itself, and our witnesses talk about what they've observed, and we have evidence of what has occurred to further that conspiracy.
So would this be a witness who's being presented regardless, or is this a witness as to, I mean, obviously, if they're just coming in to testify about what happened in the jail, that wouldn't be the same thing, because I would have already made the determination, oh yeah, you can talk about this. Is there going to be any witness who there's no way they can give their account of how it is that any of these defendants is guilty of RICO without telling the jury about the stabbing?
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that at all.
So then
No.
it's not inextricably intertwined.
But it does, it's an uncharged offense. That arises out of the same transaction or series of transactions as the charged offense of count one. And the series of transactions,
Which is what I just read to you about being
violence
inextricably
that have been
intertwined.
described.
Remember
One
the
of
example they
the
gave.
overt acts, as I said, is the murder of Mr. Holmes by Mr. Blaylock. and Mr. Ryan, as we've alleged in the indictment.
And then how does
And
this
then-
arise out of that transaction?
The series of transactions, one of them is that the series of transaction is the set of actions that occur after, before, during, and after that murder itself. The series of transactions are the overt acts that help promote the purposes of the conspiracy. You have Bowie Lee posting, I'm sorry, we made you a thug, so early little thug. You have people who are acting within YSL in support of Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan essentially talking about staying true to YSL regardless of his circumstances after the murder.
All right, and are all of those overt acts?
Yes, those that I just
alleged?
named are, yes, alleged overt acts. So the series of transactions, we would argue, is not a simple matter as on Monday, July 3rd, he got up, went to the store, bought a gun,
Yeah.
did that. It's
All right,
more
remind me
broad.
when the jail stabbing occurred.
It was February the
Of,
February the 1st. January the 1st of 31st of 2023.
January 31st, 2023,
Yes.
and he'd been in prison, I guess, since 2019. When did they all get moved to the jail?
Mr. Ryan, I think, and Mr. Blaylock, those 5 co-defendants were, I'd have to look and see in Odyssey when they were transported, put together in.
Roughly. Okay,
Thank you.
Approximately.
okay, that's, I mean, approximate is fine.
And also, Your Honor, under 104, and I get that we are still hashing out whether or not it's intrinsic. Once the court makes that determination, and we believe that it's clearly intrinsic regarding the conspiracy and the gang itself, there's another argument in support of its admission and use at trial that we make under one of the other rules of evidence, but not until we finish this part.
Well, I'm curious now as to what that would be.
Just that under rule. And I'm also curious about how the court will see or not see this position that I'm offering. But under 24-104, which specifically deals with the court handling the admissibility of evidence and the court's determination of it. 24-104E expressly says that this code section shall not limit the right of a party to introduce before the jury evidence relevant to weight or credibility. And so to the extent that part of our evidence, and it doesn't, speak to the weight of the evidence of the murder, but we believe that it substantiates and it corroborates our assertion via the overt acts that we have listed, that there is this conspiracy and that there are efforts that are continually made by members of YSL to support and protect one another and to advance the dominance and notoriety of the gang through acts of violence and assault.
All right, well, I do not think 104 has any bearing whatsoever on whether y'all can admit it before the jury.
So, okay, see, I knew.
Okay, so that takes care of that one.
All right.
All right, do you have any, can you look, if you haven't yet, for any case law that deals with kind of a similar set of facts? Mr. Atkins is
Has-
shaking his head, yes.
Since
You
he
can
is-
look for that.
Oh, that is, we definitely can. I was just trying to make sure that I fully got what the court was saying. So in saying the same set of facts, is of course speaking that
Similar set of
specific
facts.
as to, you know, somebody jumping somebody.
Well, I mean, yeah, ideally, if you could get that, that would be great. But no, it doesn't have to be that specific, but something that deals with gangs and or RICO, because what I hear you saying, or what I think I understand you to be saying, is that part of why this is intrinsic is because it's necessary to give a full story of how YSL is this ongoing criminal enterprise that uses violence to protect their members.
Right.
Am I understanding you correctly?
You are, and to assert its dominance. And in support of that, I also say that each of the members of YSL, Blaylock, Eppinger, McMullen, Ryan, and Fleetwood, had all, I believe all of them had been brought in from prison for YSL related offenses that they had been convicted of. Eppinger had been sentenced to prison off of a probation revocation for an armed robbery after he shot Officer Rogers. That was a YSL related incident. Mr. Fleetwood had been brought in from prison after shooting at Milton Howard, who at the time was driving YFN Lucci's vehicle with tinted windows. So the argument obviously could be made. He didn't know it was Mr. Howard. He knew it was an ops car. So all these people are all incarcerated because of YSL related offenses. And then you put them all in the same little area, and they are once more acting as one single bullet against somebody they believe is a threat. But I can and we will look for a case on all fours with this particular set of circumstances.
Okay.
Remember, should we say about 403 argument until the state?
I mean, I honestly think the 403 argument is easier than whether this is intrinsic, but yeah, I'll go ahead and hear that because maybe that'll be dispositive of this issue.
So would Ms. Abasi, should I let her go first, sit down and see the floor? Does the court want to hear from the state?
It's in the brief, so I'll let you begin.
Well, I mean,
They have the burden. I'll give you the.
all you really say in the brief is it doesn't meet 403. You don't really say why.
Well, it's that it has to survive the balancing.
Okay, well, that's pretty clear.
To exclude what is a standard cumulative over force, I think everything in here we're dealing with is scant and cumulative. There are, I don't want to get wrong, how many other acts in here the state can prove. These are necessary. I'm sorry. Is that on? That in the 403 analysis, the court should determine the prosecutorial lead, degree of similarity, and temporal remoteness. There are 191 overt acts. I think by the time the jury has heard all of those, they will have heard quite a bit of evidence regarding how gangs operate, examples of criminal street gang activity already. Quite a bit. I'm sure by November there will be more. Don't think there's any prosecutorial need to be coming up with these things additionally. There is plenty. Your Honor is able to exclude evidence which is cumulative, which is of course prejudicial, and a waste of time. I think that's where we're getting to in this circumstance. Clearly, there was enough evidence for the grand jury to return an indictment.
Well,
They heard this.
that's a lot lower standard.
It is, but if even that lower standard, it was met there, then I don't see how it suddenly become necessary here.
Okay,
Oh.
go ahead.
Judge, I've heard, and everyone I believe has heard a lot about the notion of the evidence being cumulative, as if there is a certain amount of evidence the state who bears this very high burden, I'm sure we'll hear told over and over again in closing arguments, that the state should be allowed to present to meet that very high burden. And I don't believe that cumulative evidence means proof of a different kind to show or to prove the same act. Just because the state has 150 ways to prove that the defendants conspired to violate the Georgia RICO statute, and the state, in an effort to ensure that each of its victims are adequately represented and that the jury hears sufficient evidence to allow it to convict each of the defendants, doesn't mean that the state should be constrained to putting up one piece of evidence, one picture showing somebody throwing up a gang sign.
Can I ask you a question? How many of your overt acts, if any, are assaults or aggravated assaults that are designed to either protect alleged members of YSL or promote or continue the, I can't remember the word you said, but the dominance, assert the dominance of YSL?
As it relates to Mr. Ryan, or just in general?
In general, since the argument is this is done to protect members of YSL and
To assert their dominance.
assert the dominance of YSL.
Okay. Since an overact does not have to be a crime, I'll just name them, of course. So number 9, where Defendant Williams asserts in one of his songs, YSL.
No, that is not what I mean. I don't mean saying you're going to do something. I mean actual assaults on people.
We have Mr. Holmes's death is alleged by the state to have been a murder of someone that they believe to have been a member of a rival gang.
All right, so
Mr.
I'm sorry. I mean, I guess maybe, so because it's a rival gang, that would be dominance.
Yes,
And that's overt act, what, 79 or 69?
And I can also even be more precise there as I look for that number 79 or 69. Mr. Drinks's murder is alleged to have been a direct retaliation for the death of 2 people who were
Okay.
associates.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to
69.
I'm trying to
determine what you're
figure-
asking. Are you asking what the indictment alleges
What, yeah,
is?
overt acts.
Well, the
alleged
indictment,
in the
as I
indictment.
understand it, just broadly alleges that the overt acts are done to that, for those purposes. The indictment broadly alleges several purposes and doesn't delineate which overt acts are designed to do what. So the answer, as far as I understand your question, would be all of them. They've
All right,
alleged
well,
all of them.
But
I mean, I'm asking the state sort of what, I appreciate that position, but I think I'd mean it a little bit differently than, and yeah, sure, they could end up saying every one of these does all of these things, but I'm kind of asking them to be focused on aggravated assaults, obviously, or worse, murder, that are for these very specific purposes.
So to answer your question about the number for that murder, it was overt act number 79.
All right.
Also, the act on 4/28 by Mr. McMullen.
Who? overt act number
April
28?
April
Oh,
28th.
okay, yeah.
I'm looking at them in chronological order.
All right, that's fine.
The act by Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, that act of shooting Miss.
Are we talking about things like rival gang type incidents?
My understanding of what the court said
I
is
just
what
want to know what the
acts
state's position is.
that were done to acts of violence done to promote either the
Either
notoriety or to
protect
protect.
the members of YSL or to promote the dominance of YSL.
So the shooting, we believe, by Mr. Winfrey of Lil Wayne's tour bus, which would have been a different one. It's encapsulated in 39 and 40. The shooting of Mr. Murphy. On April the 12th.
Do you
Jackson
have any other
Montgomery.
overt acts where members or alleged members of YSL are basically doing a beat down of anybody because somebody from YSL got threatened or attacked?
We have of other ones where they're shooting at other members, and we
Okay.
have where they, for instance, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold go out and plan to shoot somebody because someone jumped on Mr. Arnold in a club.
And that's an overt act?
It is. It is.
Okay.
Where also I think we have and they are, I think, Acts 41 through 45 is the
Okay.
This is the murder
All right.
on the 28th that or the aggravated
you.
assault that I talked about.
Okay. All right, well, y'all see if you can find me some more on point factually case law, please.
Okay.
And
Is the
I know
court,
y'all want a decision, but
that's so,
we're gonna come back to it yet again.
and Your Honor, in terms of the number of acts that we've enumerated in here, does the court want specifics or just the number?
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, you've told me enough. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like that's critical to my determination.
Okay.
I just was wondering if there were so many that this was something that would really be cumulative, but it doesn't sound like you really have anything that similar to this.
And as well, Judge, in terms of judging whether or not something is substantially more prejudicial than probative, it would have to, I think I've said it before, it would need to tend to sway the jury to convict the defendants on a ground different than something that has been alleged in the indictment. And given the allegations that we've made, we don't believe that this comes near that category of cases or circumstances. As well, Judge, I know the court is aware, but just to put it out there, 403 is, all of these rules of evidence are rules that favor admission. And so 403 is not to be used as been alleged to limit the state's ability to present evidence so much as it is a permissive statute that under very rare circumstances should be used to exclude relevant evidence. And the mere fact that a defendant may feel that, oh, the state has too much evidence against me, is not one of those circumstances that the courts have recognized.
So actually do speak about prosecutorial need.
To the extent that the argument throughout is that YSL is a gang, that everything that has been, that YSL is a music label, that everything anybody does is just their own independent act that has nothing to do with YSL from day one, from openings throughout up to even now. The assertion by every defendant is, and even the witnesses, I did it for myself, by myself. Every step of the way, the state is having to rebut that assertion that this is just me. I'm a criminal, but they aren't.
Okay.
So to the extent that there's no one here willing to stipulate that crimes are being committed by them and others with whom they've conspired to promote or on behalf of YSL, the state has a very strong need to present evidence of one, concerted efforts to commit the acts that we've alleged, to show the conspiracy between the defendants, and to show the purpose behind their concerted efforts.
All right, thank you.
Now, love, you know, nobody's gonna stipulate to no crime. They're not gonna stipulate in this sense means agree. And remember, there are stipulations that we talked about in the R. Kelly case, which is like pieces of evidence, like the videos, whatever, that can come in. They agree to it, and it goes on the record, right? In this case, she's talking about stipulated to is like an agreement both sides have, and that agreement does not need any additional evidence. They agree to the fact, and they don't need to submit any evidence. That's what she was saying. So she's trying to say she got to submit all this evidence.
I'm going to keep looking. I'm looking as I'm speaking here. As far as the prosecutorial need, I'm looking at cases where the need is there's no other source for that information, or at least limited sources of that information. I'm not sure how many hours of gang expert testimony the jury has already heard from about how a crime can further a gang or be part of a gang. I think the need to that point for on this principle, that there is no need. They've heard about it in depth. They will continue to hear about it. And as I said, I'm trying to look and see if I can get any more case laws specify if we have a level or a test for what need is.
All right, thank you. Well, if you find something else, feel free to just, shoot it over in an email that you share with everybody. That'll be fine. It doesn't need to, if you want to file it as a brief, that's also fine, but.
What I've got, just looking at some case notes here, prosecutorial need to induce a prior rape-related incident to show. Yes, I'm sorry. Explaining that the prosecutorial need to introduce a prior rape-related incident to show the defendant's intent was high because there was little other evidence supporting the charge of aggravated assault with intent to rape. That is a case, Kirby versus State, 304 Georgia at 483. And I haven't read that case. I'm looking at it. It is cited within Jackson versus State, 306 Georgia, 69 from 2019.
All right.
And Your Honor, did we get clarification? Is that a 404B case or a 414 case or 413 case, Kirby?
This is addressing a 403 issue.
Is it in the context of a 404B?
I don't know, but it's not a different analysis under 403.
As I said, I've not read the full case. It is
Yeah,
just
I mean,
been-
it's fine. I understand the concept. Okay, let's set that aside and move on to something else. So there was I've got some notes of things we were gonna circle back to. And one of them was a video of somebody smoking pot wearing a chain and it saying some things. BB maybe and Eppinger, some about robbing Smith. What was that about?
I believe that Mr. Shard, we were supposed to narrow
It
down
was-
what
yeah.
video the state we were going
Okay.
to admit. I sent that over a few weeks ago, which ones we intended to use. I'm not sure we've been able just to talk about it in light of the last couple of weeks.
Okay, well, these are notes from back when we had that non-jury week, which I feel like has been a while ago now.
Yes, it was the week of August 19th, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So and that, I guess that was with regard to counts 27 through 29, maybe, is I think what I wrote down.
Yes, Your Honor.
So is that a video y'all intend to utilize?
We sent over, there are portions of that video we intended to utilize. I believe that the portion that was at issue is not a portion that we need to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
You're not gonna show the jury?
Portions of the video. So the video is approximately 5 to 7 minutes, and there's a portion, and I want to pull up my notes to see what I actually sent over to defense counsel as to what timestamps we intend to use, but a portion of it is relevant because it shows Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Beebe, the two
Mhm.
people alleged to have committed this armed robbery,
Right.
on the phone. And a portion of that video, Mr. Eppinger appears in I think it's like a Instagram picture, an Instagram video, and Beebe shows him the chain. But there's another portion of the video in which Mr. Beebe is pointing a weapon at the camera. So there's just relevant portions, and we just haven't had the opportunity to discuss it, Your Honor. And I can let defense counsel know what date I sent over what the state intends to show.
All right. Does defense counsel still object to whatever portions those were?
Yes, I'll re-forward the email. August 23rd at about 1:55 p.m.
Bless you.
sent are approximately 5 clips that probably total together about 6 minutes of actual viewing. Is that about right, Ms. Hillen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, in all honesty, we haven't had a group this is all acts involving someone that's not sitting here. And if we could have a couple minutes
Okay.
just to talk as a group to figure out
You may.
what our stance is. on
All right,
this.
and you know what? I may have y'all do that over the lunch hour. So the next thing I had us circling back on was, and I guess maybe these were from I don't know, we were going through maybe one of the sets of statements, because I've got like page 523, 513. Oh, these were the wiretaps, maybe. Big Nick.
Yeah.
Waters Road. And then,
Rocky
oh, the comment about, yeah, this was the
Sound
wiretap
mockery.
stuff, the, flipping the car and laughing about that. And the state had said y'all were gonna narrow what you wanted to use from that and let us know. Do you recall that?
It's a big
I don't know. It was there were two reference numbers. One of them was 513, one of them was 523. It was on that chart that you gave us, I think.
the evidence ain't
The second page of
organized.
it, Garlington talking about how they came
It's a
through and
mess.
thought they were going to come back and they were going to get ready to light them up, laughing about Chamel Drink's murder and the need to re-up on drugs to sell. And I had determined that the drug part was in, but y'all were going to look again at that other part. You said there was a non-hearsay purpose for it. Did did y'all ever go back and do that?
At lunch, we can.
Okay.
We'll be able to have an answer by lunch.
Yes.
Would you kindly just repeat the 2 reference numbers?
Yes, 513 or 523. On the chart, it's 513.
Thank you.
And then when we got to 1109 or 1124, there was an argument that shouldn't come in against Nichols or Stillwell because they had already been arrested at the time and somebody was going to provide law on that.
Would that fall under the broader proposition that we sort of touched on earlier regarding whether or not the acts occurring after the arrest could be used to prove the conspiracy itself, which would include been arrested prior to that if you'd like to sort of address it?
I mean, I think y'all would need to establish that they're still a part of the ongoing conspiracy.
Mm, 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 mm. Oh, Lord. Sorry, y'all.
Listened to and did re-listen to the part that on the chart is 1974, and I think the other reference was 1999. And this was, I don't know if the argument was 403 there. Confusion, I think, was the argument. And upon re-listening, I don't find that to be a 403 issue, so that is admissible. That was about as far as we had gotten. And then, of course, we still need to circle back on the that one that we got bogged down with the nested hearsay with Garlington talking to Funk, who talked to Quay, who talked to Rel. So why don't we break for lunch? Y'all got some tasks to do over the lunch break. Do you have the material for me to look at? Yeah, it's not noon yet. It's about 1:15 noon, but.
I just reached out to our other team members,
Okay,
to try and.
all right. Will you just, are you gonna email it or bring it as a hard copy or what's? that-
I'll email it, that needs to.
Okay, all right. Please do that over the lunch break. Let's reconvene at 1:15.
Yes, Sharon, and I also put 460 on top of.
My copy of 460. We never did find.
I found our copy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks. It's going to be easier if you can print them out and give me a hard copy, and I'll give you until, if you can just have those to me by Monday morning, that'll be fine. But I just think it's just gonna be easier for me that way. And just, and I didn't go through all of them. I started going through them, but make sure that there are a couple of emails that, And it was like well into the string, so I'm sure if I got to the original email, the attachment would be there, but just make sure I've got the relevant attachment too. Okay, so I'll just deal with all of that after you give it to me in hard copy form on Monday. All right. Did y'all get an opportunity to try to come to any sort of an agreement, if there is any, on those items 451Y through, I think it was 455 or so, and then 460Y?
Your Honor, it was not an intentional disobeying of the court's instruction. What I was doing was the state's position is slightly different than it was with an argument for why.
Okay.
And whenever the court allows, I'll address it. If he wants me to just start now, I'll just start
All
now.
right, so did you give a redacted copy to the defense, or you just think it's whatever your new position is might change everything?
It will change
Okay.
everything.
All right.
And I did also, the thing that I'd asked Ms. Winfrey for that she so kindly provided was what exactly the objections were to the exhibit so that I could address them in turn. What I recall specifically, I believe that it was Mr. Stillwell who made the initial objection that.
Hang on a second. Can y'all try to be a little more quiet over there so I can hear? I don't know who it is, but oh, that actually reminds me too, before we get into that. Just a reminder to everybody that there's not supposed to be any eating in court and that the defendants are not supposed to be on laptops. Okay, that has not changed since I took over this case. All right, go ahead.
My recollection is that Mr.
Hey,
Stillwell's
Derry.
attorney is the one, Mr. Sharp, who originally specified a
Oh,
portion
no,
of one of the
Derry.
exhibits that he felt should not be allowed or presented to the jury because it contained information he thought was overly prejudicial. If I'm not speaking correctly, I'm certain he'll correct me where I'm wrong. But other than that, I was wanting to make certain I heard all of the objections so that I could speak to them. But if my because I'm going to make a proffer to the court.
Okay, it would be a lot easier, I think. Part of their position had been, until we know what the state's actually proposing as the redacted exhibit, it's hard to make objections. So are you ready to share that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready to address
If you would
it
do
all.
that, that might help the
So, Your Honor,
court and the
on what theory the state would be seeking to admit out-of-court statements?
That was part of what I intended to address. So
Okay,
I'll just
well,
start.
let's all get a copy of what it is
They're not redacted. It's the ones we gave them. So the ones that I have previously identified
Can I have a hard copy of them? Because that's another one of those things that if I'm having a look on the electronic, it's like embedded within several emails
Yes.
before I ever get to what I'm supposed to be looking at.
Yes, Judge. So
Thank
what
you.
I'm gonna do is just give to the court my the copies that I tendered, and I'm gonna speak from my notes as to what it is about them and why it is that I believe it.
All right, well, hang on. Laura, can you have the substitute JA come down here and grab these and make some copies for me? Please. Thank you. Because I have a tendency to write on things once I get them. I'll try not to do that until I get my copies, but if you'll come around here, that way I can actually reach you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And for the record, I have given to your honor, 1AS was the plea agreement that had been tendered at Mr. Sledge's plea. I've also tendered 444 Yankee, which is the document we were referring to. That is an exact duplicate of that. 451 Yankee, which was
Yeah, I mean, I know what they all are. So 451, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 should be, yeah, 6, and then 460.
Yes,
Right.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, would the court permit me to take my seat so that I can read it?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Your Honor, starting with Mr. Sledge's testimony, the court and I think everybody else is aware that as we referenced Stacy's Exhibit 1AS or 444, my particular question to him after he started talking about his truth and his ability to tell his truth was using the guidelines if a acknowledgement that you signed.
Yeah, I remember. We don't have to like belabor the point.
Okay.
He picked out several and listed the ones that he said were false, and they were 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and
All of them.
16.
Right. With the exception of about 4. Right. And then he said that he understood none of the sentencing
At the time, yeah.
acknowledgements at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Your Honor, under 246607, OCGA 246607, Your Honor. Impeachment by contradiction.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not impeachment by contradiction.
Well,
That's who can impeach.
so as I'm reading, and I know that it's who can impeach, who may impeach.
It's a different one. 621 is impeachment by contradiction. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts testified to by the witness.
Right. The reason that I reference that only is because it was in the book that I'm reading from. There's a section that I'm looking at. So particularly a witness may be impeached by contradiction in several ways. Close questioning to elicit concessions of errors in testimony during direct, questioning a witness about the substance or implications of evidence already produced during the case to suggest contradictions, confronting the witness with his or her own contradictory prior statements, or calling another witness, or introducing other extrinsic contradicting evidence. Generally speaking, the admission of extrinsic evidence for contradiction impeachment is restricted to non-collateral matters, so that evidence that impeaches by contradiction and is not collateral can be both substantively admissible as well as admissible for its impeachment value. And that is coming from Baylor, BEHLER versus Hanlon, HANLON 199 FRD 553. And then the parenthetical is surveying numerous commentaries. Judge, with respect to Mr. Sledge, the reason that I began my statements to the court about what it is that he said, and will then go into what his lawyer said. When I asked his lawyer about plea negotiations on the heels of Mr. Sledge, not just saying he was told he could get up and tell his truth, but on cross-examination, he was asked repeatedly through the use of allowable leading questions. These weren't your words. You didn't write it. You didn't understand it. You didn't know what you were signing. You felt like you could come in here and tell your truth. You signed it regardless. I'm not directly quoting, but essentially, even though it wasn't true, you signed it. And things of that nature were elicited during cross. You signed it because you wanted to get out to go see your sick mom, things like that. You were in Fulton County Blues. That's the only reason you signed it. These aren't your words. These are only the state's words. So all of those questions were intended to attack the credibility of the veracity of the statement that Mr. Sledge made on December 28, 2022, when he signed the plea agreement. And Mr. Sledge acquiesced to all of those, essentially asserting through his sort of obfuscations and running back and pulling back my truth. I don't understand. I don't recall. I don't remember saying that. That isn't true. And his pointing out at the state's request the factual acknowledgments that he now asserts were inaccurate or not completely true. He allowed himself and the cross-examining attorney to, in front of the jury, completely question or to undermine the credibility of the statement that he made and his own credibility at the time that he made the statement. So as the court has already instructed the jury that the inconsistent statements of a witness are also substantive evidence that may be considered against other persons on trial. Can the court hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. So as the court has already instructed the jury that it can now consider that statement as substantive evidence, what we've seen is an attempt by the defense to destroy the jury's faith in the credibility or veracity of that statement made by Mr. Sledge on December 28, 2022. So when questions were posed to his attorney regarding Mr. Sledge's understanding of those acknowledgments and sentencing agreements, on the one hand, after he made clear that though he's a friend of both sides, he's a defense attorney through and through, Mr. Wright, though he did clear it up, he seemed to, his answers on cross-examination, there were some things that were not true. There were some things we didn't agree to. He was kind of vague with it, and it took belaboring point by point for him to even acknowledge, hey, number 3, number 8, these are the only two anybody took issue with. So at this point, Your Honor, I believe that the iterations that were presented to Mr. Wright and to his client per his words are important because it is further evidence that corroborates Mr. Sledge's understanding of and his understanding of the final plea agreement that is 1AS and 444Y, and his ability to effectively engage in and have an active hand in that final document that he signed on December 28, 2022. It points not only, it demonstrates not only the inconsistencies of Mr. Sledge's testimony, but his outright perjury regarding his purported lack of ability to have any say in what that final document asserted that he signed. It is illustrative of the fact that he actually did have the ability to tell the state what he felt wasn't true and what parts he wanted changed. And I think that our position is that it is relevant in showing or allowing the jury to judge the credibility of statements Mr. Sledge has made on the stand versus the credibility of the statement that he made on December 28, 2022. statute that it substantiates our position that the representations that Mr. Sledge made under oath on December 28, 2022 were part of a long and detailed negotiation and refinement that Mr. Sledge himself took part in. As we, I think at this point, 24-1-104 might become relevant. That's the one I brought up earlier that didn't have any bearing on what we were talking about. But in as much as 24-1-104 speaks to the code section not limiting the right of a party to introduce before the jury evidence relevant to weight or credibility, we believe that this particular evidence allows the jury, it is pertinent evidence that they should be allowed to see, to understand fully what was put before Mr. Sledge, what he did dispute, what he did not dispute, and what he, so that they can compare it with what he finally agreed to and make a better determination about the truth of the statements he made on December 28, 2022. I think that the argument that some of the statements, the allegations made by the state, those are things that one way or another may be asserted in any event. For instance, they caught Nut down bad is a statement that we know is gonna come out either through the person that said it, the person that relayed to law enforcement that they said it, or in his statement to the police if he lies on the stand. These aren't matters that are so prejudicial. The defense wanted to have us reference part of them, but pointedly objected when I attempted to have Mr. Sledge show or point out differences between a previous iteration and the final version. That previous iteration was not circled there. It's one that I have because I did not tender it as a marked exhibit. They actually objected to my calling it a previous iteration. And I think in attempting to keep from the jury, not just the previous iteration, but the number of them and the changes that were made and requested, and the changes that were not requested, as is reflected in 460Y, we're keeping rather from the jury very relevant, pertinent evidence that in no way substantially prejudices either defendant through its admission. So I believe that an instruction that these are assertions made by the state, essentially questions that they ask the witness, then defendant, are these true? I initial them if they aren't, tell me what changes need to be made, and that they are not to consider as true from this witness or as take as statements by this witness anything that doesn't appear on state's 444Y, and that they should look at state's exhibit 460Y as substantive evidence of the defendant through his representative of what he was calling true and not true at the time that the state presented him the iteration that came just before it. So it allows them to put in context Mr. Sledge's factual acknowledgments and sentencing understandings that he signed.
I'm gonna get copies made of all of these.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so this one. Oh, batteries, thank you. All right, I've got some batteries. If
Oh,
you
did they
think
go in
that
here?
might help with- I'll just put them up here.
It seems like your mic is out and I think batteries, I don't know whether they take double A or triple A.
Double A over here.
All right, got a few of each.
I'm just gonna set those right there. All right, so I think that, there's the 444Y one, which is the signed plea acknowledgement, that's sort of a separate type than all of the rest of these correspondences back and forth. And are you at this point saying, just so I understand, that like as to 460Y, you don't even intend to redact it at all?
No.
All right, help me understand what you're saying.
As to 460Y, I wanted to redact everything except the one email that Mr. Wright sent. I want to take out everything else before. I even think I included twice in that 460Y, the same email. So I would like to redact out all of that except the email from Mr. Wright to me on December 27th at 8:43 or thereabout at night, wherein he is making statements for his client. So they are statements of his client that number one is okay, number two is okay. And I say that under, I would call it an adoptive admission, but he is
Well,
an
it's
agent.
an agent,
Right.
yeah.
So he is stating, his client is stating, number one is okay. And in order to know what number one is, the jury needs to see what number one was that I sent to them, which would be the exhibit directly preceding, which I believe is 452. If I'm wrong, I'll make that correction. But the jury should see 452, wherein Mr. Sledge says, that's okay. They should see whatever he wrote about 450, about number two.
Let me ask you something. I mean, is he really a party opponent anymore?
He
He
was.
But is he now? Because admitting it in this trial now, is that an admission by a party opponent?
Oh, you mean in terms of the,
You're saying, this is a statement by Mr. Sledge's agent, which it is, but would that get admitted under the admissions by a party opponent exception to hearsay?
I wasn't admitting it under
Okay,
that.
so-
I was just saying they are statements of Mr. Sledge.
Okay, all right, but under what exception do they come in?
They are Mr. Sledge's statements. He is a witness who was on the stand, who was subject to cross-examination. So in as much as they are inconsistent and contradictory to the testimony that he gave.
Okay. So I can see 444Y coming in as a prior inconsistent statement because he definitely testified inconsistently once he was on the stand to what he said in that document, which admitted as factually true all of those things that he initialed.
Right.
So that's a separate item, and I'll hear argument on let's deal with that one. 444Y.
Is it my turn?
Okay, so don't talk about the rest of them until we get past.
Not yet, because I think this is kind of separate than the rest of them,
Okay.
because it's a different type of document. So do you want to say anything else about that? You saying it's a prior inconsistent statement and it's impeaches him by contradiction.
Yes, and it corroborates the state's position and.
Well, I know why you want it.
Corroborate the state's position is
That-
not a hearsay exception.
Right, I understand that. Yeah, so why is that not come in
Okay.
as a prior inconsistent
Your
statement?
Honor, first, I just have to address one thing.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a whiner. This is exhausting because every time we are on the same page and Your Honor seems to direct us, things somehow get relitigated. We were up at the bench and we all looked at 444 or
No, 444 is a different one, but yes, 451 through 6 and 460.
Are we talking about the emails right now? Or are we talking?
No, what I wanted to talk about right now is the actual final plea
Okay.
acknowledgement.
So I'll address that.
Okay.
We all talked about this and we determined what would be admissible as prior inconsistent statements. And the state was allowed to read and confront, and he acknowledged that he signed. So he never said he didn't sign those things. He explained it. But those factual acknowledgments on the 1AS, which I think is 444Y, were read into the record and fully litigated. And we not only heard from Mr. Sledge, but then we heard from Mr. Sledge's attorney for a day. And the whole process of how everything happened was covered ad nauseum. I think the jury gets it. And there's nothing that I would understand to be gained by admitting the paper copy of what was testified to and discussed over a week with, this gentleman and his lawyer on the stand, however many days it was, that hasn't already been covered. Additionally, Your Honor, of course, my stance would be, if it were to be admitted, it would not go back to the jury because it would be continuing witness. It would be, signed statements, written statements, and the idea that somehow, well, that deals more with the prior versions, but
Yeah, let's not get to that.
yeah, I won't get to that yet, but we've discussed this, and now we're back to arguing about it again.
I don't actually know that we discussed 444Y 1AS.
Well, the state sought to admit it at one point, is my recollection, and you instructed the state to ask about the ones he was denying, and they confronted him and they said, this is what you're denying, factual acknowledgement. I'm using an example. 3, and then it was read, and then it was discussed, and then we went from one to the other to the other. The state was certainly not rushed in their examination of Mr. Sledge. So all this has been covered. There's no need to admit the document into evidence at this time. And it's cumulative, but also it should never go back to the jury to begin with. So I don't even know what purpose it would serve at this point.
Well, we can deal with that later, what goes and what doesn't go and what's subject to a continuing witness objection. But it's definitely a prior inconsistent statement. Y'all were given an opportunity to cross him on it. He was given an opportunity to explain it. It can come in as extrinsic evidence.
Well, okay.
It's pretty clear law. I
Well,
think.
the other thing is, I don't know if he denied, the other thing is he didn't deny adopting it. He said, and he gave an explanation.
I
but-
know.
Right, but I don't believe that lays the foundation for a prior inconsistent statement. Him saying, "Oh, I did sign this, and this is why I signed it,"
Okay.
and then so
Well, the statements on the document say every bit of this is true, and I acknowledge every bit of this. And he testified inconsistently to that with regard to the majority of it.
he did, but he never said at the time he didn't acknowledge it to be true.
I think he did. Okay, so to me, I don't know if the entirety of it or just the parts that he denies are admissible, but does it really matter
It
if,
does.
1, 2, and 14 through 15 come in?
I'd have to really look at it, and this is, the state has not given us a proposed redaction, but
Why,
Um,
I don't, do you propose to redact that at all?
No, and just as a
Well-
point of clarification, on the first day of direct examination, he specifically said that one was not true. He said that on the second day, he came back and said yes, but the first day he said no.
it's interesting that Ms. Love says that, because when she actually was examining him, she misspoke and said that he adopted number one. So now she's saying he denied it. Yes, I believe that if we're going to admit them, if the state's not willing to redact it, then it should not come in.
All right, so
What is it that they're proposing that we redact, Your Honor?
It's-
the
I'm-
parts that he didn't testify inconsistently with.
So I believe that the document as a whole serves to rebut it's a contradiction. The document as a whole is a contradiction, impeachment by contradiction. It serves the other, the three things that he said he admitted, 10, 11, and 12. I'm sorry, 5, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15. Provide context to the types of admissions that he was willing to make. It provides context.
All right, well, didn't they watch a video
Not
of you
with-
reading out
Not
just the parts that he said were inconsistent?
yes, just the parts that he said were inconsistent. And I believe that the document as a whole is evidence, powerful evidence of what the document contains, of the statements that he makes in the documents. I think it's evidence, the fact that he signed, the fact that the document exists, the fact that they can see what it is that he was looking at, and compare it with what it is he is saying on the stand, allows them to further assess his credibility. It corroborates what they saw. It corroborates his understanding of what it is that he was signing.
All right, if we're talking about is it an exception that permits its admission, it being corroborative doesn't get you over that line. So yes, sir. Yeah. Now, it may be that what you mean to say is that the entirety of the document needs to come in because that's the only way they can understand it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry for not doing it as well as the court did. When I say context, yes, it is the only way that the jury can fully understand the document and what was before Mr. Sledge at the time that he signed it.
The state's stance is that the jurors can't possibly understand one factual acknowledgement about a video, for instance, without being provided another factual acknowledgement about gas stations on Cleveland Avenue. That acknowledgement about gas stations on Cleveland Avenue just sheds light on this acknowledgement about the video that allows the jurors to understand that. That's ridiculous.
You had him admit on the stand the factual assertions that he still agreed with, right?
I had him not read from the document.
Did the
What I
jury
asked-
in any way hear the factual acknowledgements that he still acknowledged?
I believe that the
You know
answer is
the
in
answer.
some form or fashion they did. For instance,
Hang on just a second, Ms. Love.
oh,
Mhm.
and you said it, and I think the Honorable Attorney Sharp just said it. My memory, and according to my notes, the entire, from the swearing in of Mr. Sledge, then it skipped. And then the entirety of his acknowledgments, whether he admitted it or did not admit it, was read over my objection on a video audio from Crime and Law, or Law and Crime. And now we're doing it again. That's in evidence. So I'm objecting to it. It's already there. And the state at one time told you that they needed that evidence in because it shows demeanor, and he had opportunity to sit next to his lawyer, and that there was no one else in the courtroom, and Mr. Williams and I and the others weren't there to intimidate him, or whatever their word was. This is just cumulative. He's been impeached. He's been thoroughly impeached. So I'm objecting to 444 at all.
And at the appropriate time, I'd like to respond.
The answer to your question is yes, it has been acknowledged.
So your recollection is that on the video, every factual acknowledgement was read?
That is, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm not trying to be wrong.
He's
That's according to my notes. There was nothing redacted. It went right from the acknowledgments, whether he agreed or disagreed. It was read by Miss Love.
All right, Ms. Love, I know you sent us an email at some point that said, here's what I intend to play,
Respectfully, Mr. Steele is incorrect.
right?
We did.
Okay, so hang on. And was sent Friday, September 6th at 7:45 a.m. And then, yeah, I think that's the right date.
And what
Then
we,
maybe again to me at 9:54 a.m.
right. Would the court like that we put it on the screen or just reference the portions that we were taking out?
No. Oh, yeah, no, you didn't play the ones that he said were true. You only played the ones that he said were false.
Right. And yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so,
And when the court feels it appropriate, I just had a couple of more words to say in response to Mr. Sharp's response about 444 and impeachment by contradiction and the amount of time spent on it.
all right, I'm not concerned with the amount of time spent on it.
Okay. then not that, but-
So the ones that are prior inconsistent statements are the ones that he said were false. So if you're arguing that the entirety of the document should come in, what's your basis? Your basis for that is it's the only way for the state to, the jury to understand what he was willing to admit to and what he wasn't later on. What's your argument as to why it should all come in?
So, Your Honor, reading from Morgan versus Morgan versus Covington, 648 F 3rd 172 3rd Circuit is a 2011 case. The doctrine of, and this is quoted, this is cited from there. The doctrine of impeachment by contradiction serves as a means of policing a witness's obligation to speak the truth in response to proper questions and permits courts to admit extrinsic evidence that specific testimony is false, of course, because other evidence contradicts it. Other inadmissible evidence is admissible as rebuttal evidence where counsel opens the door to such evidence on direct or cross-examination. The doctrine of curative admissibility relates strongly to impeachment by contradiction. I won't get all into all of that, but when on cross-examination, oh, Judge.
Appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna give you your
Would you get that?
documents back.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton's coming.
None of these are the, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. Good.
Yes, Your Honor. So we're not just talking about, if we were only talking about inconsistent statements, then that would limit us to a portion of it. But here on cross-examination, the entirety of the cross-examination was intended to present to the jury the impression that the statement itself was not knowingly or willingly or voluntarily agreed to. And in fact, even though the court sustained the objection to the question, I believe Mr. Sharp said it, or I'm sorry, forgive me, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein said it when he said, when the state put these words in your client's mouth. So the point of it is, when on cross-examination, whether it's effective or not, when the effort is, and the witness has allowed it to happen, that an entire statement is essentially sort of undermined. You say you didn't understand it, you lied because your mother was not well and you wanted to get out of jail. The validity of the statement itself is now, it's impeached. It's almost like you're impeaching the statement itself. You're saying that the statement isn't valid. And so in as much as the statement as a whole does allow the jury to understand, it does place the few admissions he makes in context. We'd ask that it be admitted as not just a prior inconsistent statement, but as impeachment by contradiction.
Your Honor, there's no contradiction. He said that the state presented me a form that they wrote on their letterhead and asked me to initial it, and I did. And that's exactly what the form is. It's a form that they wrote on their letterhead that they asked him to initial, and he did. So there's no contradiction. The document doesn't contradict anything he testified to. Now, there needs to be a hearsay exception. And the reality is, if they're arguing that things are prior inconsistent statements, they've already been played in the video and we've already heard it. And if they're arguing things aren't inconsistent, then they shouldn't be played. There's no reason for the hearsay to come in. So even if I granted to them that it's a prior inconsistent statement, we've just established that we played a video with all of that being read, the jury's watched it, and that was covered. So at this point, that form for any hearsay exception that it would fall under, that's already been covered by the video.
All right, I'm gonna rule on this one that the portions that he disavowed on the stand may come in as extrinsic evidence of the prior inconsistent statement. And we'll deal later with whether they actually go out as continuing witness or not.
And for the record, which ones are those?
So I would think that would be, if everybody has it in front of them, my understanding is he disavowed 3, or at least portions thereof, 3, 4, 5, 6, these are all under 4, under, factual acknowledgements, 7, 8, 9, and 16. And then every bit of um, section 5, the sentencing acknowledgements. He said he didn't understand any of them, even though he initialed saying, I understand fully each of them, as well as the paragraph underneath that.
He also acknowledged on day 1 of my direct, number 1, I wrote it, though he changed that.
Well, if he changed it, then it was no longer inconsistent. I mean, I didn't, when you were like, all right, here it is in front of you, tell me which ones there you have any type of problem with. He did not say number 1. So
He,
done, I mean, I made my ruling. All right, so that's that one. That is, and I don't know whether you're gonna tender 444Y. That would make more sense. You've established that it's the same as 1AS.
I did.
Okay.
When,
I'm listening. Yes?
I'm going over, the, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that is, we understand the court's ruling with respect to 444Y.
All right. And I don't think it would come in as, whatever it's called, the rule of completeness, because that would be if one party's introducing it, the other party has the right to do more, and this is all one party over here trying to get it all in, so that doesn't apply. All right, I think now we can move on to the rest of them, which are all sort of, I need a bigger bench. The same thing. Well, I guess what's in 460 is not contained in any of 451 through 456, is that correct?
Well, 460 is Mr. Wright's email to us.
That, okay.
Right, and so 460, and by 460, I do mean the last 4
Right,
pages.
the part where he says, let's not do these ones, or here are the issues with these ones. So do you actually want or need the rest of them in?
Judge, because, so
And if
the answer is
so,
yes, and I will.
Okay, under what basis?
Okay.
Under what evidentiary rule?
Yes. So as to number 1, because Mr. Sledge, on the second day, he agreed and gave testimony about examples of number 1. It's not so much that it's an inconsistent statement as it relates to number 1, but when Mr. Sledge on cross-examination asserted that he did not have the ability to change things, that we didn't change things for him, showing the way that the recommended changes were presented to the state. What is not said is as important, in our opinion, as what is said.
All right, are we talking right now, I'm sorry, about just that portion of 460 that's Mr. Wright's 8:43 p.m. email?
I should have been clear. Yes, just, and the second part of that is just a duplicate where I asked that copies be made. So we are only talking about Mr. Wright's December 27, 2022, 8:43 p.m. Response to the state. Subject line is Reese-Sledge agreement updated. And with Mr. Wright on the stand, I clarified what exhibit came in before that he was responding to, which was 452,
Okay.
and then what exhibit came after that, which I believe was 453, but I'll check my notes to ensure that that's the case. So, in as much as number one, he's saying, okay, there's no caveat, there's no, oh, hey, we need this. Okay. So number two, obviously, Mr. Sledge agreed to number two, but there is an additional, they formed about 3 years before Peanut was shot, him offering up that kind of information, Mr. Sledge offering up that kind of information. He is nowhere in there is he asserting it's a record label.
All right, well, nowhere in his factual acknowledgement on number two is it asserted what YSL is. It just says defendant has been a member and or associate of YSL since blank.
Right.
So
What-
he wouldn't need to say, and by the way, it's not a gang.
I agree with that. Also, but in number one, where we say what it is,
Yeah,
we don't use the word gang. We say something, we use specific language that he's perfectly okay with. And then in number two, he makes no effort to, qualify anything as he did on the stand multiple times.
okay, well, as we all know, the case law holds that it's actually not illegal to be a member of a criminal street gang. It's only illegal to commit crimes in furtherance of, well, to commit crimes, period. And then it makes it a gang
What makes it a gang is a
violation to
crime.
commit crimes in furtherance of.
And that's why number one says.
Right, and so, I mean, number one is whatever number one is, but, that number two says, oh, by the way, it was about 3 years before Peanut was shot.
It's that he's offering information, and I'm going to defer whatever the court's ruling is,
Mhm.
but it's that he's offering additional information. He's
I think
comfortable enough to say.
I think that is okay, I think it was about 3 years beforehand, so it must have been about 2012.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Nu-
three,
Number three.
didn't we read that into the record?
We did. We read the response Mr. Wright gave,
Okay,
and I
We
believe
did
we
read that.
read,
We did read into the record.
if I make it, I
All right.
believe we read as well the portion of 452 that was number three, and then the final. I think we read number threes into the record, just so that the court is hearing what I believe is the full truth. We read not just that, but I asked him to read what he responded to and then how we changed it for him.
we read at least the final version of number three.
We
many,
did.
many times.
Okay.
So number four, back on the email by Mr. Wright.
Okay.
We never read that in, right?
So
I'll
number
remind-
four,
I'll remind
we did
the
not.
court that we approached about number four. There were obvious problems with number four that were inadmissible. We were told to stay away from number four. The state was told to stay away from number four for obvious reasons. There's all sorts of speculation in there. And now, after being told to stay away from it, and we were told to stay away from it, and we did not address it during cross-examination. Now, after witnesses have testified, the state's seeking to admit a document that has number four in it. And it's just,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
yeah.
know what we're doing.
Your Honor,
Number
Yeah.
5 is not even relevant, right?
Your Honor, if I may just circle back briefly, as it relates to number four, there was an objection to it. We followed the court's instruction. We did not ask him about it. And when the issue that I have with number four not being addressed here is I don't more importantly, I don't know how an assertion that the witness did not adopt is prejudicial when he is not, he denies it, and we change it, and we take it out, that he was planning, he had personal knowledge that they were planning. That is powerful because it is a material fact that
He doesn't
denied.
have personal knowledge
That's
that they
ex-
were planning it.
Judge, that's the point that I'm making, that he says, I did not know that. The fact that something that,
Even saying I did not know that is sort of like,
or that's not
oh,
true.
it's true, but I didn't know it.
No, he's saying that's not true. He is
No,
saying
he's
that-
not. He's saying, I don't know. I think maybe XYZ. That is not coming in. That needs to be kept out under 403 if nothing else. And that's really the only thing you wanted in, right? So
I didn't hear you.
is that really the only thing from this that you wanted in?
When you say this, you mean
From this being this part, the 8:43 PM email from Mr. Wright that is
Oh.
included within 460Y.
I didn't even the language of what he says, I didn't even need to have that in. I mean, I understand why that would be considered, and I understand the court's position there, why it would look like something was pre-planned. The reason that I was asking or seeking to have the assertion in is just to show that he says no to it. And we could take out all of number 4 under Mr. Wright's email and just say, no, I don't, just, he denied it.
Well, we can't make it say something.
No, not put the word no.
What we
He
doing now?
said, Mr. Wright said on the stand
Okay.
that is something that we did not agree to and we took
Okay.
out.
And that's exactly the point. Mr. Wright
Exactly.
said all
Alright.
the stuff on the.
We're not going to be admitting 460Y. And that leaves 451 through 456. And those kind of, what would be the theory under which those would come in?
It, Your Honor, provides, it contradicts Mr. Sledge's testimony when I presented him with a prior iteration, that there was an objection to it being called a prior iteration. And I asked him to show me things that were different. It contradicts his testimony that he saw prior iterations and was allowed to make changes to the prior iterations. He said on cross, the first time he ever saw that plea agreement, it might have been the first time that he saw.
Well, that was the first time he saw that plea agreement because all of these were prior versions.
And when I asked him, did he see any prior versions? My recollection is that he denied.
I don't remember that. I think he said the back and forth between us and the state was up to my lawyer. I left that to my lawyer. That
And
was
Mr. Wright clearly
I'll-
testified that he took a version to speak to Mr. Sledge the night before.
And I'll look back at.
All right, well, subject to that actually being some kind of so that would be what, impeachment by contradiction?
Yes, it would.
Okay, well, you can let me know if he actually testified
Your Honor,
in the way that you remember it. Yes.
and I don't think we should have to litigate this again, and I'm going to explain why.
Okay.
The state, under the state's theory, well, I mean, why don't they just do this for every case? They could write out their facts, just send them to a bunch of witnesses. Witness doesn't need to initial them at all. And then they take the stand, and then we just start bringing in all copies of documents that they wrote and sent to witnesses that witnesses looked at. I mean, it's false facts here. It's facts that haven't been adopted on these state on these documents. There's inadmissible statements on these documents. It's a mess. And we didn't create this. We didn't tell the state to do it this way. We didn't tell the state to write their documents and then send them to an attorney, write the statements and send them to an attorney and see what the co-defendant says or the witness says. We didn't tell them to do it this way. They created this
I
problem.
understand. You get back to me if you can find some kind of testimony that you think lets you get this in. Right now, they are excluded.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. And I will look for that.
Yes.
I can't say with certainty, but I'm just going to ask if there is also a case which I, in my mind, the recesses of it, believe that it may address specifically like
Okay, well. if you-
iterations.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Even if Mr. Sledge did say there were never any other versions, and which I don't think he said, you've disproved that by presenting the testimony of Mr. Wright. So I think given the number of 403 concerns there are with 451 through 456, I'm going to just stand on my ruling excluding them.
Your Honor, with respect to the 403
Mm-hmm.
concerns that were raised, given that 403 addresses matters that are substantially more prejudicial than probative, and given the extent of the cross-examination and the efforts to undermine the willingness or knowingness of Mr. Sledge's statements, essentially even in the arguments that are made, it's essentially the argument is that this isn't a statement that Mr. Sledge made. Showing that Mr. Sledge, showing a prior statement, contradicting that testimony.
That's what 444Y is. And that's it.
The,
As redacted.
that's the ultimate
That's
one that he
I
signed.
know. And
But
that's-
showing, yes, it is. It
I
is.
know.
Showing that he was untruthful and letting the jury decide, why are you telling stories about that? About seeing a prior version, we believe is strong evidence that allows them to judge his credibility, why he's saying what he's saying, any bias he may or may not have, and help them to determine the truth of which statement they should believe. So we would ask that the court, I don't know, revive
Undo
its
the
prior
I just
ruling,
made 5 minutes ago.
revive the ruling that the court
Okay.
made.
Denied. Let's move on.
Baby, she is rough today, honey. She is rough today. Jesus.
All right. What were y'all tasked with over the lunch period?
Your Honor, we reviewed the proposed segments of those videos that showed Mr. Beebe and Mr. Eppinger referring to and they weren't referring to it, but it's clearly involving the armed robbery that they're charged with that's listed as an overt act. I can say on behalf of myself and Mr. Steele, we have objections. I think Mr. Steele was going to articulate them
All right.
to those segments.
Okay. I think it would probably help for me to be able to see what those are, but before we do that, 463Y, were you intending to tender that at all? I don't know if that was one that you had included that we said we'll circle back or not. That was the one that was just his sentence that showed that he got the sentence on the second count too.
No, that was just to
okay.
refresh his
All right.
memory.
Thank you. All right, can you queue up the portions of that video, please? Hmm.
I mean, it's like she has them in court study. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, this is crazy. This is a monster of a trial.
Can you show me that last portion again?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, wait a minute, the
The
video.
camera,
Who
again,
is
going
that?
towards the state's theory.
But they hit him up.
Wait a minute.
And it'll be Christian Eppinger. This is after.
Okay, let's see this. Hold on, got some video. Self snitching. And self snitching ain't got to be you talking in the video. Your actions. Registration field.
Together that, just the portions of that guilty plea. So if we're going to be just showing portions of various videos and things, if y'all could do that for those as well, that moved things along much more quickly.
Thank you, Judge. We will after we
Great.
work it out.
Decide. Okay. Thank you.
Ante BB, and it'll be Christian Eppinger. This is after the armed robbery that both are alleged to have committed. Mr. Beebe has recently or did plead to the charges in this indictment regarding this armed robbery.
All right. So I'm sorry, timing wise, this is shortly after the robbery or shortly after?
Shortly after the robbery.
Okay.
And we're going to begin the first portion at 1:12. And it's about 3 seconds, Your Honor, from 1:12 to 1:15.
What y'all going on, man? What's up, Slam?
And Your Honor, as you see, or if you see there, when Christian Eppinger gets onto the call, he throws up what we have alleged is the YSL sign, and then Durante do it back towards him.
Okay.
The next portion, Your Honor, is 2 minutes and 45 seconds to 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Anybody here? I'm out there. All right, Slatton.
Can you get rid of that box by chance? I don't know why that does that.
And so, Your Honor, if I need to play back, I will. But when they're ending the call, they both say flat, which is a terminology that we are alleging that YSL members use. And then the last portion is 356, 408.
But they hit them up. Really, yo, my artist, remember. Look at me, I done built me a business up.
And it ends there. Just a few things. The clothing that he is wearing, Your Honor, I believe this is OTF on the slime clothing that he is wearing. This is also his public page. And so immediately after this call, he then points a gun at and towards the camera, again, going towards the state's theory that members of YSL operate with violence and using guns to show their threat, their notoriety, and given everything that has happened in the video, those relevant portions. Those are, for this video, the 3 portions.
Ms. Hilton, excuse me.
Can you not hear?
I didn't quite follow the first thing she said. Something about what was on the clothing.
We believe that this is clothing that we've seen on other YSL members. It's either OTS or on the slime clothing. We've seen, and I think we have a few other posts, Your Honor, with them wearing similar type of clothing, but it has either YSL or related terminology on the clothing.
All right, and on what piece of clothing is that?
on his, I believe, the headpiece as well as the shorts.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
can you show me that last portion again?
Yes, Your Honor. And I started a little.
So, oh, the headpiece and the shorts.
They ain't got no involvement, but they hit them up. Really, yo, my artist, man, remember. Look at me, I done built me a business up.
And what does he say?
Built me a business
Oh,
up.
I heard that part. What does he say before then?
Should I poke good old white folks?
Is this just to show the clothing? None and saying,
They hit them up. Really, yo, my artist, man, remember. Look at me, I done built me a business up.
I think he's rapping a lyric to a song, but he says he hits them up, and I'll have to go back and look at the other portion of the language.
Your Honor, procedurally, are you wanting us to argue these one at a time?
I
Or
think, yeah, that'll be this set, not like, well, not necessarily one portion at a time, but like this would be, I'll hear the argument as to this. So I guess there's the beginning where they're throwing signs, the end where they're signing off with the language, and then the middle, the end of their call, and then the end of his post where he's wearing particular clothing, pointing a gun and saying something indiscernible other than that he's going to build the business up, but maybe you can let me know what he's saying. But if what he's saying doesn't matter, then
I have
okay. All right.
I have reason to believe that he's singing a popular
Okay.
line from a song that
All right.
is not involve anyone in this room.
Okay. So is this line of, what's the line of clothing? Is it like a line of clothing you can buy in stores?
Lord, that poor good old white lady. This nigga shit.
It's one member of YSL, Miles Farley, who is purportedly a clothing designer. He creates
Okay.
some of the clothing.
That is
Yeah.
not,
I don't know if this is that,
that's
but
not his clothing line.
but the clothing says, and I have another picture because I believe this is from all the same line.
Okay, but I mean, if this is something he's wearing and you want it in to show that he's a gang member.
And the clothing says, and I want to back up, we believe it says slat on the clothing, on the shorts. And I'm looking at another act that we have, Act 143, with him and Christian Eppinger, and Christian Eppinger wearing a jacket similar to the pants and the hat set that he's wearing in this particular video.
And when is this from?
October of 20, after October 10th of 2021. The armed robbery takes place in October of 2021.
All right, and tell me why y'all are offering this.
The first two portions is to show that both Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Beebe, again, right after the robbery, are in communication with each other, showing their association with YSL by one, using the gang symbols, and two, using terminology in which members of YSL uses. And then the last portion of the video, which is when he places the gun inside of the video, Your Honor. Again, this is a public posting of Mr. Beebe. And it shows, again, that members of YSL uses this gun for no reason comes into this video at the end. There's nothing, I don't know what the purpose of actually flashing a gun is, but to show that he, as a member of YSL, has handguns, uses handguns, especially coming after an armed robbery, which we allege.
All right, and the armed robbery was what, like October 12th or something?
October
like
12th of
that?
2020.
And then when is this video posted?
I just need to pull up the Instagram, Your Honor, of when this exactly video was posted.
can I ask the state another question while they're
Oh my
looking into that?
gosh, honey.
It, it's being, and I'm sincerely asking. It's being stated that this is a public posting, and I'm wondering if was it a public posting or was this something retrieved off of his cell phone? Because those are two different things.
Yep, two different processes of evidence.
Got an Instagram return for Mr. BB.
So yes.
So
these
was
are
this on his
public-
Instagram page? Was this a story that disappeared after 10 seconds? I'd need a little bit more context about what exactly this video is, where it came from, and how it was presented to the public.
It came from his Instagram return. His page, I believe, was a private page, and the Instagram video was of him. It's a Instagram call that he makes with Eppinger, so it has to be public because Eppinger knew to log into the call when that's how he gets onto the call.
So is it public between the two of them?
No,
Forgive me, I'm not.
no, I believe it's
Instagram
public to
familiar.
Instagram because
To his private page? Because you said it was a public post on a public page, but then you said it was from his private page.
no, it's his personal page,
Oh,
but
okay.
a public.
You don't mean it's private. You just
No,
mean it was his page.
personal page.
Your
Okay,
Honor,
but it's a
people-
public page.
People that are younger than me, that are helping me here, are telling me that this is not something, like if I wanted to check out what Mr. BB was doing on Instagram, it's not something that I could find publicly. This was a call.
If you followed, if I know a lot of people have lots and lots and lots of followers, like thousands and millions. Would any follower be able to see this? I'm just trusting the
Try
youth
this good
in
old
the
white
room
lady,
now
good
to.
white people being used in this manner. I'm so embarrassed.
I can Google it.
Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying this. And shout out to the folks.
All right, let's assume for now that it's a public page
I don't
and we
know.
can circle back
My
on it.
understanding is
I don't know if
once
we'll
the
get
call,
both
and this is my
today. I just
confusion,
want
I'm
to
asking
talk
the state.
about
Okay, I'm using call.
common
But
law.
it's not technically a call. Okay, but once the interaction is done, it is not saved. This is what my understanding is. It's not saved on his page. So I would not be able to say, hey, for instance, if I said,
Could you watch it while it's going on if it's being posted to the page?
if you were, I think it depends if you were invited.
If you're a follower,
So, Vic, he could be going in the direction of this. Of course, it might challenge it, but it depending on where the evidence was, where it derived from, right? It is going to determine what type of authentication needs to be done. All right, and then of course his line of defense, right? So to get after what this state is talking about. Now he also can be asking all these questions, and how he do to trying to figure out what the state is trying to prove on with this particular piece of evidence, right? And so this is a smart tactic, okay? Strategy, smart tactic up here, okay? And I wish we could have gotten into R. Kelly's case and broke it down like this. You know what I'm saying? So we could flex our skills, baby, on rat in real time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yes, so
I, it, whomever.
with Instagram, and they are on a Instagram story oftentimes.
Mm-hmm.
The other person watching your story to get onto the call that you were accepting.
All right. Can they watch watch it regardless? I don't know. Somebody other than the two people communicating can watch it.
Are you saying can watch it if they're given permission to watch it, or are you saying they can just watch it? 'Cause our
If they're
understanding-
followers or if it's a public post.
God, look at him.
And then there's clearly something he does even after the communication is over that he's showing in the post. All right, and does it disappear or does it stay up
I
until you
believe
take it down?
disappears. I believe it disappears.
Okay, so it's up for 24 hours. And do we know whether this is an Instagram story? Okay. Well, we'll assume for now that it's a public Instagram story that's up for 24 hours.
And I'll add one other thing, and I can't say this with certainty. On one of these calls, or whatever they're called, one of these interactions between him and Eppinger, it was determined that no one was in the room. So I don't think that there's the room meaning watching. So
The virtual
I
room.
don't believe that.
Well, I'm not sure that matters
Oh,
if you're
well.
posting it to be consumed publicly if there is somebody watching.
Okay, well, I think you can tell if there's people watching or not, and I think it was this call, but I don't want to swear to it.
All
But I have no evidence that anyone was actually watching, other
Okay.
than him and Eppinger.
So do you know when the post was made? Have y'all been able?
When the posting, according to the Instagram video, was
Okay.
taken.
All right, but close in time.
So it was close. So it was 2 days before showing
All right.
these two individuals.
Okay, I think that the first two portions are relevant and not excludable under 403. The third one, unless you can give me a whole lot more to explain why that clothing makes any difference at all. The fact that he's holding a gun when nobody can, when all he's doing is singing, doesn't show anything.
Oh,
You're right. He is representing, we believe, with the clothing on YSL prior to an armed robbery that he commits with.
Okay. I understand you believe that. But to believe that.
To believe that the clothing is
That the
right?
clothing, yes, it makes any difference whatsoever.
So
With respect to the case law that has come out after Rodriguez and all in the furtherance of a gang.
Uh-huh.
So some of the things that courts have named as evidence of furtherance of it being done in furtherance of the gang
Mhm.
is whether or not the person is wearing items of clothing, articles of clothing that have or bear the gang name, if they say the name, if they do things that represent the gang in close proximity to the time of the crime.
I understand that.
so, to me, this is just my opinion. They are, like, I understand that they want to make sure they establish that all of these defendants are connected to, connected, right? Connected to each other some kind of way. Knew what was going on. Some of them did. Everybody don't have to know in order for them to be active in the conspiracy and definitely in the RICO overall. But to me, it's just overdoing it, right? The clothing and all of that, trying to symbolize some type of cohesive unit, a group, and all of that, right? I get it. Is it necessary? Is it needed? I don't know. I don't think so, unless the clothing, unless you can show where they had on the clothing every time they did, I mean, if they had the clothing every time they had a photo of them doing some kind of crimes or something like that or whatever, I can see where you keep pushing it. But other than that, I mean, oh my God, like with a lot of this case building and with each segment, it does seem like one or two of these processes could be eliminated. You know what I'm saying? It's just overkill at this point. If the jury does not understand what you're trying to establish, okay, throughout the trial, on your closing, at, during your opening, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, that like trying to rope the clothing in there and all of that, like unless you're really going somewhere trying to establish something else with this clothing, I mean, god damn. Like, are you trying to also say that every time they did something, they had the slime clothes on, or the slime clothes, or are you just trying to show that the slime clothes represent street gang presence, just like the Bloods being all that red and all of that? Like, damn, this is a good old white woman. We shouldn't be doing this to her like this. She patient. She come here all the time in the middle of this crazy ass case, and now you done dumped all this here on her. Good white people. I love
Yeah,
white people.
with the fact that he is pointing the gun at the camera and saying whatever he's saying, we would, our analogy, we draw the analogy that in pointing that gun at the camera, if, as Ms. Hilton is looking, we find sufficient to the court's satisfaction that he is wearing YSL clothing, in the same sense, he's representing YSL as he's pointing that gun at the camera, making the statements wherever they are, singing or otherwise. And in doing so, he is making a public assertion about YSL's willingness to perform violence
Sure.
or to
All right, y'all get back to me on the clothing.
I'm ready for the
Okay.
clothing.
I
So
think-
I'm going to show a portion of the video.
Your Honor, I think I'm probably stating the obvious, but that's not when the armed robbery happened. So,
But yeah, it sounds like it was 2 days before.
yeah, so I don't know about what Ms. Love just said. This has nothing to do with showing that the armed robbery was somehow gang related. Even if he's wearing that clothing. But Your Honor, regarding the clothing, again, I agree with Your Honor about the ruling, and we'll look at the clothing, but the gun, I don't like, the thing about clothing is we can get a screenshot and see what someone's wearing. I don't know why we have him rapping and pointing a gun, because that is just
What
a
lots
man,
of people unfortunately do these days.
right.
Your Honor.
Yes.
And further, what clothing is this? Because Miss Hilton, first she said she thought it was one clothing, then it might have been somebody else's clothing. So can you please tell us what clothing line is this?
I can't tell you the clothing line. I can just tell you that the clothing has slat on it. And if we look at his shorts, and this is at timestamp 3:43, I'm using this timestamp, and then I also now want to show the court Act 143 with someone wearing the same similar clothing, and where it's clearly that it says slats on the clothing, which is terminology used by YSL.
Okay, you're showing us where it says this on this clothing.
So on this clothing, with the black base, the blue lettering says slats, and then there's also some red items, but we know that the blue lettering says slat. And I know this, or we believe it is this, because
Do you have him wearing other gang paraphernalia at other times?
That's what I'm
All
pulling
right,
up now.
then that's gonna be sufficient.
So at the 143, Your Honor, which is, we believe on September 29th, 2021, so about 2 weeks before the video, Mr. Eppinger, who he's in the video with, is wearing the similar clothing, the slats. He just has the jacket version on.
Okay,
And then BB is wearing the OTS, which says only the slimes. I don't know who created it, but it's slime clothing or slat or YSL affiliated clothing, Your Honor.
and who is that? Is that,
So that's the same. So the person in the jumpsuit
No, I
is
have
Mr.
Oh,
Devontae
white.
Beebe. This is the person who had the gun in the video. Next to him is Mr. Eppinger, who was the person who joined
okay,
the
so
video.
you have both of them a couple of weeks before wearing what y'all allege to be gang clothing.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's enough. You can have those two portions that are the beginning and the end of his call, and we're not gonna do the third portion.
Thank you.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? So I was right. They trying to establish that this is a sort of gang clothing. Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
I want to, if you rule definitively, I want to just put my objection on the record. These are out-of-court statements. Mr. Beebe and Mr. Eppinger are not here. So it cannot be, the way I understand the law, admission by a party opponent because they're not on trial.
Right.
And therefore, it has to come under some sort of co-conspirator hearsay exception. And I don't know how this furthers a conspiracy to say, and I believe these are quotes, what's going on in the first 112 to 115, Your Honor, and then what's up, slat. I don't know how that furthers the conspiracy, so I'm objecting to the verbal. In addition, I asked the court, there are a tremendous amount, there was a contest on the internet who can say slat with a song so many times. I tried to put that in evidence, and Your Honorable Court sustained the state's objection and said, who cares? It's a popular thing that is being said now, and who cares that people are on the internet saying that? The state just said that slat is important because that's what YSL members use. I want to show that everybody uses it. And slat was a popular term before 2012 when this supposed gang formed. You will learn if you let it
Did
in.
somebody already establish that? I know
tried
you
to.
established it with regard to like some of those other sayings.
Yes, Mr. Trentavious Stevens stated that when he was younger, it was made popular by a rapper, an artist named
Right.
Lil Wayne.
Okay.
So I was stopped from doing it. So I'm objecting. I understand. I'm not trying to belabor this, but I'm objecting to all the verbal statements. And then I just think it's nothing here to me furthers the conspiracy.
All
That's
right.
the only way to do it.
Thank you. All right, so that's that issue. Oops.
3396. And I'm going to find the date, Your Honor. This is after the robbery. And we'll play from 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Do you know how far after the robbery?
That's the date. Yes, sir. This is on 10/13/2021, so 1 day after.
1 day.
All in the club throwing gun signs.
Social media. What can I say?
All in the club throwing gun signs. Y'all know what the fuck going on, man. Shit, why so?
Okay.
Few things, although he's in the bed saying he's in the club throwing gang signs, he threw up the YSL sign in this video. He threw up, we believe to be the little B blood sign in the video. More importantly, I freeze frame on the chain. This is the chain that was stolen from the victim 2 days prior to, or a day, excuse me, prior to the this video being posted. He's also wearing, you can see his headpiece or the hat, or the mask that he has on his head is also another mask that says "Keep America Slime Again," and then he says "This shit YSL" at the end. So,
Okay.
for those reasons, we believe that is relevant.
Anybody want to argue against that?
And just like the first one, I'm not conceding that this is for publication for the public, and I haven't heard how the state is going to lay that type of evidence before the court. And I don't have that evidence, so I can't tell you that it was for publication. I
So
can't
it's a
tell you
live-
was private.
Okay, we'll circle back on that.
Okay.
I don't know how the state's going to prove that that is the chain that was stolen from Mr. Smith.
I bet it looks like a pretty distinctive chain. Are you going to have
Right.
somebody to
Yeah, sure.
identify that as the proceeds of the robbery?
The victim goes by the rap name Trap Commander, and that's what is said on the chain that is stolen. And we intend to call that individual.
Okay.
And then I don't believe that this, depending upon if it's public or not, I don't believe that this furthers a conspiracy, which it has to, the way I understand it, for his verbal statements.
All right. Can you respond to that?
So, looking at the Instagram return, we know that this video is from the archived live videos.
Okay.
Instagram does not disclose, at least on our immediate review, whether it's a public page, but if we know it's a live video, I imagine he is broadcasting it out to someone because it's a live video. He's not broadcasting it to himself. And so a live video is what we discussed earlier. He gets on Instagram and anyone who is following him can literally open up his icon and see that he's doing a live
And
video.
if you haven't yet, are you going to present somebody to explain to those of us who are not 20
Yes.
that all of this is true?
Yes, Your Honor. We will
Okay.
have someone explain Instagram. And because he is posting a day after the armed robbery, the boldness of stealing the person's chain and with YSL paraphernalia on and saying YSL. For those reasons, we do believe it's in furtherance of the ultimate YSL enterprise conspiracy.
All right. I'm going to rule that admissible. Yes, when I rule it admissible, I have done the 403 analysis and found that it is not excludable under 403. Nothing in there is substantially more prejudicial than probative.
Number 16, and that's going to be from 53 seconds to 2 minutes and 50. And for the purposes, we'll identify it as the last 4 digits, 5860.
Is
And this
also
is-
Instagram
It's also an Instagram video,
live feed.
a live feed as well, and this is on October 14th, 2021.
Okay, so 2 days afterwards.
Yes.
Okay.
What? What they do? Well, hold on now. Oh, a lot of snake face up. They locked snake face up. They did. Yeah. Oh, everybody did. Yeah, they wound up. You snake face, man.
How much money is that?
He said, what? He said, so where you at? You still on the way up there? Yeah, we on the way to the room. We on the way to the room right now. Oh. I'm gonna call you. Yeah, all them motherfuckers playing. Cigarette, yeah. Flat theater, man. Hey, I'm at the studio. You in bullshit? Yeah, I'm gonna lock in right quick. About 4 or 5 hours. You'll be back by the time, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Yeah. And wait. Oh. Yeah, slap bit, no rat bit. No kiss. He's about to add me, please. What that is? Where you from? Boy, how the... I don't think it all this shit. Hit the phone.
And we can stop it at 2:47, Your Honor. So a few things that occur in this video is Mr. Beebe is on his way somewhere, and Mr. Eppinger joins the call again or joins the video again. You hear him say, as he's holding up the chain that they just stole a day before, says slap business, and then later again they say slap business, no rat business, Your Honor, and believe that testimony will come out during this portion that Darius Smith had went to the police, after he had gotten robbed. I believe that there is some information that he was being threatened after he went to the police. After he went to the police, Your Honor. Furthermore, also in this video, you see another co-conspirator, Miles Farley. When they pan the camera to the individual who's in the front, he appears to be sleeping. That is another co-conspirator in this case, which is Miles Farley. So for those reasons, and you see them also in this video putting up the YSL sign as well, that for those purposes, this is relevant to show association, to show the furtherance of the enterprise, especially even after the armed robbery.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am going to wage the same objections, that it does not further the hearsay objection to the conspiracy. But if your court is consistent, then what I'd like you to do is please wrestle with the idea that the one before 3396, showing the court said that's a specific pendant, and therefore it's relevant. Robbery occurred the day before. This is the following day, so 2 days after it. This has the same pendant showing, so I would argue that in the 403 at some point it's cumulative. So those are my thoughts.
All right. So yes.
Okay, so that's what I used to say. Well, one, move for Rule 43 is when I used to talk about the text messages and stuff. She said it was cumulative. Okay, so that's why it wouldn't be admissible. Okay, and Attorney Steele just gave perfect example. Yeah, I want me a uh, um, uh, caramel sundae with nuts from McDonald's. And what happens is some of that ice cream be, making it down the way of the little cup, and I can mix it in with the caramel and the nuts. Hey, that's all I'm gonna say. Hey, hey.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor. I have a question. As a condition precedent to the admission of this particular piece of evidence, public or private is a condition in terms of the social media, whether or not the platform was public, correct? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that question?
so you said this was another live feed?
Archived live videos.
So they are downloading that information or those documents from a live feed. How do they know at the time that that it was public? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, and honestly, we may need to have somebody kind of like give a proffer on all of that. I mean, I hear you saying your understanding is that it would only be archived if it was a live feed, and that live feeds stay up for 24 hours. And I think that anybody who wanted to log onto that page could see it, or at least anybody who was a follower could see it.
Definitely anyone who's a follower could see
Okay.
it. And I think that's the distinction. Anyone who's a follower of the person could see it. Whether or not someone who's not a follower could see it would determine whether or not it was a public or private. I don't know if that, to me, that goes to weight, not admissibility of the evidence coming in, whether or not it was a private or public page, but what we know is a live video. Other individuals can see that, whoever may follow him, or if it's a public page, people who don't follow him can see it. But other people besides himself could view the
So, I
video.
mean, this one it's a communication between, and amongst several co-defendants and alleged co-conspirators. Given all that she set forth as the different things that were significant, I don't think it's just cumulative of him himself sitting there with the chain. This is him talking to his
His co-defendant,
co-perpetrator
co-conspirator.
of the robbery, and talking about slap business and rat business. So it's not simply cumulative, it adds a whole lot more. And honestly, like whether this one is public or not,
Okay.
it's them talking in furtherance of the conspiracy. So for this particular one, it wouldn't be significant to the ruling whether it's public. For that first one, it seemed to be, I mean, for one thing that she was saying, that was one of the reasons why, but yeah, not really for this one.
And for the court, I'm being told that whenever the court does consider public or private in terms of whether or not it's a condition precedent, that there should be some comments or icons demonstrating how many viewers are present, common.
Okay. So I don't think how many viewers actually see it is significant to the fact that you might be putting it out there to be seen. Or you're putting it out there where it could be seen.
And comments and viewers count are key, to determine in allowing.
Miss Westmoreland is like, would you older people please stop talking about this?
But Your Honor, the reason why Attorney Matthews is bringing up comments and things of that nature is because when it is public, even just public, meaning that your own followers can see it, you would tend to see commentary from even your own followers. So I just don't think that the state has proven that the videos, at least the videos that you're considering, whether it's public or private, even your own followers being able to see it, I just don't think they provided any evidence.
All right, well, I don't think it really matters for this one. So I find this one to be admissible.
Your Honor,
Yes.
before, this has nothing to do with the court's ruling. I'm not trying to relitigate anything, but while Ms. Hilton was speaking, she mentioned Mr. Darius Smith and their possible threats or something of that nature. I don't know of anything that I've been told or provided in discovery that provides any information about that. So to the extent that the state's ever going to want to get into anything like that, I would expect to be given some information.
Some production of something?
Yes.
Are y'all planning to get into that?
I believe it's already, and we'll double check, I believe it's something that's already in discovery that after this, whether it was his interview, whether it was Mr. Smith's interview, that he talked about receiving threats because he went to the police. And so I'll
All
find
right, we'll just make sure that they've got that.
Okay, so there's no video of any threats or
No,
anything?
no.
Okay.
Okay, it's just that he says during the course of his interview with police when he was reporting the crime. Okay. And y'all are familiar with that?
I'd have to check too.
Okay.
I
That's
just didn't
fine.
remember seeing
Okay.
videos.
Yes.
You just said that the last one, which is 5860, has more, so it's not cumulative of the previous one, 3396, but wouldn't 3396 then
Wouldn't be cumulative.
Yeah, that's what I was arguing earlier, because you said that it's coming in because it's showing the unique trap command is what I believe it says on the it says trap.
Yeah, no, I just thought that when you, that comment was when you said, how do we know it's his necklace? I was saying that looks like a pretty unique necklace.
But wouldn't, I mean, at some point, is it I know it's short, but isn't it cumulative of the next day?
You know, that is much more to me, him really kind of flaunting the necklace that had just been stolen a day before, flashing money, throwing gang signs, saying, if he said, I heard him say this shit YSL, I think that is somewhat different than what we see in that 586.
Let me say this. I don't know what kind of game the defense may play. I'm going in and out, but I see, but all this evidence and all this extra shit that the state is trying to put in, right? I'm not talking about right now, but you know, they've been talking back and forth about the evidence. I don't know if the state is set up there, not the state, the defense will sit up there and allow the state to put in all this evidence, probative or not, and it is prejudicial to the jury. Because you can't put in all of it, because then, you know, a lot of it run afoul of 403. So if they sit up there and let them put in all that evidence, then if there is a conviction in this case, then the defense got a real shot at winning their appeal if they sit up there and look at all of that evidence that would be prejudicial. You know, it's just loving to be too much. Oh my God. Crazy. You know, I went from, you know, I understand her trying to make a point, because I told you strategy, that's my, you know, it's my shush, right? But, you know, and I know, and you really want to do it, land that evidence too. You really want to support what you're saying with that evidence. I get that. But at some point you don't want to make it um, may turn into a situation where it's too much, where, run afoul of 4-3, right? It's too much. And the judge sometimes don't. In this case, this massive case, a judge may not know exactly where you're going and what you're doing, right? Like right now, I'm winging it, right? I'm guessing, all right? Been pretty decent at the guesses, but I'm guessing because the judge might not know where you're going, and she don't know. She might let you get this evidence and get this evidence and get this evidence, all this evidence and shit. And it could be, it could mount up so much to where you got 10 pieces of evidence, I'm just throwing out a name, to prove one fact or one element. And then, just say if you have, and then the witness list, oh my gosh, like, you don't need 5 different witnesses saying the same shit. That'll run afoul of 4-3. And if the judge lets it in, not even knowing that um, all of this evidence is not all of it, of course, but a good, 10 pieces of evidence to establish one point, like, she doesn't know. It's God knows how many people. You see, she has gotten disinterested. She tired. She's good old white people. We shouldn't do this to them. I love white folks. That's why I love them to death. Okay, let me continue. If you're white, you're all right with me.
Your Honor, after all of the
The
specific,
videos, okay.
yes, after all of that, I just wanted to make a general, ask the court's instruction on a general matter about
Okay.
cumulative nature, but I'll let the court go through all of this. I just didn't want to.
Well, what do you want to know?
Generally, what I'm hearing is that whenever video, a picture of something is shown that's slightly similar in nature to something else, there's been the cumulative of the 403 objection. And the court knows, and everyone does, that there are 65 counts in this indictment and 8 defendants currently on trial. And
Now you know what? I'm gonna have to play the lottery. Cause I just laid out the. Listen, if I tell you duck and pull a truck, shut up and hook the motherfucker up. Okay, she's pretty much saying what I just said. She said every time the state put in a bunch of evidence, you get a 403 objection. And judge, it's 55, 65 counts. Was she trying to say we got to put all this in? Let's see. God, I'm good.
and to the extent that some of the evidence, and the court has been essentially ruling along these lines, but I just wanted to say that to the extent that there are efforts by the state to put in multiple showings of a defendant doing, or other defendants or co-conspirators doing things that may appear similar on different times or at different days. This is meant to rebut this continued assertion by counsels for 8 defendants on trial that this is a record label and nothing more. So I just wanted to put out there regarding the cumulative and the 403 objection that we constantly get when there is some similar, and the court's ruled the way I believe that is proper. But I did want to respond to that objection that is constantly being made. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Your
Well,
Honor.
to me, cumulative isn't whether there's some reason to put it in to rebut something or not. It's just do 7 or 8 different pieces of evidence show the same thing. Then
Right.
after like probably 2 or 3, 4 through 8 become cumulative.
Don't play with me.
So you're not necessarily
Don't
limited.
play with me. Hold on. Don't play with me. Let me pop a button. Don't play with me. Don't play with your mama. Don't play with your mama. Let me tell y'all something. I have the best. I'm talking about the people out here. I'm gonna lay off the not lay off, but I'm gonna give my the people that I didn't meet on here. I'm gonna give them a rest. I'm talking about the people that's been in my life prior to me coming on here, right? I'm talking about my new friends and family, right? That I've met since I've been on here. Some I've been close to for 3 years. Yeah, hold on, hold on. Probably like the longest I would probably is three. Yeah, most of them 3 years, right? And I'm trying to tell you, they are that they sometimes over care about me. They don't understand how tough I am. Again, a lot of times when you're one way, you think that the other person is the same way. So where they oh, hello Miguel. Hold on, I got you. Hey girl.
Hello. I'm running a little late trying to get in for because of traffic and other stuff. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How you doing, lady?
I am holding on, holding on. I've been listening in between meetings and everything else, ripping and running. You know how it is.
Yes, ma'am. What's happening with you?
I got a lot of thoughts. I've been,
I know you
but I'm gonna
do.
stick with what I said because I know I'm gonna keep on topic, and then I'm going to jump off as well. I ain't gonna hold you, but
No, no, you good.
I want your opinion on something. And you know, this is the first case that we've strongly differed on some of our
Yeah.
opinions. So we might be at odds. But I
Oh,
promise you, I
oh,
promise you, we might
they gonna
be.
come for you, baby. They gonna come for you. Go ahead.
We got to do what we got to do.
I
So
do what we gotta do.
here's the thing that I wanted to ask you, because as you know, I am not a fan of Miss Love. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not, and it's not just her, it's even the case. And y'all know I am tree hugging all day long. You can't do this, you can't hurt people, you can't whatever. But and here's where I'm gonna throw it back on you because you one time during the R. Kelly situation,
Mm-hmm.
not to say that forbidden term, but but during the R. Kelly situation, I attended Andrew's legal workshop. And
Yes,
one
ma'am.
of those workshops, you talk to people about how you can be potentially, you could have done a crime
Mm-hmm.
and still be found innocent or be innocent according to the law because of the way in which information was gathered or other sort of improprieties on the part of the prosecutor, the judge, or whomever, that the law says these things cannot happen.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, I did not, while I know that is a way that things can happen, I did not feel that way at all about the R. Kelly case. At the same
Right.
time, I am now on the exact opposite end of the spectrum with this case, in that I look back at it and I go, we know what it is. Like from Mo, just the general everyday blackety black person, and knowing what I know and knowing the music and knowing who some of these characters are, we know I know what it is, right? And I'll just leave it at that
Yes,
because I
ma'am.
don't want no YSL coming after me for nothing. I think we know what it is. At the same time, there are and I've listened to a lot of different cases. You know me, I lock in and I'm gonna listen to the whole thing all the way through, not just R. Kelly. That Murdoch case all the
Oh,
way through. Like I'm a true crime person. I like the cases. I'll listen to the whole thing. There are
that's
I've
crazy. I like to get it on the get a person that's gonna give it to me like for an hour or something like that. Get it on the go. I don't really like listening to the cases and stuff like that. Because I really
yeah. You like the summary of it because again,
Yeah.
it's also I can imagine not quite as intriguing to you as
Right.
it would be to me because you know what I'm saying. Like the
Right.
things that are new and different to me or interesting to me are like, yeah, that's standard practice. Move on, right? Or either them constantly bickering back and forth about the emblem on a pair of shorts and the hat and the video. You know, they go back and forth about this stuff a little too much. So I get it. But I also listen to it kind of in the background. One, because I'm paying attention and it's a good distraction from other stuff, but also because I don't understand the law like that. I'm not in courtrooms to the point that I understand criminal law like that. So I find it intriguing. Now,
Right.
all that to be said, from beginning to end, I have found over the years, probably 10 years or so, from OJ Simpson. That was my first trial that I feel like I watched all the way through. From OJ Simpson all the way through to in recent years, I'm always following some case or cases. I've
Oh wow.
never seen the amount of both what I feel is explicit corruption in all of my life. I find it very odd, and the fact that, and quite frankly, it's better now that Whitaker is there, much better. But
Mm-hmm.
even then, I still feel like, and this is probably part of why I don't care for Love. Not that she's not very qualified, like as a professional, or if I probably saw her to meet her at a women's professional conference, I would be like, sis, do your thing.
Yeah.
But what I don't like is what I feel like is this culture of corruption. I compare, and I study behavior. So, how Love was when Glanville was there, how she spoke to him. And again, I know everybody has their own relationships, but the way she navigated things and the motions that were granted and the things that have now been reversed and what have you, and what she does now and how she handles herself now are night and day. And to me, it gives me the very strong impression that there is this undercurrent of we don't really have to, or I would imagine, based upon the behavior that I've seen, I'm trying to be clean here. It
Got
comes
it.
across to me as they're not used to having to truly justify and defend themselves. It seems to me that she is often frustrated, as is all of the prosecution, but especially her, because it kind of comes across as, why are you making us justify something? Typically, we don't have these kinds of problems. You know what I'm saying? Like she has a very different tone, experience, the strategy, everything shifted when we got Whitaker there. And I get that it probably should if you're changing judges midway. Every judge has their style, so on and so forth. But when I was listening to some of the same arguments that they put forth in front of Glanville, and he never questioned any of it, and even me as a layperson, I'm like, that seems weird. Why isn't he asking this? Why is this being permitted? And then seeing some of those same things, of course, when they had those 2 weeks or so where it was just them without the jury hashing out one motion after another and going back and digging up old ones and saying this one was wrong too. And to see the questions that Whitaker is asking,
Yeah.
the standard that she's having set. And even though I still feel like she more often than not sides with the prosecution for whatever those, I'm not saying she's in on it or what have you. But even so, she tends to at least hold them to the same fire that she holds the defense to. And I do not feel that the prosecution seemed prepared for that in any way, shape, or form. And to me, the only reason why I would go into something this significant, this widely televised, I know they're hearing the chatter, and if nothing else, I'm sure they've tuned in a little bit somewhere and just heard, if nothing else, I know Fawny, their boss, is very well aware of how this is being perceived out in the media. The only reason why I would show up to something of this magnitude unprepared is if I felt that the circumstances I'm walking into did not warrant me to be prepared, because I'm assuming that things are likely to go in my favor. There is so much stuttering, stammering, changing course, all of these things that happen because it seems to me that they're not even prepared or accustomed to having to address those kinds of questions. To me, that lends me or points me in the direction of, hold on, there's a culture here. And again, that's my doctrine,
Yep.
organizational culture. So I
Mhm.
can't help but go, hold on, there's a culture here thing here that she's clearly used to leaning into. And it seems that she's frustrated, one, that she's having to do things she's not prepared for. But it also seems at times that there is this attitude of frustration towards Whitaker, almost the same that we hear between police, that then blue line. Like, you coming for us and you know that this is not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know why. And mind you, a lot of that is assumption, gut instinct, and analysis of culture from my experience. But there is something there, and I would not be surprised. And I mean, obviously, we know that from Fonnie on down, but
Mhm.
to see it show up in the courtroom, it frustrates me, and it also gives me great concern when I know and hear about the number of people who are sitting in Fulton County Jail, DeKalb County, wherever, awaiting trial, or the cases that we don't see and tune into. If that's the undercurrent, Doug at least has steel and sharp and, a couple of people, some heavy hitters that get the job done. A public defender has no choice at that point but to just go along with the system. And so, I have an issue with anybody being wrongfully convicted, and especially any sort of bias or anything. But it is very disturbing and concerning for me to see what I feel like is playing out in plain sight.
Right. And you use the word undercurrent, which is the correct word because I know you don't get a chance to see the whole breakdown or what have you, but I have been catching their frustration with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and pointing it out. And that one remark she said, when whoever was on the stand said, she wearing me out or something like that, saying
Yes.
something like, and then and the judge like I'm not whatever the judge said, and you heard Miss Love, Attorney Love said, thanks, Judge. I mean, it
Yeah.
was loud, and I don't know if that
Yes.
is going to make it on the record. So there is a frustration
Mm-hmm.
with in Georgia is a special place when it comes to law. Okay,
Clearly.
got a lot going on with Georgia, and now here's the thing, right? When it comes, because we're getting to see a case of this magnitude, and the still the continuous prep and the maintenance of this case as we go every day, you're going to see a lot of jousting back and forth, a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of people trying to get their way, each side trying to get their way, right? So
Uh-huh.
that's caused a lot of frustration. So I can say this: a lot of it, the unpreparedness would be um normal for this case because one, there, I mean, one, because of the size of that's number one.
Yeah.
But two, they have had things that pop up that causes them to change direction and causes them to
Yeah.
defend and establish yet another point. Like
Yeah.
when that guy, what was the guy named? The last, the
Moncton.
one that came after Woody.
Moncton.
When he was on that stand, and he alluded to like the state pressured
Yeah.
him into an agreement,
Yeah.
she had to recover. And I said, okay, now I'm waiting to see how throughout this case, she's going to recover from that, but she started on the next witness, her recovery, you know what I'm saying, to start establishing that, hey, um, um, we did not
We're not
pressure you.
corrupt. We're not
Right.
corrupt.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, so what made so there was additional prep that we had to see. So she had to introduce all those plea agreements. And then And all that line of questioning and all of that, right? So that was extra. So because your witness and the type of witnesses that they are depending on, you're not sure how they gonna what they gonna do.
And that's
So
something that I've always heard. Not. I don't want not to cut you off, but I was just gonna say I've always heard that typically lawyers don't ask questions that they don't already know the answer to, or they try not to because you can go on a spin. And so that's part of what I'm saying about both the unpreparedness and it leans towards typically I don't have to, or typically I'm allowed to get to be given more leeway than this. So I feel like that's the appropriate thing to do. Of course they say something and I bring somebody on and I question them however I want to until I get them to say what I want them to say, and then usually the judge doesn't have any issue with it, or there's no real way for anybody to stop me. That's the part that makes me uncomfortable. The other part is, and I don't know if she's taking it personally. I would get it if she does, but that
mhm,
sort of stuff has happened from start to finish, Angie. Every single person who's gotten up there in some way has made some claim of impropriety, corruption,
mhm,
pressure, all that stuff, right? And each time her response is, I'm gonna defend myself. Like, I need to defend us. We didn't do that. Why are you saying that? That didn't really happen. Blah, blah, blah. Which is a normal thing. I get it. Stand for your
mhm.
people. But then every time we keep going, we find out actually it did go down the way that they're saying it went down. Did they still do some of the stuff that you're accusing them of? I think they probably did. But when his own attorney comes,
We don't disagree on that. We don't disagree on that because to me, when they get down to it, now I be as just be call me I be ghettoing up the live. I be sleeping awake, so I don't know.
girl,
Sometimes,
you snored a little bit earlier when I came
girl,
in and out.
stop playing. Stop playing.
I said if she let one more out, I'ma call her. But you woke on up and you start saying, "Oh yeah, she getting tough today." You jump right on back into it like you was watching.
Hey, like your old grandma. Oh, I
Yeah,
was old. Like I'm always. I wouldn't sleep. I wouldn't sleep, girl.
girl, you
So
have a little narcoleptic episode and you pop right on back up.
are you okay? Now see, so let me put this ball in your court because you'll be able to analyze this. All right. So when I read uh, Attorney Love's CV, right? So
Mhm.
she is a chief deputy.
Uh-huh.
Um.
And she used to be a judge too, right?
Uh
Or is that
huh.
somebody different? Okay.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I think she used to be. I think she did used to be a judge. I think that's what I
Uh-huh.
read.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so a lot of this could be like, are you serious? Like why? It could be, I ain't used to. These judges respect me as if I'm, on par with them in this situation. You know what I'm saying? We're on the same level.
Yeah.
So it could be a situation where her psychologist saying, "Hey, wait a minute now, you know." But I told you they needed a white
Okay.
judge.
Don't start that. Don't start that, please. Please don't.
Told you that though.
Don't start that.
It was true. It was true, Mo. It
It
was
was not.
true.
It was not. It is not a
It
matter
is.
of. It's not a matter of race. It's a matter of we need someone who can be fair. And
I
I.
off
But I
your
get what you. I get what
take
you were
off
trying to
your
get
head.
at.
Give your head a break. Let. Can you wash
Mm-mm.
the head or something, please?
No. No. My hat stays on. Dirty, bent up, whatever. But here and now we got to get an interpreter come and break down for her half of what these people said. Because I heard the video because I was driving home, so I was still listening to you on the way home. And that boy clearly said in that video, so, and I forgot it now because I was driving, but he clearly said, "Yeah, I got my artist right here. I'm gonna get your little business going with the whole thing about the clothes." That video, that judge was so turned around, and she's done that 2 week period where they were showing playing those videos and what have you. She kept going.
Mhm.
So who said, "Can we get somebody to certify?" Who heard it? what happened? So now what you
Yeah,
gonna do, little white woman? She don't know this kind of talk. She doesn't know this kind of language, and
exactly.
she
That's what
doesn't
I
know that kind of
said.
accent. Now she
Right.
picked up on some of it because obviously she's had a long career herself. So she's
Yeah.
picked up on some, but still, like the stuff that I hear or you hear, and I immediately know exactly what they said. She
Mm-hmm.
got to figure out before she can even make a ruling, which
Make a
also
ruling.
further frustrates me because it also suggests to me that the Georgia prosecutors have been allowed to introduce stuff like that in the past, whether it
Mm-hmm.
was interpretable or not. You said, like, to me, because when it hit with Glanville, and maybe he's an older cat and he's black, so maybe he understood it, but he didn't seem like it because some of the things he would say after, I'm like, you didn't even understand what they just said because that's not what he just said. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So he would be like, yeah, let it in. And I feel like he was just like, look, I ain't got time for this. I'm not going back and forth. And even Whitaker has gotten that way. And
Yeah.
really, she's like, look, and I feel like
They
and
broke her
perhaps that,
spirit. They broke her spirit, honey. Thought she was gonna come in and put all that structure in and all this and like child boo. She just like, oh Lord.
but what you know what she's doing though. Now, she's she's peeping a whole lot of it. She's very disappointed, and quite frankly, there have been times, especially the early going, she has all but laughed at how inefficient. She's laughed at motions like you should know this. That's
Yeah.
law school one. She said things like law school 101, the sending them back for Brady. Like as a professional,
Yeah.
there's certain things in my field that if I'm sent back to base level elementary school kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff, it's a direct insult and it's a shot to say I feel you're
Right.
incompetent without saying I feel you're incompetent. And
Right.
I think she did those things because one, she truly does think that a lot of the behavior, a lot of the arguments, a lot of the stuff that people think they're going to get by with are laughable because they should have never, none of them, defense or prosecution in her eyes, and in mine as well, should have thought
Mm-hmm.
they would have been able to walk into the courtroom handing defendants whole meals of McDonald's, giving like they were
Sure,
literally bringing
yeah.
them all kinds of stuff. Now, here's the thing. I also know that back in that back, they're giving them a half a cheese sandwich and an apple, and that is not much to eat in order, so they could have been doing it in good faith, but still, it's
Mo,
a
you
courtroom.
still have to.
It's a
Mo, I
courtroom.
cannot
There's
believe.
decorum.
I know, but Mo, I cannot believe how far you strayed away from
Oh yeah.
process. Like with this case,
Mm-mm.
you're
Oh
like
yeah.
all the way. You're like they would call you a radical left.
Girl,
That's
well,
what
you
it's
know what? I might have
about.
to go back and listen to some old R. Kelly readings and figure out what side am I still on because I don't know. But
I mean, you want the people to sit up there and eat a whole thing, a
no,
whole stack of potatoes, and because they don't get no but an apple and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's listen, the stuff that Grant Glanville was allowing them to get away with. That good old white lady said no.
that's what I agree, and
And you
I'm
know what?
saying
I
I'm
would.
agreeing.
Yeah, I would. Oh, okay. I
But
would love to. But like Debo and some of the other guys, they ain't covering it. You got to kind of, go out to to different people trying to find the people that's covering or whatever. But I would
yeah,
definitely love to hear, their take on like what the hell is going on, what they think is going on. You know what
me
I'm saying?
too.
Yeah, but
Especially since
nobody
some of
wants to
them are
cover.
from Chicago, but I can't bounce around that much. I need somebody that I can tune in or play a replay and I can just keep on listening while I'm working or whatever I'm doing. But
Nobody's
like
talking
I agree.
like this
I
stuff.
think for me the issue is the way I said Whitaker was like laughing at them and stuff. It's 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 almost for me like I'm embarrassed for
Yeah.
them because they assumed that they could take liberties and now you're being taken to task on national TV and not on and it's so ingrained in the culture
Mm-hmm.
of that office that even here's the thing, you only got to rake me over the coals on a camera like that one good
Mm-hmm.
time. Much less
Exactly.
anybody in the professional world know there have been times where you might have been pulled to the side and taken to task by whomever. You only got to do that to me one time. I promise you, I'm not gonna give you the
Uh,
opportunity to drag me like that again.
exactly.
Period. So the fact that they
Exactly.
keep getting up there every single
Right.
day doing the same stuff. That's the part that I'm like, come on, sis. Like, once y'all look, and also I have to
Yeah.
go even a step further. Fani, and I know her hands are full with her own junk, but you as her supervisor, that team supervisor, that would have been a, hey, y'all come on in here. We got to let me
Yeah.
tell you what's not going to go down. If I look on this camera and I see y'all are doing X, Y, you already have made a mockery of that entire political system because of your own behavior and conduct. We now have additional videos of you with the same person that you were accused of having an affair with, pulling up when your daughter gets a speeding ticket or gets a ticket for having a suspended license. And that's recent. So like you already have this
Oh,
foolishness going on. You don't need anything more. And for you to let her, these two people of color get up there and make fools of themselves when you already can read Whitaker ain't the one. That's when
right.
you pull them in as a leader, as a supervisor, and you say,
Yeah.
this is how you go about it from here on out. I put you
Yeah.
in that situation by approving this case to go forward in what I feel was premature. And I'll get to that later on. But you come in, you get your people together, especially with all due respect, from black person to black person, from black woman to black woman, from you
Yeah.
and just from a decent human standpoint, you are making a person who is extremely qualified because she's a professor at Emory School of Law. You're
Mm-hmm.
making her look like a fool, and you're also encouraging her to continue to make a fool of herself.
Yep. 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 Exactly.
The
And
very
it's
first
like,
day that Whitaker started laughing at how unprofessional they were, that's the day that Fonnie should have said, let's get on a conference call tonight. I don't care what time it is.
yeah.
On here tonight,
Even Lee
here's
say,
how we do it.
even Lee say, he said, Fun ain't even in there passing notes.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? And that's a
Nope.
classic thing that we do. Come on in there and pass notes. Hey,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
And
saying?
they're
Yeah.
scrambling so much
Yeah.
that you can also see the conflict between their own office. They're
Yeah.
like and even though Love, I think she's not used to a camera being there, she's not aware enough of it. These are all things that can be quick trainings, quick reinforcement to get her up to speed. You can read her body language from day and every day from the time she shows up on. I can tell when she's disappointed. I can tell when she's frustrated. I can tell when she's upset with Hilton. I can tell. You
Yeah.
start sending all these notes, frantically sending it, pointing at her, and all this and that. You're making a scene worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No,
It looks like a fiasco. It is
yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah. It is. It's a bit much, but like I said, I can understand why it's so much, um, unpreparedness, right? I can understand it. However, in certain junctures, I can't, you know,
Mm-mm.
and it's just crazy. And just like I sit here and I try to figure out where each side is going, they should know that way better than I do. They should be
Yes.
so that means they should be prepared. I don't have the case. I'm not in
Thank
there.
you.
I ain't been in nobody's courtroom in way over a decade.
Thank you.
So like you need to be a little bit more prepared and know that you know what to anticipate. You know
It sounds, and that's why I feel like it was prematurely went move forward.
I think it was improperly built. I don't know what all
Uh-huh.
the dimensions are because some of them, okay, which I said some of them were severed, and with some of were others never put in there.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
all over the place. I don't put up the indictment. I got the indictment.
yeah. It's
I
30
took
some people. I think it started off with 30 something like that people. And then of course a lot of them fell off in the early stages with a bunch of plea deals and stuff like that. And then some of them ended up falling off because a couple of them fell off because it was just insufficient evidence early on. But that was a very small handful. Almost everybody else was a plea, a plea, a plea, a plea in rapid succession. But
okay.
the issue is based upon my understanding is that the prior what would it be? Is it Attorney General? What is Fani's position? Attorney General?
Um, no, district attorney.
District
But I,
Attorney. Okay. So the
yeah.
prior district attorney had declined to move forward on the case due
Oh
to
wow.
insufficient, yes, due to insufficient evidence and something else that he said, and he did not move forward with it. And
And was
then
it a RICO? Did it was
it
did
was
it go?
it was being explored as a RICO. Apparently, the grand jury had been seated or had started reviewing evidence, something of that nature had already commenced, and they
Okay.
opted not to move forward. And then Fani
Right.
comes in, and quite frankly, I think she thought, this is my opportunity to be the new Stacey Abrams. This is my career opportunity. I'm going to start throwing out Ricos to the biggest names. And now,
Mhm.
I think it was a power move professionally that she fumbled, because I think she thought she could throw, you had Trump out there, and then you had this massive RICO case. But it's clear that you and no one in your office was one prepared to take on the intricacies there. And it looks as though you all rushed and found little pebbles of information that you felt like you could piece together enough to get this whole, to get guilty charges on these people. But again, I think that is in part due to this system of corruption that seems to exist,
Mhm.
that you thought in the past you could put those little pebbles together when you're not on TV and when you're not up against Young Thug, and you have a judge like Glanville who's just going to ride with whatever you got going on.
Yeah.
That usually happens. The other piece, and you mentioned this earlier, is you said that she's probably used to being looked at on the same level.
Right.
And somebody that I'm not going, I don't do the drama stuff, but somebody that I like and rock with used to say about being a purist. For me, when it comes to the law, that's the part of the law that I have never agreed with. I don't like that it should be equal playing field, is what I feel like in a perfect world. I know that our legal system is not,
Yeah.
that you're never going to get that from a pure standpoint. But I don't like the fact that you can walk into a courtroom and assume that the person who is the arbitrator, if you will, or the referee of this situation already is looking at you as if you are my contemporary, and looking at them as you got to prove yourself that you like us.
Yeah. Yeah.
That undercurrent as well. And that's not just a part of Georgia, that's a part of everywhere. But
Yeah.
especially here, it is highlighted to the nth degree. And it even suggests that it could be at a higher level there, as far as those backroom relationships and what that means and the culture that's been established there.
Mhm.
It's at another level
Yep. And
that
now let me
prevents a
ask you
fair
this.
case.
I don't know if it was you or it was someone else, but did you tell me that you knew about why the YFN case and the connection, kind of the connection between both of these cases?
That
Was
was
it?
I think that probably must have been just V, but I do know, the Lucci thing, and they was beefing, and like, because that's what I first got into. At least I didn't get into like the full cases, but when Lucci was with Regine, you remember that?
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Mhm. I started
Yeah, but this
following
was
the news.
offline though. This was offline. So okay. So but so
I'm saying
the
that's how far I've been back of like following it a little bit to know.
so that the YFN, they were indicted first with like a
Yes,
hundred something, right?
yes,
So I'm trying to. So it has nobody gone to
no.
trial and everything, and so and they putting YSL on first. So it's all that's what's confused me. And I'm not saying that they have a order to go in or whatever. I'm not saying that. But YFN, they got a hundred and something.
That's the part that well, there's two things. That's the part that makes me feel like, well, in part, the YFN thing, whatever. That's the part that makes me feel like Fani was trying to make a career power move. She was trying to be an Olivia Pope, because Lucci is one thing, Doug is another. So if I'm gonna prosecute these two, which one is going to give me the bigger burn? There's a, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And Doug would be it, right?
yeah.
The other piece of it was, as far as, now this is just a speculation on my part, is that she did, and a lot of people believe this, is that she took down YFN so that's where they pulled together a lot of the information. Is that a lot of them allegedly, and at one point they were accusing Lucci, and said that he got beat up or something like that happened in jail because
Mhm.
allegedly he was, some of the YFN people, him being one of them, allegedly may have been talking to the people to give them the information that they wanted to bring down that indictment so that essentially they could get off once this is all said and done. So they'll end up serving, by the time this is all over, and by the time they get around to figuring out how to prosecute another 100 people, most of them will be in jail 2, 3, 4 years. They can strike a deal, time served, back out into the street. And now, hearing what we have heard about Woody, hearing what we have heard about Moontum, it absolutely seems very viable that you intentionally set it up. Y'all sit there, and if you want to give me a little information, I'll work with you, because you know what I'm saying. That we're seeing it happen, and we're sitting there, and even though it's unintentional, Woody's putting forth evidence that says, yeah, it probably does happen at least a little bit. And then Mooktoon gets up there and you're like, okay, maybe it does happen just a little bit. So if it's happening with them, you got almost the identical circumstance here, and all of a sudden cases disappear overnight, and extra words and clauses get added into plea agreements before you even realize what's there. All of those sorts of things. If that's happening now to another 100 people who may only have a video with them wearing a YFN shirt on, and they're being held falsely in prison, not saying that they didn't do stuff, but they shouldn't be sitting in jail right now for that, so that you can help build your career. That's corrupt to me.
Yeah, now I understand that. I understand that. Now I don't agree with all of that, but I understand it. Hey, just like you don't want me to give people jail, don't I don't want you to put my colleagues in prison for prosecutorial misconduct. God damn. You're trying to get rid of the whole GA system. Lord have mercy. Um, but you know, and she is on, because it was another rapper from that county. She got on papers and so on. She, I mean, she when she made that press conference, she meant what she said, and I'm okay with that, because I do believe, like you have people like New Black and some other people I've heard that they believe if you black, if you change that, if you're a black man, you should be going to jail. I don't agree with that. I believe that anybody who offends the law should, pay some kind of penalty. But I also believe that it should be equal to that of our what counterparts. So you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe. Keeping it fair like that. And I don't have nothing against the three strikes clause, because listen here, like as long
You don't?
okay, listen, if you do three things, well, I mean, you commit three crimes. I mean, God, I mean, what you want? How many you want the people to let you do get away with?
Is it in okay? Can I at least ask this? Okay,
Yes,
I might have to write this down, because we might have to go round and round. So are you feeling that way for all of the crimes in which it applies, or is it certain crimes at a certain level that you feel like three strikes you out?
I feel that way for all of them. Cause here's the thing. Yes, yes. Because like you gonna keep on doing the shit. I don't care what it is. You gonna keep on driving around, or whatever it applies to. I'm just making light of it. But whatever it applies to. Now I haven't visited that in a long time, because the back and forth over it was giving me a headache. So I let that go. But
Hello? I think
can you hear me?
I might have got dropped out. I said, but just because something is illegal according to the law, one doesn't mean that it should be illegal or that it will always be illegal. So some things, especially I take issue with. One, because one, that's not how human behavior works. It would be nice to say one, two, three, and that should be enough for everybody and whatever. There are cognitive factors, there are emotional factors, there
I
are
knew you were going to do that,
circumstantial
Ira.
things.
I knew you were going to do that.
So I can't, that's not, if it doesn't align with how human behavior works, to me, you're setting up a situation so that people can just sit in jail.
Can't
That's not
fail.
going to, and
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
understand.
resolve the issue.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, right? Now, where I believe that that situation will be corrected if the jails, the system would process like they say they would, right? So you say that you are about rehabilitation, and of course we need reform. I think if those things were
Yeah.
taken serious and implemented in a way that address those people that offend, and the level and the reasons why and all of that, meaning if it's a psychological thing, whatever, if we got that under control, then I believe that the punishments and the um the way we handle those people once they leave the system, I think it'll be a lot different. I think that the recidivism wouldn't be that high if we do what we supposed to do when they leave the system. What what I'm saying? That we're not doing what we supposed to be doing while they're there, and we're not doing what we supposed to be doing when they leave. Okay,
Now
so
that part is the case, but how can you hold three strikes until we get that in place?
right, that's what I'm saying. That's where I am flexible at, because I know those systems are broken. I know that, and I know, so I don't. But I can go here and say this, like with some of those high crimes. Like, come on now. I mean, shit. I mean, like, and unless something is, a little off or whatever, you might not. I mean, it might take you a minute to understand that three strikes should have been enough. But so I get it. But I knew you was gonna apply a psychology to it. I knew it.
But
I
here's the
knew
other
that was
piece
the
then.
truth.
Let me apply the law. So,
Okay.
what about when people are getting the three strikes rule being applied in a system like Georgia?
Mhm.
Where, again, now I'm not saying, again, we know what it is. But some of those cases, in some of these situations where you're pulling the most minuscule piece of information and stringing it together, and even Whitaker keeps pushing them on this. No, that's your theory. That doesn't make it fact. And they keep
Mhm.
presenting things like whatever our theory is accepted. You're the judge. You should know to accept our theory. It is just that, a theory. So again, in a system like Georgia, where the standard is not being the burden is not being met, but the
Mhm.
system is set up in such a fashion that it allows for people to potentially, let's say two of them you legit did, and the third one was strung together because they were sick of you. That, you know what I'm saying? To me, even if there's any opportunity for that sort of circumstance to go down, and you to go down off of a three strike rule, off of something that I take issue with that as well on the part of the law. Because if we're up against flawed systems, specifically people of color, specifically black men, specifically, whatever, like if we're up against those sorts of systems, and we know, one, the rehabilitation part of it is super messed up. Like, there, that just needs to
Exactly.
be, and
It's
we know
almost
that there is,
non-existent. It's almost
yeah,
non-existent.
right, yeah, and we know that there is there's also that it's privatized, and there's money involved, and there's corruption on that end. We know those things exist on the part of the rehabilitation. We know that there's insufficient mental health resources. We know that there is the potential for corrupt systems to also convict people that do not necessarily rise to that level. That, to me, is too much to put on the table to be okay with that being in place at all. If I felt confident, or I felt much more confident that that burden is being met, and that when you went in there that first time or two that you did do it, that you truly have been given access to resources that truly should have been able to help support you in turning this around. And I know that you at least have been given access to the necessary mental health resources and other things that you need in order to survive without whatever's going on. I would have a different opinion possibly on that rule. But
But
with all of
Mo,
those things being in the equation, I have a hard time. I can't do it in, I can't do it. I guess it's a moral conflict that I have created for
right,
myself.
and I definitely understand that. But Mo, like the three strikes, one of the features of it is it's supposed to be a deterrent. Okay, it's supposed to be a deterrent, and if it's supposed to be a deterrent, as far as psychology is set up, that's on us. Cause like how many times, like you gonna keep doing the same thing, or well, however they I've heard so many uh I've heard the political versions of it, and because I didn't work in those high crimes like that, work in financial crimes, we didn't really deal with those three strikes like that all the time. But so the features of it, yeah, I mean, I just go to the base, you know, three strikes. Like, and you gonna keep doing the same. I just that's the part I don't get.
Do
Like,
we
and then
know the history of that though? Like, how did it come about? Do you know? Not if you got a deep dive or look it up, but do we know how it came about? Because it feels also like something that, as we know, a lot of things happen with law. Same thing like with the war on drugs and stuff like that, that it was put together in some think tank, and it also was put together that in some way that it's marketed really well. We already associate three strikes and you're out with baseball. So why was that applied? Because I can tell you right now, there is no
I think it was a Bill
there's no
Clinton thing.
psychological
I
theory
forgot.
behind it. There's no psychological theory behind it at
Hmm.
all that would justify
Yeah.
why three is the magic number. I
Right.
agree that you shouldn't be able to, don't keep doing it. I'm with you on that. But why is three the magic number? And why is it not to take it up this extra step? There is not a significantly higher burden to prevent that from happening improperly.
Well, Mo, I mean, I think it was a Clinton creation or something like that. I
Okay, well, that
believe.
don't help you, just so you
Yeah,
know.
but check this out right here. But now they apply they apply psychology and philosophy to the law as they see fit. So I'll agree with you when they was drawing up that three strikes and you out that bill. I believe that they didn't uh, look at psychology or that particular science and look at the look at how we should be evaluated. You know what I'm saying? And really get down, really have something in place that that will show why we keep y'all assessments, the assessments that show
Yeah.
why we keep doing. So they're not what I'm saying. They're trying to say is they're not asking people all those questions. Why you keep doing it? They're not doing those evaluations and things of that nature in order to set them up for, or try to set them up for success so they can see what the problem is so they can work there. That would be part of that rehabilitation portion of it that is severely broken and pretty
Mhm.
much obsolete. You understand what I'm saying? So um those so I believe some like you said, somebody said the magic number three and they went with it.
Yeah.
Like a baseball game, like baseball.
Yeah. And that's the
So,
thing. And stuff like that is where I also get hung up because being that I know things like that happen as well. And also the racism, especially systemic racism that permeates so much of what we do. I don't have a belief that that happened in good faith, knowing what I know, which is that there is no psychological theory. Crime is a behavior issue. It's a behavioral issue. If it is a behavioral issue, then
Yep.
it should be based out of behavioral theory as to
Right.
what would be corrective. It's not
Right.
corrective if you just pick an arbitrary number out of the then sky, or you pick the number that we're most associated with because we watched this is America's sport. So it just
Mhm.
sounds right. This is the same thing and we see it even be ineffective, and there's actually huge bodies of research about how ineffective it is in a classroom on a lesser level. But you know how it used to, well, they still do it. Some teachers still do it now, and they should not, because the research is very clear. But it used to be, okay, well, you get 1 star, then you get the third star. If you get the second star, you get the third star. That means you got to go to the principal's office, or you lose whatever privilege, or whatever the case may be. These token economies, as we call it. That's what it's called in the research. Token economy, where you're saying either you can get stars to earn stuff, or you lose stars and you lose privilege. They do not work. Every piece of research has said they do not work. The merit systems do not work. They do not prevent behavior. Why? Because what you're doing has nothing to do with correcting the behavior, what's
Mhm.
causing the behavior.
Exactly.
So when you send a student to the principal's office for doing something when they have ADHD, and really they need to know coping strategies, or they need more time to get up and stretch because you got them sitting there for 3 hours taking notes, like it's certain things that it's like, okay, should we really be punishing people at this level? I do believe, trust me, I have plenty of people that say they need to go on in and they can stay on in there, because I don't think that they need to be out. But I don't like that using a broad stroke to
Right.
apply. That's the part that makes me unsettled. Because even
Yeah.
if I know one person gets locked up for a long period of time over something like that, either corruption or just because of a broad stroke, that doesn't feel right to me. That's not justice.
Right. And the thing is that when they talk the judicial system and the whole judicial process, they always invoke rehabilitation,
Recidivism.
recidivism, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and having deterrence and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they do not consult behavior science in trying to figure these things out. And I do know that those assessments are necessary, right? And they do it more now. They don't do it nowhere near enough, but they do it more at the federal level. But at the state level, you got to know that it's dependent upon that state, right? So, and those prisons and things of that nature. It's dependent upon that state. Okay, so they're making their own decisions and stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
federal level, they do have a little behavioral science system set up, for prisoners or what have you. However, at the state level, it's pretty much obsolete, honey. I have asked a whole bunch of people on the state level and federal level. Did
Mm-hmm.
anybody, with regards to mental health? Now, the mental health, they're like, shit, I barely saw a damn doctor.
Exactly. Exactly.
What? Mm-hmm. So there is a major problem, and I do understand that though a bill like that shouldn't be in place until they fix, they fix that part. But here's the thing, right? Like, we don't have that time, Mo. We don't have that time. I believe that the sentencing should be um um not as harsh or whatever, because like my this girl that I met through Yvette, her little cousin, and it was the saddest thing. Her little cousin, I think this was a long time ago, and he got caught with a gun.
Mm.
I forgot what kind of lashes he got for that. But I know, and he didn't even shoot the gun or none of that. No, I'm sorry. I'm telling it wrong. He was with somebody that had a gun.
You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that,
And
Angie.
yes, and he was gone for over a decade.
Yeah.
That was
And
crazy
then,
to me.
did you ever watch the documentary 13th? I don't know whether you did or not. 14th, was
Mm,
it four? What is it? 13th or 14th? Which amendment is it? Slavery. 13th,
I think so, yeah, 13, I believe.
13th, 14th. I can't think right now. But that really also, because to be honest with you, prior to me watching that documentary, I've always been very, you know, pro black, whatever. I don't really like the way the systems are set up, all that. But that documentary changed my view on prison systems, how things are set. Because a lot of things I feel like I just believe, as we often do, you just go off of that's the way it is. That's right, that's wrong, as opposed to exploring why, how did it come to be? And when I watched that documentary that talked about how pretty much the negotiations happened. And of course, I fact checked it because that's what a lot of people are not doing these days. They just go off of whatever chat GBT or whatever their social media tells them, which is so flawed. But anyway, but I fact checked it, and the negotiation of slavery ending, and then people like this, just this intentionality of saying, okay, and the only exception is incarceration for slavery. And that way that's set up, all of that has skewed what I feel fairness looks like. And I think personally, I think it's skewed it in the right direction. But at the same time, I'm with you in that the system is so irrevocably broken, and we can't just shut it down and say, y'all figure it out. Wait, let all these people
Yeah,
run loose until we figure it out. But at the same time, I
yeah.
feel like we got to do, there are things that we can't put into place, active reforms and things that
Mhm.
I need to see a bigger push for that sort of stuff before I can just ride with it.
Right. And you know what? And I'm going to work on this. It's going to be some things that I'm going to work on. I'm going to get with the right people because at some point we got something got to be started, and I might can start it, and somebody else can carry it forward because we're going to have to make some type of I don't know what I want to call it, but something that address the poor, the things that the poor face. Okay, because they're
Mhm.
always focusing on the middle class,
Yes.
strengthening the middle class, and blah 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. But here's the deal. If the middle class lost their job or something, something like that, whatever. I'm not saying that they're gonna be all right. It just depends on how they control their spending. But
Hmm.
I can tell you this: if the poor lost their job,
Hmm.
or you understand what I'm saying?
Immediate devastation. Immediate.
Exactly,
Hmm.
immediate, immediate. And
Hmm.
they don't stress enough when it comes to the poor. And, it's always the focus on the middle class. And here's the thing, right? They always saying we're gonna get the middle class these tax breaks and all this stuff, and we'll give the corporation these corporate welfare and all this stuff, whatever. And it's gonna create new jobs, whatever. Here's the thing they don't tell you: it's not a mandate that by them giving them those things, those businesses, those things, and all these tax breaks, whatever, for whomever these businesses, company, whether it's falls upon the corporation or the middle class, that they are going to hire people. That's not how it works.
Hmm.
You're
Yeah.
just hoping, you're just playing the idea that if I free up some money and some capital, that they'll
Yeah.
hire people and think, no, 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 no. Those
It doesn't
companies
work
still
like that.
wait on supply and the need and supply and
This And it's the
um
same way that Trump is going right now,
yeah,
not to cut you off. He's going
yeah.
right now for people who believe in him and listening to him. His thing is, well, the solution is I'm just going to tax the heck out of these other countries and they're going to pay us, right? Now, here's the thing.
Hmm.
They very well may do that, but they're no different than anyone else in that if you start cutting my bottom line, I'm going to start cutting yours. So now
Exactly.
everything that we have in the dollar store or whatever that we've been able to get for dirt cheap 10 cent a pop now is going to go up to 50% a pop because they
Yeah.
have to absorb the cost of whatever the tariff is that's applied to get it over here. And I'm not going to let you go The thought that he's just going to be able to bankrupt or try to gouge, and even if he feels it's justified. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hey man, I'm about to get off. Um, but for people who just think, just go screw over the other countries, tell them run me my money, bully them essentially, run me my money and get every dime you can get, and that's going to solve our issue so that we all live in a land of milk and honey. It does not work that way, and from an economic
Exactly.
standpoint. And I, especially so many people who've had any street life or knowledge, the fact that they don't seem to get it is wild to me because politics, international, federal, state, whatever, it's no different than the street. It's just done in a suit. And you know good and well
Exactly.
on the street, if your supplier start taxing you or some situation go down and you need some extra money, you are in no way, shape, or form just gonna let that ride. The $25, whatever you were serving is going to immediately go up to $30, $35, so on and so forth. And so for people to just say, yeah, he has the answer because that's what it needs to be. Make them pay it. Well, that's going to come at a price, and it's going to
Yep.
come at a price that's going to continue to make our circumstances potentially better. And then when they're saying things like last night, he'll just, and I don't want to get into that because that's another, we gonna get another one for that. But like he's sitting there making these claims, and to people who do not want to fact check, they just want to follow whatever TikTok told them or whatever they
Mm.
put in the chat GBT, which is sourced from the entire internet. I mean, there's no fact checking that happens with chat GBT. It doesn't. So if you're thinking, "Ooh, that cranked it out for me. I have the answers," and which is a lot. Even some of my friends and family are doing the same thing, and I have to tell them like, how would that work? If it wouldn't work in the street, it doesn't work in government. You don't have to understand it to know that
Right.
it's not that that's not how that's going to go down.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, they just don't get it. I mean, like he can't make nobody hire people. He
No,
can't make nobody bring the jobs back to
no.
America.
And if anything, you might piss a couple of them off so bad that it might
Right.
be stuff that we end up not being able to get at all. There could be countries that we can't pass through at all. There could be like some of these people are just as Billy bad as he is. China is just as Billy bad as he is. Iran is just as Billy bad. Korea
Mhm.
is just as Billy bad. Russia is just as Billy bad. And they will sit there and beat their chest with him and take it up one notch each and every time. This belief that some people have is that we're the biggest and the baddest, for lack of a better term, we want to use YSL as an example. We're the biggest and the baddest gang out here. You can't touch us. Well, we know everybody can get touched, or we can make
Right.
life more difficult for you. Every day in the streets, there are agreements between people who are less powerful, but because they do have access to some sort of resource, you know that I need them in my pocket more than I need to push them away.
Hey, Atmos. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. He said, "Hey."
Hey, Atmos, I haven't seen you in such a
Yeah.
long time.
Okay. And girl, I don't know if you got time to get into that foolishness from last night. He just crazy. Agent Orange. He was just crazy last night, telling people that the people eating dogs and cats and stuff. Now, who does that? Like, who? That he has painted those immigrants. So, I mean, with a brush that I can't listen. He made them criminals, rapists. I mean, well, criminals, okay, but that covers rapists, drug dealers. He says that it's the criminals that have the immigrants that got the fentanyl. Like, huh? He did nothing but run the same rhetoric from back in the day and made it present, brought it to the present. Same crazy shit. scare people, polarize them, scare them to the. I mean, he gonna scare your ass to the pole. I mean, all his tactics are strong on his two favorite ladies. I know that's right. Yeah, just strong on. I don't know what happened to Mom. It is the most craziest stuff. But I need to do some, get my familiarity back with that three strikes law. I forgot how that shit goes. Let's see. Adams, you know about the three strikes? Oh, I thought Clinton did it. What? Somebody, wait a minute. Was it Reagan? It's not 52. No, I was here when Reagan was president. So, uh-uh. Meaning I was born. Yep, ain't that so crazy? I was telling Mo that, yeah, I was telling Mo that it seemed like it just adopted what baseball says about three strikes. And if you look at Wikipedia, when I'm reading him about these damn the three strikes law, he says the expression three strikes and you're out is derived from baseball, where a batter has three chances to um, either hit or pitch a ball or earn an error called a strike. After three strikes, the batter strikes out and their chance to score is over. So that's plainly written here when they're discussing this three strikes. Like y'all, excuse me, baby, my mouth, my lips and stuff is swollen. Okay. Um. Um. Let's see. These are require a person who is convicted of an offense and who has one or two other previous serious convictions to serve a mandatory life sentence in prison. You know what I was going to tell her is that I when it comes to the death penalty, I feel the way she feels. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, that's also a law that doesn't have all all the features and the correct resources and the checks and balances that's needed to be built into that, right? When it comes to when it comes to I see you. When it comes to the death penalty. I was saying that I feel the same way you feel about the three strikes. Okay, I don't think I mean the death penalty shouldn't be um an option in every every state where it's offered. I mean, based on certain circumstances, because if they ain't sure that that person committed that crime, I don't think the death penalty should be one that it should be an option. Because it's too many people that um they are eliminating that they're saying that the people was guilty or they're finding out they were guilty, but at much too late. So yeah,
I
Mo,
don't believe in the death penalty. Can you hear me?
yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to upset you again because I don't believe in the death penalty, none at all.
Oh my Lord, help me, Jesus, help me, Lord, help me, Lord. Uh, I can't.
I
I
just came
can't.
on here to stress you out this
You don't
evening.
stress me out. You don't stress me all the way out.
And here's the interesting part that, as you can imagine, I don't believe in the death penalty at all for the same reasons that you just said.
Right, right.
The risk
Okay,
is even
okay.
for me, even one life being lost as a result of that is too much. I also, and then I have my religious part of it, but that's actually, it just bolsters what I already feel logically as well,
Right,
if that makes sense. Hmm.
right. But now, what?
Especially since we know what happened in, we know what happened. You know, how
Yeah.
many how many people do we know for a fact went there off of that same? You know what I'm saying? That was the whole Jim Crow era. That
Yeah.
yeah, I
Well,
got a bad taste in my mouth on that one.
now you know what? I blame the three strikes law on Bill Clinton, but they say that law was around in 1950 something. But honey, I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. Um,
Okay, but I can tell you what, that 1950 is not a year in which we would have been equally represented,
right. No, that's
understood.
not
It
feasible.
also would not have been a year when some of the research would have taken place that would have been able to speak to some of the behavioral stuff. There was just not enough. And this is the reason why I feel like we need to have a regular process as well. In a perfect world, let me put it that way. In a perfect world, we should have a process that can reassess laws on a regular basis based upon the current standard. I know that would bog stuff down, according to a lot of people, in way too many ways, but I feel like that is not something that could not happen, and it should happen, especially in the greatest country in the world and in the greatest justice system in the world. That is a piece that is not that hard to, that's just common sense.
Yeah,
Every
and you
other
know what
system,
I'm
think about it from a compliance standpoint. Every manuals or whatever, the bar, I'm sure they have a manual or a standards of a code of ethics that doesn't just stand the same way that it did from 1950 something. Every so often they get a committee together, what have you, and it's reviewed, and everything in there gets reviewed on a regular basis. I understand we have the same reason why we have laws on the books that don't even stand, but they're just still, nobody even enforces them, but they're still just sitting there. That's a problem. That shouldn't even be. But until we get all of that in line, I don't think we should be using any sort of form of execution.
right, and I can understand that, and as with like healthcare, things that affect Americans on a wide scale, I think that listen, you should spare no expense. Okay, so I mean I understand that it might bog down the system and all of that, but hey, I think it's necessary. That's just me. I think it's necessary because here's the thing, right? The whole one of the ideals, of the rehabilitation is to make sure that when they leave, that they go out and be productive citizens
Yes.
of America. I
Yeah.
mean, so I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to pay some money to see that get to
That
see that
part.
get done. And the only way you
And
can, yeah, go ahead.
no, and you're cooking on that one, because another piece that comes in with it as well is, even if, okay, suppose we get the prison industrial complex system set up correctly, where people come in, they get fully rehabilitated, they get the resources, they know when they come out, they set up with additional resources to keep them going, whatever case may be, right? From a mental health, just from a personal standpoint, right? The head is on straight. But then if you come out and now I keep getting punished over and over and over
Mhm.
and over again, because now you're forcing me back into a place of desperation because I can't get an apartment. I
Right,
can't get a job, basic
right,
jobs. And I'm not talking about, and here's the thing, I think you should be able to get any job. Certainly, if you can run and be a candidate for the highest position in this land, there is no reason why
exactly.
when you go and you want to be able to change tires or whatever skill or trade you have acquired, there's absolutely no reason why you should not be able to get a bank loan, a business loan, that you should not be able to do that. So again, even if we do get that part fixed, we have to get the part fixed on the outside, or at least openly acknowledge it. I think that, okay, and here's where I go with this. Now, this is just my theory. When you open your organization, I'll be on the board. So what
Hmm.
needs also, what has to come into play, in my opinion, is, I understand if you want to say for certain crimes, only certain crimes, right? That if that crime directly relates back to the field and profession with which you're applying, then we should be able to at least have some sort of red flag or whatever the case may be. Now, perfect example. Suppose I have robbed banks.
Hmm.
I shouldn't be able to go and apply to Wachovia. Girl, how old am I? I shouldn't be able to go and apply to Wells Fargo. And I'm not gonna say I shouldn't be able to, but I could understand why that particular business, because that is their business, that they would be cautious and worried about someone who has done that, at
Right.
least for a certain period of time. However, what does that have to do with me washing clothes or
Right.
doing other stuff that has nothing? What if I wanted to change my life and become a counselor, a therapist?
Right.
That doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I robbed a bank. I did not, on the record, because it shouldn't have anything to do. I think it should have a, I forgot how do y'all say it in the law. It should have what, relatable, reliable. It should
Yeah,
have to have some direct
yeah, relevant, relevant,
yeah,
reliable. Yeah.
it should have to have some sort of direct relationship. It also should be at least some period of time that it, especially if I think we need to better reward people who are able to keep their nose clean. I feel like, especially the people who end up getting to the level of being on unsupervised probation, people who are to the point that there's documented that they have held a job or they're trying their best to stay on track and they've kept themselves out of trouble. There should be a certain period of time where there's at least some sort of waiver that can be submitted, something that says we can give this person a shot. I don't like the fact that not only do we not rehabilitate, we make it worse. And then when you come on the outside,
Exactly.
we browbeat you
Yes.
time after time. And then once you finally get desperate enough to go do something else that you should not do, three strike rules check in. Hold on,
Yeah.
you helped create that though. So we have to be responsible for that as a people and as a country and as a nation, and our laws need to accept our part in it. You can't just punish one side without having the other side, those other fingers pointing back at us as a country, as a system.
Yeah. Okay. Now you know what? I can accept that. I can accept what you just said, and I can look at it a different way. I mean, I still believe. I'll take it a little bit. I'll say for like certain crimes, 3 strikes should be, the standard. But let me tell you this. Now this,
I think some crimes should be one strike. For me, some crimes
yeah,
you don't need to be on the street.
yeah. But let me tell you this. Now this was what trips me out. Now, if they don't have any other any program in the jails, and whether it be state or federal, they have the
Hmm.
drug program. Okay.
Hmm. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, right? With the drug program, it's being abused. It is being like when I tell you, I never seen nothing like it, and it's been broken like that up until today. It's just
Yeah.
crazy, right? So
Yeah.
you have people that get caught up in whatever. It Now it can be drugs, it can be something else.
Hmm.
They go sign up for the drug program and they getting out. And it's
Yeah. They
people
can get
that
they can
might
get
be
time
on
off.
drugs,
Hmm.
ain't never even been on no crack or none of that, and just say, oh, they know they sign up for the drug program, they getting out. And I'm like,
Okay,
man,
but I got to. Okay, now you know what's about to happen. So
oh,
prepare yourself. But
oh,
I do have to say, one, you have to first acknowledge the fact that most people who are in prison are in prison off a plea deal, so they never actually got their full day in court. Also, you just talked about poor people. I didn't have money to get an attorney to help me fight a case that I rightfully did not do, whatever case would be. But what I do have within my autonomy is to go to these classes and do the best that I can to shave time off. That's number one. So I'm not ever going to criticize somebody for doing what they need to do, especially if nothing else, it's going to educate them on how drug and substance abuse things happen. And that's a normal part of society. So I'm not going to knock it. The other piece
but
I can say
I'm talking
is
about,
some of the same hold on, some of the
wait,
same
wait,
psychological theory, and even one of the main tenets of substance abuse, one of the main ones that's used is motivational interviewing, and it can apply to anybody because most people, especially if they are habitual offenders or they have done a lot of crime, they might not be addicted to drugs per se, but they're addicted to something, and those same principles can be life changing.
Right. So
So it's not a total abuse of it all the time. Some people definitely
I
abuse it though.
understand. I understand all that. But what I am more concerned about, and not abuse from the people that is actually taking advantage of it, I'm not really concerned about. I am talking about is the fact that how it's set up to where it would be, be sometimes it's well, it's effective with people getting out or whatever, but it's mainly ineffective people that's actually on drugs. So they usually come out, get out, and do it, get back on drugs or whatever. What I'm saying is the how that whole drug program is set up, that it is subject to being abused because it is set up so poorly. That's what I'm really talking about. That's what really gets on my nerve. That I
What
mean, the
about
people,
it is set up that you don't like? I don't
the
like it either, but I don't like them either. But just I'm interested to see what your perspective is.
the fact is that they're really not doing what they supposed to be doing in as far as this. Okay, they're not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not even checking to see if the people what the needs are. Because if they checked and saw what the needs were and whatever, they would know that this person ain't on no drugs. This person don't really have an addiction. That this program can benefit them or whatever. This person just doing this shit to get in here to get out. You know, and they should have another program for people that it's probably going to be a one-time offender. That's what I'm saying. They should have another, but they shouldn't be set up to go through some drug program and be with the crackhead. They should be they should have a program that's set up because it's supposed to be about rehabilitation that
Yeah.
they can go through whatever. Like with the prostitutes and shit. The people doing
Mhm.
all that ass selling. Okay? They like it's like no, I'm serious. It's like I'm trying to tell you. It's like a chart they have. All the judges have and everybody. It's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
okay, she come in here. Let's see, she done been arrested 5 times. We're gonna give her 5 days. Okay,
Mhm.
boom. She come in here. Now it's up to 10 times. All right, we're gonna give her 10 days. And it's
Mhm.
never over 30 days. They don't never sit they ass selling in the over
Yeah.
30 days. And then they don't never get the help they need. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy because the help they need is intertwined with drug use and probably some kind of psychological something going on. So they need
And
both
you
of
know
those.
why that happens too, though. You know what is a big contributing factor to all of this? It's also while the prison system is able to make money hand over fist by charging people $3 for one pack of daggone noodles and making money hand over fist, charging people $6 for a 15-minute phone call, so on and so forth, as well as the free labor and other things, only paying people 10 and 15 and 25 cents a day to do grueling work, is while they make money hand over fist, they're not willing to invest the money to be able to pay people like counselors and the staffing that they need because at its core, I personally believe that they know that they benefit more by cranking people back out into the street without having the services that they need, without being rehabilitated. Why? Because they'll come back and I'll be able to get another $6 off your next round of calls and another $3 off of your next round of ramen noodles. And as long as those, as you said, the ass sellers who just in there for 30 days, they still get their money too. I don't.
Right.
That's the part where I don't like because here's the thing, especially, and I just tell people openly, a lot of those jobs in those prisons for mental health workers and stuff, Angie, like that was some of the lowest pay that
Yeah.
I ever had. And I worked in
Mhm.
education. I work in,
Yeah.
I worked in so many different fields.
Yeah.
That's some of the lowest pay. And you're asking me to come in there and do emotionally and physically taxing work. When I get in there, and I do it because I love it, right? And I do it because I want to help people. But that's also still not enough for me to be able to keep my lights on at home. So how much,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So then it forces them to be like, okay, well, I got to move on. Or the people who do stay have gotten burned out. They don't have the resources that they need. Some of those programs are excellent, but it actually requires several other components to it that they don't bring in because, oh, the prisoners can't use ink pen. They can't do this. You know, all of these can'ts of all of the, and I get that we want to keep people safe. But if you're going to implement one component of a program when the research says it's six components of the program, and you can't figure out some way to do that, well, now you've gotten somebody to a point in therapy where they're what we would call open or raw about whatever progress we've been able to make, and you don't let me help them stitch that back up all the way. That's dangerous. So now I'm sending a
Yeah.
ticket time bomb back out of there.
Right.
You've got to be able to actually fund the resources. If you're going to allow privatized prisons, then it should come as that being a required component of the process. You should absolutely have to have programs that align with the needs and at least represent the needs of the community. It doesn't happen because they don't really want to rehabilitate, in my opinion. They don't. They get more money. There's more profit into keeping the churn going.
Now you know what? Now here's the thing, right? Um. So if you now listen, because that can go, that can go a couple of different ways. But one way is, so would that be a microcosm of a larger problem? Here it is, right? So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Okay, you have a a a prison system that is broken. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
have other public policies that's broken. That's just
Mm-hmm.
you have,
Mm-hmm.
which is public, like public assistance, all that type of stuff. You can go down the line, and these politicians, they come and talk a good game, and they have a whole bunch of resolutions on the floor that's supposed to address these issues, and when they're supposed to be passed, they either don't address all the issues, or it's poorly ran, or it's something, what I'm saying, where, and what I see is it's just, it starts, with one little small thing, and then it spreads out. It
Mm-hmm.
spreads out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they don't want to fix it, or it is so out of whack or out of proportion that they can't fix it. So, I really don't do
Here's
the
what.
conspiracy theory,
Yeah, I
so
don't do them either. Yeah, I don't do them either. But here's why I can lean on to. Here's why I lean on to. They don't want to, because look at other countries that do it right.
ooh,
All of the countries that have the lowest rates, if you look at any of those documentaries or even just news reports from them, they have true rehabilitation. Most of other countries that are doing that right, their police don't even have to have weapons. They literally walk the street. We would think they were security guards, and they are police. The legislation is in place. When they're in prison, they are not wearing uniforms because they're not property. They're still people. They don't have to pay to talk to their family. They encourage the family to come in, interacting with the children on a regular basis in a free and open environment. They're not locked up in rooms for long periods of time, 23 and 1. And even if you don't have 23 and 1, you might see a little window up in the corner of a gym somewhere because it's, a closed off dormitory style place. So you're not going to tell me that the richest country in the world cannot figure out this problem when we have model after model after model. And it's not just one or two places in the world. It is tons. There are several. The top ones that you can think of, they are right there, and we have good working relationships with them. They are our allies.
Yeah.
So you can't plead ignorance to that as far as I'm concerned. You know how it can be set up. You see the positives that come out of that. You're willing to coordinate and hobnob with these individuals and or not individuals, institutions and states. But then you get here and you keep putting laws into place that you know are counter to what you just saw over there.
Wow. That I mean, and well, and I was going to say, well, maybe we don't have the resources, and let me say, the part of the resources is cooperation from either side, because you know how they do. You know
Hmm.
how
Hmm.
our legislative system is built, with those parties, right? But
Hmm.
and this is so crazy. And I know some people gonna be like, wow, but it was a minute for me to realize that we didn't have the best health system in the world. Cause you couldn't. I'm like, what?
That part. That part.
I was
That
like, wait,
because
we
we're
don't have.
told.
I couldn't believe
We're
that.
told we're the best at everything. And here's the
Yes,
thing, people
and say
don't
I didn't look
accept
into it. I didn't look
it's
into
propaganda. You can you can literally go up to Canada and get better and more. If you were a resident, of course, to get better quality health care for lesser price. We are the most expensive healthcare system that there is because we are hell bent on capitalism.
it.
It
Right.
doesn't make sense. It would even at the economists have done the math on it time and time again. It would save us. Again, those same countries, Poland, Switzerland, all these other that have implemented these things in other countries,
Yeah.
Europe, most of Europe, quite frankly. They've implemented these things. We go over that. We know how their systems are set up. We could literally duplicate the best one and add extra stuff to it to true. We don't want to. There are people and our lawmakers, and so many people forget how the law happens as well because they keep thinking that the president is doing these things. Yes, they could help and push it forward, but this is Congress. These are your people that you're collecting to Congress who need to pass laws so that we can say enough is enough. You had your money. You're going to still have plenty of money at the end, but we're not going to continue to do this on the backs of taxpayers and poor people. It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. And we
Doesn't.
are letting people suffer unnecessarily.
Mo, don't send me back to them places I frequent with a changed mind. I'll be talking crazy to them white people. Y'all don't want to fix it. I don't have the damn fool in there. Don't have me in there. Y'all don't want to do shit. Y'all just
That's
sitting
your
around there
problem.
doing shit. Don't have me
You're
do.
like,
But you know what? Go ahead.
I was about to say you're like me. That's the reason why I can never like a lot of times those. Even though of course I have watched some of them, but a lot of those old movies about how it was and civil rights and stuff.
Yeah.
I have to watch when I'm going to watch them, and sometimes I even have to say I can't watch that one. The one about what was the Central Park Five one, the one that was on Netflix. I still to this day have not watched it because I know it's going to make me too upset
Yeah.
and I know that it's like you said, it's gonna have me on some. What was it? I forgot what it was. I know people used to say when Roots used to come on TV, it'd be a whole week thing. And if you was
Uh-huh.
in a real rural country place, they said, "Oh Lord, the white people and black people gonna be fighting because all these black people coming in here mad and pissed off." you
Yeah,
know
them
what I'm
shows
saying?
be, hey, them movies be triggering me, baby. Especially
They
I can't
trigger
watch them,
you.
honey. They trigger me. I'm like, oh no, ma'am, I can't do it. I
I
can't do it.
can't watch it.
Yeah, I can't. I can't. I can't deal with too much of that because it's gonna really affect the way I start talking to a whole bunch of people, and so I don't want to even get like that. But you know what? I think it's even one healthcare system that they even. I think they include dental. I don't know. It may be more than one,
It
but
does. It's more
it,
than one.
that's crazy to me. It's like, what are we doing?
And
Like,
don't you ever think? I've always wondered why is it not included? Why is this random part of my body not included? It doesn't make sense. And also,
Right.
if we know, and here's the other part. So what we know, and they're pushing it all out, to sell food products, that the nutrients you put in your body make all the difference to how all of it. We see all of this, right? How am
Right.
I supposed to get the nutrients in my body if I don't have any teeth to chew it?
Exactly. Right. Okay.
So why is
Like
that not
what are we talking?
included?
Yeah. Like what are we talking about? That's crazy. I mean, they
It
they
is.
they set us up. It seems like they setting us up for failure.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, from birth to death. They setting us up for failure, and it's not
Yep.
fair. And they keep coming every 2 or 4 years. They keep asking for your vote, promising all this shit or whatever. But I'm going to get the right. It's too late for me to do it now, but I'm going to get the work on some demands. We need to find out. We need to get some demands or something.
Yeah.
Because all of
Yeah.
it, and there are some issues that affect poor people, and and hell, if you go by the income guidelines, shit, uh, you might not be considered poor or whatever, but I forgot what it is. I forgot what his guidelines are for poor people, but
Mm-hmm.
you know how it is at your
Yeah.
rate, at your
Yeah.
rate. So what
Yeah.
you can imagine, because you,
Yes.
you know the food the same price for them.
That.
And I thought
That.
when they said the food was it was 50% high, I'm like, what? So now I gotta start paying
Yes.
attention.
Yes.
I didn't know the food
I'm
was in
blessed. We're blessed because like you get on Instacart or whatever, you see it, you just
yeah,
click, click, click. You get to the end, and whatever the number is, like it might be like, oh, that's a little high, but you can still make it work. Imagine somebody when I was making half my salary doing mental health work.
okay.
Come on, how am
Yeah,
I eating? How am I
yeah,
eating? So
yes,
don't sit up there and try to get me to focus on imaginary migrants eating cats and dogs when I can't eat. I'm
yeah.
asking for pizza. I'm asking for nutritious food.
Exactly. And then you have like even with gas, I never know what how much
Oh
gas
my
is
God.
every gallon. I never know. All I know is I need some. And I put
Yeah.
on the nearest whatever. I done seen people do, oh, let me go to the cheap gas station, whatever. I'm like, huh? I'm going to the nearest gas station. But we're not checking prices. But honey, the one price I checked when I went in that logged in there and I saw StreamYard is now $44.99. I'm like, what?
That's for what?
Turned out
And
listen,
the only and nothing has changed. Nothing has changed that's significant about that platform that will require that price to go up. It's just that it's so popular now. It's like, why don't we just up it and get some extra profit?
$20, girl. We was paying $25 a month. It is now 44 now, and I'm like, baby, what's the extra? What's the
Where are the new
perk?
features? Yeah, where are the new features
Yeah,
at?
I don't even need these features. They got one or two of them stuff in there. Yeah, I don't know how to use them. It's that stuff one or two in there. I don't need that. I mean,
You can call me on the phone.
exactly, exactly, exactly. Ain't nobody got time for this. I ain't
Yeah.
no time for this.
But and
So
like you said, but what people don't understand either, and especially in this culture now with again everything being social media, ChatGPT, AI, all that stuff like that. We are a country that is built, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, on propaganda. We
yeah,
speak so negatively about other countries and their propaganda against us. But yeah, we don't like their propaganda because it's against us. I'm not saying it's good propaganda, but we can't sit here and say we don't have our own. Every sports game opens up with what? Every person, hand on your heart, playing an anthem. Like we. Why do you believe that we have the greatest healthcare system? Why do we believe we have the greatest legal system when we know it's chronically flawed? Now, I'm not saying that we might not be the best of the worst. That could be the case. But to sit there and have us just blindly believing because we're here and because we do it this way and because we say that we're the strongest, that means that we are. And for people who believe, again, bless you, babe. And for people who believe things like what's being spouted off, we're just going to go in and bully everybody. We're going to say, go do what you want to do. Just don't bully us. If we think that those are the source of answers that are going to work, we are blind to the fact.
Right, right.
You're
It's
believing whatever we've
sad.
been told. It may not be that way.
Yeah,
And we need to criticize it and we need to critique it and we need to look into it. And I'm not saying Wikipedia, ChatGPT, and whoever pops up on your TikTok or your YouTube, that those are the answers. I'm saying actually legitimate sources. Go back and look at the actual original documents. Look at who was actually sitting there. Like those sorts of things. Because you have to realize that even when we're consuming information, and that's one of the things, of course, we know, even though people criticize our degrees however you want to, but
yeah.
one thing pretty much I would tell people all the time, you don't learn new information so much in college at any level,
Right.
especially at those upper levels. You
Mm-hmm.
learn how to critique, you learn how to research, and you
Mm-hmm.
learn how to critically think. Every
Right.
time something gets put forward, and my boyfriend gets sick of it sometimes because once you turn that button on, you can't turn it off. When I
Exactly.
hear something or see something or something is presented to me, I naturally start asking questions. Well,
Yep.
why? What part of this doesn't make sense? What part of that doesn't make sense?
Girl,
This
I
part, this part.
done that the
Oh,
other day on my
I
live.
thought it
That's
was,
crazy. Mm-hmm.
you
That's
automatically go to that
crazy.
place and you
Yep.
don't just settle for
Mm-hmm.
Chat GBT told me. I saw this Instagram video. I saw you because you know that in every package of information, there are at least components that are flawed. What is the flaw and how could that be manipulated in a way that changes the facts? Every bit of research I've ever done, you have to have what we call a limitation section in
Yep.
your and in your and in when you're reviewing past research, you can't just present what supports your side. You have to also present that counterpart. You have to put the limitations. Yes, I think my study is great, but here's this thing about it that's not right. Here's this little piece that you need to know about. Here are all these things that still could make it a little bit unreliable. This is why we keep digging. But what we
Yep.
have is people who are just Googling whatever the first link is or whatever AI cranks out to you, you go, that's right.
Uh-huh.
AI is sourced from the public domain. You know how that
Exactly.
is. I could
Man,
be giving you a little bit. It's literally AI. And I told somebody this the other day and they laughed only because we both followed the YSL trial. I said, AI it's beneficial as a tool, as a help tool, yes, but it is the Woody of our services. Why? Because
mm-hmm.
Woody said, I put a little bit of truth in with a little bit of a lie. And that's
Right.
what makes it more believable. And that's why the police believe me. And that's why everybody else believes me. Right? Now,
Uh-huh.
did he do some of the things? Was he involved? Yeah. But that's the same thing as AI, Google, that sort of stuff. If I put in a little bit of the truth that I found over here, and then put in a little bit of a random website that I didn't fact check at all, and then I put a little bit of a number here, you
Mm-hmm.
automatically assume that it seems legitimate. And it may not be, or it usually is just flat out not.
Right. And the school I used to teach to for law, honey, we didn't even accept shit from
No,
Google stuff.
Wikipedia.
You
Mm-mm.
got to go to the what law library or some other kind of
Yes,
resource that
credible.
yes,
Peer
okay,
review, peer
yes,
review. Give
yes,
that one. I add junk right now. Give me something that says you got a reference from Wikipedia in there, and I can prompt or tell me that you got that just straight out of AI without having some documentation to back it up. It's an automatic
yep,
F.
yep, yep. I don't want to. Yeah, you want to hear nothing about it. Okay, because baby, Attorney Who's gonna tell me.
And I may listen, Angie, I may see you to the conduct.
Oh no,
If I think you
no.
plagiarized it, if I think you plagiarized, I can tell when you crank me out something that came from AI.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And here's the thing, right, with that. Girl, what you doing?
I'm
Cutting
sorry, I was
iron?
getting some ice. Sorry, I was getting some
Oh,
ice out of the machine. I'm done now.
oh. And so, with that, like I was saying, when you're relying on Google for your knowledge, here's the problem. If you don't have an inkling about what you're looking at and looking for, you could be
Mm-hmm.
literally accessing the wrong
Anything.
information. You don't know if that's right or wrong.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So it's so it's I don't know what people I can suggest that they do for preparation, but one is stay in school. That's one. Start there, so you can have some kind of idea. Like you be like, darn now, um, you know, I remember that about chemistry. Well, let me see, and you can kind of compare or whatever,
Yeah.
or you can also kind of make sure that you are using legitimate resources.
Yes.
Okay, because if not, you're gonna be led astray, honey. It's
And run
man-made,
them up. Run them
and
up. And on
it's
top of that, the other thing, the best thing I could tell people is one, two things probably. One is question everything. And I do mean everything. Question
yep.
it all. You have a right to. You should. Why is it that way? What would that how does that make sense? If millions of people were hoarding in, why aren't me and my family being attacked? Why didn't I see my dog come up missing yesterday? Why are all these stray cats running the road if they're being ate up? Different sources to critique
Mm-hmm.
everything. And in the same way, and I can critique my side just as much. Are you going to stand? What are you going to stand for on this policy or not? Did you give me a yes or a no? I want to know. I have a right to know. I can question it and I should. The other thing is you should also expose yourself to the other side and not expose yourself with the intent to argue it, but the intent to understand it.
Yep. Yep.
That's right
See,
now
that's
we're put in a place where so many people only listen so that they can control or persuade, as opposed to are you communicating to understand?
right.
Are you just listening? Are you truly going, okay, is that truly crazy? Or is there a little theme of truth to that? Does that actually make a little bit of sense?
Right.
That's
And
not what
and
we're doing.
from study, because we learned this early on. We know a manipulator when we encounter
Hmm.
one. Okay,
Hmm.
they teach you that early on. And I
Yeah.
know as far as you went, child, y'all antennas already be up for the
Yeah.
for the manipulator.
Yeah.
So you know when you encounter them. So and it's a lot of times, and that's what we don't do. We don't approach a situation, in the with the hopes of listening, learning, understanding, and having it registered. You know what I'm saying? And then
Hmm. Hmm.
we don't do that. We want to be confrontational because we want to argue our point and stand on business, you
Exactly.
know, and not
Yeah.
even, like just from our conversation. Now, I'm thinking a little different about a lot of things. I'm like, wait a minute now, and she makes sense, and that's why I like to talk to these type of people, okay,
Yeah.
that could get something out of it. I'm always somewhere trying to learn, trying to expand my logic, trying to get this stuff together.
Hmm.
You know.
And we
So
do it to each other because we are just like today. You brought up points, and I said, "What? I disagree with that." I still hear you out, and I go, "Okay, actually, we do have middle ground on that. We agree on." You see what I'm saying? We find out that
yeah,
we're more alike than we are counter, but we actually
yeah,
are listening to the full logic and questioning the same way you question me. And you said, "Hold on there, Mo. What about this?" No, right?
exactly.
And I do
Wait
the
a
same thing.
minute
Hold
now.
on.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
how
on.
you actually hold on.
Yeah,
You can't
yeah,
just let anybody holler anything out.
yeah, exactly. And then you go with it. Don't even do no checking. And then that's why
No.
I always get an example. I say, honey, I have friends that they know don't bring me nothing that you ain't checked. Don't bring me nothing you ain't checked out. And the only person, well, this is back in the day, but the only person that I knew I had to check behind was that Yvette, because I knew her stuff was her. It was too wrong. girl,
You give
girl,
Yvette such a bad name.
Yvette,
It's so sad.
Yvette, Yvette, information be so wrong, Mo. I'm telling you, it'll cost you money and time. You just don't know how many friends have just been in the middle of the street just cussing her out because she got us going to the left, to the right, all over.
Come on.
And
Come
then,
on.
girl, she be the one with all kinds of people. She gonna call one day, we live in Hurricane Alley, right? So one day she called and she said, girl, they are giving out $75 to everybody in the household that can bring their ID up during this hurricane season. But you got to bring your ID and you got to go to it was different centers, right, on different sides of town. Okay.
Hmm.
So I said, okay, Vet. All right. Now
I'm gonna indulge you.
yeah. Okay. And I said, now Vet, I said, now they don't care nothing about your income and nothing like that. She told me, no, no. She's like, no, no, no. They don't care about no, no. So girl, now I have to give her credit. She was halfway right. She was halfway right. She was halfway right.
Mix a little bit of truth with a little bit of lie.
Yeah. So now the part she was wrong about, she had me going to the wrong place. Okay. She had me going to no, look, anybody. Now, if you would have heard my call, because I was on my live, no, I let them hear. And this girl that she done fell out with Yvette too, but just in me mentioning her name, she tell me, just she don't want
Uh,
her, okay,
she
just
don't
tell her
want out.
shit together. And so she had me going to the wrong place. So I drove all that way. And at that time it was me and my daughter. She was over 18, so she had an ID. I said, okay, we're gonna get this money. And so
Y'all gonna get 150. Y'all gonna get this
I'm
150.
going 50, baby. We're trying to get this money. We went to the wrong. I don't know why these people think I'm so bougie and I like I'm better than anybody. No, ma'am, I'm black first. I'm gonna get this
No.
money. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? And ain't no income restraint. You ain't asking a whole bunch of
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
pulling up. I'm
I'm
pulling up.
pulling up. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? And so, girl, so luckily we went to the wrong place, all the way on God knows, on like past our side of town. They said no, the man knew what was going on. He told me, no, you got to go to this location. So we walked up to the location. I saw somebody, I mean, girl, when I tell you the line was wrapped around the
You
building.
know it was. You know it
Yes,
was.
yes, it was. But baby, I walked up there. I see somebody. I see a few somebody. But I saw somebody that was up close, and I don't like skipping people. I don't. But she said, Michelle said, Angie, come on. Everything. If I have to stand in line, when I see I usually see somebody in the line. They be like, come on. I'm like, okay. And and so she took
You
my
just like my boyfriend with that. I'm gonna be the
baby.
good person to stay. I'm gonna get in my place in line because all these other people waiting. I don't want to cut. Girl, let a concession line be too long. He gonna find somebody in that line that he knows. He gonna look for the first black person. Yeah, they look like they'll do it. He might slip them $5, $10, just so that he could get the 75 and say, "I still broke 65."
Exactly, exactly. Tell him. See, he know about status. The line ain't down. The line ain't made for us. The line ain't made for us. We don't follow no damn lines. What are you talking about? What are you, girl? You gonna
And
see?
you said, and you say, you know about status. We don't have to sit in on the line.
Oh,
We
girl,
going, we know
right,
who we
right.
are. We going straight to the front.
You know who I
Yeah,
am? Okay,
somebody won't mind you giving them a couple extra dollars.
exactly, exactly. You know we ain't got time for no lines. You know, girl, we
And he
got
one of them ones like you. He know everybody knows him. Like we can't go anywhere, and he just like you. Everybody knows him everywhere we go. So I literally could show up in daggone Korea tomorrow, and he'll be like, "What up, dog?"
what up? What up? Oh yeah, you funny, sir. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. I be like, baby, it is benefits to this stuff. Baby, you know what? Baby, I be looking crazy by some line. My baby tell you. Son, we walking, we go will call. Where's will call? The tickets is already up.
Oh my
I ain't stand no
gosh.
line. Not finna stand no line. Is you crazy?
You got to stand. You got
I'm
to for that 75, you got to stand like everybody else.
no ma'am, no
He said,
ma'am, no ma'am.
and what he just said, he just said,
I
hell no.
hell no. We ain't standing on line. We ain't doing none of that. We gonna rattling in. And what make it so bad? The people in the line know who you are. They don't even say
Yeah,
nothing, but they know we
yeah.
going straight on in that. What? Like, is you
Well,
crazy?
here's the thing. Part of the reason why they're probably not gonna say nothing either, because probably both of y'all look like you can fight, and so they don't want to cause no it's, some
And
people,
I
you know,
know
when you just see them, you said, "Nah, just let that one ride." If it's a little
yeah,
something to look like you could
exactly.
take them, then you say, "Hold on, what you doing?" But yo kind, let them go ahead and get whatever they want.
Yeah, I'm not that girl exactly. I'm not that girl that be walking around with a smile on her face. I don't walk past so many people. They be talking about, God damn, baby, smile. But my mind be focused. I had a unit on my face, baby. I be dead serious. I be serious, and my walk is deliberate. Wherever I'm going, I'm
Oh
looking
my
straight.
gosh.
My face, I know be balled up. I'm like, they be like, God damn, smile. I'm like, shit, I got time for smiling. I got to go. Let camera do all of that. I got to go.
I don't got time. I don't got time for all this. I'm just trying to get my $75 and I'm out.
Exactly, girl. So we how we but so we all they did was ask our name, our address, um, and gave us the
No.
$75, and then we got on up out of there. I was like, okay, this is all right here. I say, okay, bet you got some good information. Now she did. Now let me tell you what was another bad thing, girl. And I had done spread this to the whole office, girl. She had to call up there. It was another one of hurricane moments. She had to call up there to my girl. Um, the people ain't the gas stations say they don't stop pumping gas at a certain time.
What?
So just trying to let you know the gas station ain't gonna be letting you pump no gas. I'm like, what? Because we always in the hurricane holding on the pole.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, you
girl,
at the hurricane. Y'all get really strong hurricanes down there.
exactly.
If they're gonna cut that gas pump off, you got to fill jugs and everything up because who knows what can happen when they open
Exactly,
it back up.
girl. Fine, I didn't even check it. She's talking about it was on the news and stuff. Now, and I want
See
you
what
to
I'm
know,
saying?
and that's why I tell people, watch your pick, get your people picking process together. Yvette also hang with other people that don't never get it right. So it's just a whole bureau of bitches that don't have shit together. Okay, so she gonna tell me it's on the news. So once I hear that, it got to be right, right? I mean, why I got to check it? I done told the people in the office, girl, the manager was letting us go like 5 at a time to fill up our car. I created a whole.
Oh my
Girl,
gosh.
she was letting us leave and go at 5 at a time to fill up our cars and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Girl, she done gave some people. Yeah, now it would take the white people to go to the gas station and ask the gas people, like, are y'all, what time y'all gonna shut down? The people like, huh? Is that
Yeah.
why everybody coming here?
You know they're gonna ask because
Girl,
they're gonna ask. They're gonna
they
ask.
gonna
They're
ask,
not.
why they gonna ask?
They,
Girl,
yeah,
I
they are.
call you back. I said, girl, don't you call and tell me another goddamn thing. I got the whole office. I got the whole office going to get gas and
And
shit.
they went off of your word. Now you done made my word. That's like when they went off of your word.
Exactly. I'm like, girl, she don't never have that right. I'm serious. It's a trip, child. I be like, child. Don't everybody know that.
Oh.
Yeah, everybody knows that. They know that she ain't got it right. You know, so if it's
She
some
just
kind of
hollering out, and it's no telling where she got it from. But she
exactly,
just took it as well. You know, ain't no telling where she got it from because some people she probably got it from somebody just as crazy as her.
exactly. That's what she was getting from other people that don't verify the information. This is
Mm-hmm.
with it. Now she gonna pass it to me or whatever. You know, Yvette. I mean, she has every plug can think of. Yvette. It was involved in the pill selling mill. That's how I know about pill selling mill, all kind of shit. I'm like Yvette,
They get hooked up in the crazy stuff.
girl, yeah, Yvette, honey, she, baby, some kind of way that she listen him. Yvette, they were trying to get people to go to the doctor to get the pill. All kind of shit was going on.
See,
Yvette
let
was
me tell you something. Yvette would be the type to have you under a three-strike rule, and it's unfair.
yeah, hey, hey, you be messed up fucking with her. You'll be sitting around
Yeah,
like, whoa,
yeah.
I'm trying to
You end up
say,
with your third strike fooling with Yvette.
yes, girl, yes, child. Honey, she had a plug at Lane Bryant. Girl,
Ooh, that's a good one.
yes. She had a plug
Especially
at
when they had, them at one point that was the only place you could get bras for if you
yes,
was heavy up top. It's the only place you could get them, but they were steep. You know what I'm saying? So if she had that plug, I know people were hitting her up.
yes, baby. She had it. Cause now Lane Bryant. What did they go as low? If I'm not mistaken, I forgot because I know I was at my heaviest in there, and I think I was maybe like a 14 or something like that. I'm like
Yeah, they
something
go.
like
That's how low they now. They go to 12. They do like 12, 14. I think is
yeah,
around the
yeah.
lowest.
And I was like, and baby, she had somebody up there at the counter, honey. The plug, honey. I'm like, oh my gosh. So, so of course, I can't go in there and I can't be involved in that shit, but it don't mean I can give her my money. She know how to shop. Okay, she know how to shop for me, and baby, that Lane Bryant shit was, that shit was high back in the day. You know what I'm saying? That
Yes, it
stuff was
was.
high.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, it was like $40 for a shirt, $40 for the bottom.
yeah,
And girl, if
yeah.
they had it where it was $10 an outfit. And so it was so funny. The girl manager finally caught on to what was going on because because the girl told her it had happened while Yvette was in the store. Yvette said that, that the girl manager was saying, came behind the lady and said, "You're not ringing up everything." So she went
Oh
ahead and rerun it or something. I was like, "Oh Lord!" I was
yeah,
like,
you're in
"What?"
trouble now.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So
and this girl probably lost her job now.
exactly. But that girl was making a whole bunch of side money, cause
Of course, yeah.
I sure enough was giving her Yvette my 150 and all this other girl. It was a minute.
hmm
Cause here's the thing about it. I'm at my biggest, so I refuse, and can't do nothing about it. But be on them steroids. I'm on them steroids, so I can't do nothing about it. So I'm
hmm
refusing to buy a whole bunch of big clothes. Cause I'm saying
Yeah, because it's
yeah,
just temporary. It's a
yeah,
temporary. You just need some temporary to get you till you lose it back down.
uh-huh, baby. I was so fly, honey. I didn't repeat an outfit for months, girl. That put baby shit. That
You
is
had
a
the fashions, the fashions.
the fashion, baby. Yes, girl. Honey, it was. I mean, talking about matching bras and panties, matching bras and panties, honey, whatever.
I know that's right. And they again, that was not cheap either. You be individual, you was not cheap.
Exactly. It
Mm-mm.
was. It wasn't. Not no lame brain, honey. Girl, that was funny, baby. Them people, I love my folks. And then look at
Oh,
that.
I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna jump back in. I gotta jump off real quick. I'm listening.
Okay, okay. y'all, and at the now y'all wouldn't believe this. Well, y'all probably will. At the place where the popo at, okay, we in there charged with keeping the peace, regulating the streets, making sure shit is right, in Jacksonville and in Florida and different places, right? I ain't never seen so many women, especially ones that were married to truck drivers, in there hustling shit that done fell off the truck. I know I saw it all when the lady was up there selling collard greens. I'm talking about the tree, the bushel, whatever it is, that collard green. And I also, when you ask her, it fell off the truck. Something done fell, everything done fell off the truck. She was pushing a device. There was something like, I don't know if it was something like a satellite. I don't know what it is, but you can hook it up to your TV and get all these different channels. She was pushing that, you know how long it's been pushing the DVR, pushing everything. Shit fell off the truck. We had so many people popping open the trunk because crime fighting don't pay. I'm just gonna tell you that, and that's why I used to tell my students, crime fighting don't pay. So you need to make sure you have multiple streams of income. I'm trying to tell you. And a lot of those jobs, like a lot of those state jobs like um, counseling and social work or whatever, they don't pay those people what they need. School teachers that teach K through 12, they don't pay them teachers that what they need. They really don't. They really do not. Okay? And at some point, you got to be, um, all right, I know you do. Um, and at some point, you know, if you don't develop this, you just in love with the work you do, you probably ain't gonna stay there, or what, you're gonna get into something else. I mean, be like me. You know what I'm saying? I got in a law by accident, and I ain't like it, but I wasn't stupid. I know how to leverage that goddamn degree to do work that isn't, hard. Isn't I'm not gonna do all this in Miss Love doing. Uh-uh. I ain't interested in all that. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why it was um, beneficial and to me smart to, like Mo said, work them angles. If it's some angles in the street, baby, work that. Some angles that I can come up off of, going in people's office, work that. And like I said, if I wasn't so scary, because I know somebody out here did it and they held a high degree. But somebody out here I know also, while um, holding that high degree, they was out here driving Uber. And when they saw how much money they made, I was like, oh shit. And I have the time, I make the time to do it. Because I'm teaching from home and shit. Like what about when the what's the name first started in 2020? I thought, oh shit. So listen, here ain't nothing wrong by doing honest day work. That's crazy. Okay, that is crazy. Since I can remember, I've always had two or more jobs, and because I've pretty much been in a supervisory, managing type position, or make my own hours, or be my own boss type situation, I could do what's required for the company or whatever capacity I'm working in, and then I can, when I step off, I can go and make some what extra money doing whatever. Shoot, you crazy? I'm gonna do it. I am gonna do it. It'd be dumb for me not to, especially when I have the opportunity. That's just some dumb stuff. I'm gonna see how I can, make a few coins. But yeah, it's like we need some solutions in America. The next 4 years, we're gonna have to go to whoever's running and ask them some questions. When you gonna address this? Okay? When you gonna address this? That's what we're gonna have to do. I'm gonna dust off my old political stuff. I told you there's a reason. And then my nickname is the mayor. My daughter said that's my nickname. And then on that exchange y'all seen on that another internet thing, whatever, you see me law saying things as my moniker was the mayor. But I'm gonna dust off my old political stuff, whatever. See where I left off, and we're gonna address some of these situations, some of these um, problems that affect the poor, because they get hit the worst. Because think about it, they already poor, they get poor, and then what happens? What do you think they start thinking about to make it? Crime. I ain't making this up. So they wanna, I got my approaches and stuff like that. Shit, I'm media trained. I got my approaches. I know what I'm gonna do and say, mm. And I can assemble a team of people that all I have to do is say, hey, I need you to come here. Mm. I'm writing it down right now to make sure I dust off my stuff and start. I'm gonna start now so I can be prepared. Mm. See, when y'all met me, I was already, these were my interests. I ain't developed it. I ain't come on here and see somebody, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm talking about if you copying positive shit from people. I ain't come on here and see somebody involved in a charity and thought, oh, no. I've had my own uh, charity over 13 years. These are politics, all these different things, fashion, all this different shit. My, all involved in the organizations, the damn cap, not the law, I mean say the damn cap, but cap, all that extra shit or whatever. I came here with that on that would be on my resume, the resume of my life, right, or the CV of my life. But I'm gonna hook up Try to hook up with, I said, I can't hook up with that credit card man. Wife done already called him out before, and credit card man don't do right. I want him to be successful in his relationship. I don't want him fucking with me. But but if I'm gonna run into him if I get back active in those circles. Ever. And I'm trying to tell you, and I like dealing with solutions. Oh, my mouth is swollen. My lips are swollen. People like Mo and others that, hey, they be down for the think tank. People that's gonna come up with something. And get it into you know because I can't take it. um there is a big initiative that I was working on, and then I slowed down, but it's still on my agenda because I just don't understand. It's a lot that goes on in America that we just don't understand, and they won't tell us. We want to see the numbers. But somebody's gonna do something about the poor. They're gonna We got the poor, we got our seniors, we got an issue with education. Lord have mercy. We got to do something. Because if not, this place is always gonna be just like that. And I want my people that come after me to to have something and to have it a little bit, easier, and understand all this stuff with the environment, stuff like that. And I can let y'all hear because I was going through the calls and not the calls, Lord, the because what's it called? She was checking my wound, and I was asking her about you know my what happened, and like they don't know, like it's certain health issues that they don't know where it come from, and then sometimes they link it, especially if it's autoimmune or whatever. I'm not saying that's what happened, but if it's autoimmune, they definitely link it to the goddamn environment. Like how? Wait a minute now. And I'm a science, I follow it. I'm still following all of that. How can we get that together? Well, what about what's going on with this food? And I never, and I'm just a bad eater, period. I've never questioned, um, frozen foods and this. I'm looking for the quick, when I need a quick hit, that it is what it is. But now I want to get some more education about all that, that shit like that. What should we be eating? Because we need to, like, and then a lot of times I can't take, hell, it's at least, okay, vitamins. I'm just hypothetical. I might be pretty A through Z. And then some of the goddamn alphabets double up. I can't take all that shit. So we got to get a lot of these nutrients from what? Other sources. From what? Our organic sources. Like the goddamn shit that grow out the ground. We gotta start thinking like that. And I never thought I would think like that because y'all think I don't go nowhere, whatever. But even if my mind be on the go, and I can be sitting down, because listen here, as that girl used to tell me, talking about you the only bitch I know that called the shots and ain't moved. Yeah, I gotta have to do a lot of that. I have shit to do. But I do, get out and stuff like that. I be on the, I be on the move. So then, although, I surround myself with a lot of health conscious people, I don't always follow, what they put down. I don't, because I want me old good old nasty Whataburger, that spicy burger with the bacon and the grilled onions and stuff. That's what I'm gonna get, you know. So we got to start, especially as we get older, and the bones. And now I'm seeing how this looks with having no, with my muscle lead, just fleeing away. I mean, I literally got legs, ain't got no calf muscles in the back. That looks crazy. A person that done cheered and stuff was like, what? But hey, so we got to figure out all of that. So I don't need no crazy ass man that ain't interested about the climate change and he don't want to know nothing about none of that. He, talking about people eating dogs and cats and all this other crazy shit. We don't need that. I need somebody that's gonna take this shit serious. You know. But anyway, let me play the rest of this. I sure appreciate y'all for still hanging on in there with me. And I mean, shout out to you too. But them goddamn, if y'all see these numbers on Twitter, this is
Pieces of evidence, but you don't need to show the.
crazy. Oh Lord, they done advanced. Let me go back.
And bragging to one another.
The Waskin, right, who I mentioned earlier.
Enough to show that Garlington is a co-conspirator and that there's a conspiracy.
Thanks.
You don't appear to have others for own.
So, it's not, and I hesitate to say it, but it's not so much UNC's statements that are important. UNC's statements are the ones that give.
What was this?
Um,
Portion that we believe are relevant.
And those are the only portions of that.
Yeah, the call is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's really the entirety of the call, except for that 8 seconds that is between 40 and 48. Yes, sir.
yes.
What was that?
I believe it's the same call. I have it as call 513.
Yeah.
Mr. Shark gave me that number.
Yeah.
That it says something to the effect, and I was going to object.
What is it?
The cumulative of the 403 objection. And the court
I'm
knows that
trying to
everyone does.
unpass
You know,
that.
I have 513, and I think we're going by the call reference number.
On the sheet.
So the call reference number for 513 is the call that I'm just speaking of, which is on March
They
16th.
came through and they were going to come back.
It's-
Yes.
Get ready to
I have
write
the
them
same.
up.
Then I tell y'all that they was gonna let the white guy question some, maybe some other professional or somebody that would be less, complex or confrontational. And that black guy they put on the
It
stand.
was the part, yeah, the flipping the car and laughing part.
where the guy he served as an expert for the Infinity. That's what they had.
The cumulative of the 403
Mhm.
objection. And the court
You're welcome.
I apologize, y'all. I thought, I forgot it be when I stopped it for a long time, it'll advance to the end. I might have to go see what old Tiffany is doing. Um, I know she done cut up. I got to understand, pay attention more to her psychology too, because she would sit up there with those big old eyes and brag on herself, call herself the Superman, saying she doing this and the third, whatever. And that lady Laura Lightfoot said, y'all broke. And
Thank
that's
you.
why I left off at.
And when they're on the call, they first talk about different types of weed.
Yeah, I said that part then.
And after that, Demekion begins to tell Dewaskin about the drive-by shooting.
Mhm.
And he tells them that um,
Okay,
12
let me start that a little. And look at still looking at Miss Hilton.
that starts about 35 seconds into the call, in which, to set the stage, this call is at about 9:45 p.m. on March 16th. And so this is about 9. The the house at 2830 Waters Road just got shot up late the night before, earlier in that day. And Mr. Garlington is speaking to someone that we believe to be the Waskin Wright, who is a member of 30 Deep. And when they're on the call, they first talk about different types of weed.
Yeah, I said that part then.
And after that, Demekion begins to tell Dewaskin about the drive-by shooting.
Mhm.
And he tells them that 12 had us, they shot up Big Nick's spot, which is the home where they are. And we thought that they were going to come back through, meaning that they thought that the ops were going to come back through, that they sprayed through the house, that they were all in the living room, and they're surprised that no one got hit. And um, and Dewaskin asks, well, essentially, why do you think it happened? And Mr. Garlington says one of their little partners just got shot or just got killed in Mechanicsville, which would have happened on March 14th, 2 days prior. Then at some point in time, a little later within that call, Mr. Wright says, do y'all have a drop on them in words? And Demekion responds, I would need to play it again, what exactly his language was after response to that. And that portion from 0:35 to 1:40, and then from 1:48 to 2:31. There's a small 8 seconds in there that we wouldn't need to play, but those are the two relevant portions. Again, they're talking about the opposition first shooting up the place and then being asked by a 30 Deep member who we allege they have alliances with, YSL, that some members who were formerly 30 Deep are YSL, and then they still have an alliance with 30 Deep. He then asked, do you have a drop on them? Meaning, are y'all going to retaliate, is what we would think that they say. And those are the portions that we believe are relevant.
And those are the only portions of that.
Yeah, the call is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's really the entirety of the call, except for that 8 seconds that is between 40 and 48. Yes, sir.
Yes.
There's a portion, I believe it's the same call. I have it as call 513. Mr. Sharp gave me that number.
Yeah.
That it says something to the effect, and I was going to object. It says something about McMiller's funeral is going to be private, and his mother doesn't want Thug their or his money. And I don't see how that should come in. That would be a hearsay statement. I don't see how that furthers a conspiracy. If it's not on that call, then I have a fight.
It's not that call. No. Well, let me make sure.
Well,
Hold
I
on.
think it is.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, it may not be. I don't know.
So
No,
there's
no,
two
no.
remember, there's a page number and a reference number. I'm
Right.
with Mr. Steele. I have 513, and I think we're going by the call reference number.
On the sheet,
So the call reference number for 513 is the call that I'm just speaking of, which is on March
they came
16th.
through and they were gonna come back.
It's-
Yes.
Getting ready to
I have
write
the
them
same
up.
date as well. You're on 5,
Okay.
3/16.
What time on March?
So the call
9:41?
941. But we can listen to the call, but I just listened to it and I don't hear anything about it.
If it's not an issue, there's nothing to discuss. But if it is an issue, I want to.
Okay, because part of it, when it was described on this big sheet that y'all shared with everybody, was them laughing about the drinks murder.
Right. And I have that happening at 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the call. So, and I'm not saying Mrs. Hilton's wrong. Maybe this call isn't that long, but the parts that you wish to play, can we just play it?
Yeah,
Because there's a lot of confusion.
okay. Because then I guess the part about the drugs comes after all of us. Okay, all right. Because I definitely wrote down that there was something about, y'all said there was a non-hearsay purpose and you wanted to show something about flipping the car and laughing, but if y'all aren't gonna get into that anymore, then that's fine. And I think this one and the one before reference a quay, and understandably, there's some concern about confusion. Is it gonna be clear?
And I'll apologize. I must have listened to 512, which is the 2 minute and 40-second call, because they talk about drugs in that call as well. But it looks like I was supposed to look at the call under.
The one at 9:41 p.m.
Of course, it does for one.
No, that's the 502 is also 512, and that's talking about Big Nick's. And that one also says something about not having to drop on people. But we ruled that one, or I ruled that one could come in, but there was a concern about whether we need a 105 with regard to Quay or Qua, which I'm happy to consider.
On call at lunch, I listened to the 2 minutes and 40-second call, which is the call right above it. If we could have
The one that says 502?
Yes, Your Honor, at 6:49. If I could have a brief moment, I can listen to the correct call, Your Honor. I
Well,
apologize.
Okay. only other one we had talked about but not made a decision on was the nested hearsay one. Do we need a quick break? Why don't we all take a quick break? 10 minutes.
Hold on. I'm out there messing around. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I forgot to ask Mo, did she see that girl? I was did she see how she was running her show over there on Revolt? That girl, she does not shy away from letting you know that you really shouldn't be challenging me. See, I'm courteous. But I loved when Kamala um um when her debating I want to call it mannerisms kicked in. And if you pretty much watch everyone, I think I don't know if Hillary did it, but I know Joe Biden did it when he still was doing it. Like, baby, you done delivered if you I don't know if you argue, if the affirmative or negative, and you done delivered what you had to deliver, and you got them shook over there. The person you going against. You got them shook, and you just look at them. Some debate coaches call it, intimidation. Um, some say that that's the look when you feeling, sure about yourself, and or that's the look when you know that you're in command of this debate. So neither way, you're just trying to get a good score. I know. Listen, I know my 2 years I coached debate team. It fucked around and landed on these streets. I'm just saying this because this is what happened. I don't know shit, okay? 'Cause I know the parties involved got beef with me or whatever, hate my guts. But it is what it is. I'm gonna tell you what happened. So you remember
Take way longer than
when Dana was, I guess, looking for somebody to fight with, and he had an issue with his fellow Baltimorean content, and he thought he would challenge her instantly. My debate coaching skills kicked in. I said, now if she do this, she'll lay his ass to sleep, put him to rest. You know, sometimes when you can see certain skills in anybody, how to get them positioned so they can be, successful. And I be like, ain't it what even, you know, you just uh he put a challenge out, this, that, and that, whatever. You gonna make, wanna professional it all up and get it all serious, more serious than whatever. Like, no, you gonna call somebody out for their content, and you and your content is sus. I'm gonna just say, sir, I'm pretty sure you're gonna. I mean, I would. I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure you're gonna lose this one, yeah. But oh well. So it'll just come on out. It'll just come on out. Sometimes I'll be listening to like commentary anywhere, and you have people on the panels going back and forth, or they're in interviews going back and forth. It instantly kick in. That debate shit. Now we say it like this, move like that, look over him. I think Pamela had, after she settled down and all of that, and got, because I thought she was gonna run through her prepared speech stuff, how she was going, but no, she got it. Somebody, they said she inherited. Um, I forgot what team she got around, what people she got around her, but I think she got a pretty decent team. You understand what I'm saying? So, baby, I just be wanting to, one, have the information right, two, win, even though it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Before Ms. Hilton,
But I done picked the side I want to win.
recap where we are just for a second?
Sure.
You
And
can
there
help
she
me
is.
with that, please, Judge. My notes from our previous sessions said 513 was open, 624 was open, 806 was open. The state today said 1109, and I'm going from the reference numbers. They weren't going to try to get that in. Was there a ruling on 513?
That's what she needed to go back and
Okay.
listen to again. So that's what we're about to hear from her, whether she's narrowed.
Okay, great.
And then, okay, so read those out to me again.
All right, 513 we're going to deal with right now.
Yeah.
624. I had that, my notes reflect that that was open as well.
What,
Open meaning you hadn't ruled
we
on.
had a,
Yeah.
yes, agreed. That's the one that's the nested hearsay, right?
No, the nested hearsay, well,
Oh, okay.
it nested hearsay was 2119. That's on the next page.
Okay.
At least that's the one that.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm trying to
So
figure
what
out.
else? So 513 slash
624.
which is also 635. It's very complicated with these
Yes,
two different numbers.
806 and 820.
806. Yeah,
I had.
you're right. I have a note by both of those that said
So there's
tomorrow,
no-
which we apparently never
Right.
got to that
So
tomorrow.
there's no ruling on those yet?
Correct, no
Okay.
ruling yet. And on both of those, if somebody from the state could listen, I think the question for both 636, I don't know which reference number's which, but 624 slash 635 and then 806 slash 820, I think, was who is the other talker? That's what we were waiting to hear back on. But yes, that matches up with what I've got as well, Mr. Harvey. All right, so if you're ready on the 513, 523 one, we can do that one.
So I can answer 624 and 806.
Okay.
We just know right now there's a person named Unc, but we don't know who that person is.
Okay. Name, what's the first name?
Unc, like they call him
Unc. Okay, which y'all knew also, and they don't know who that is. And so, are y'all asserting that Unc is a co-conspirator, or you have no idea?
No, we're not going to circle. We don't know who.
Okay, and so then, is there some other basis under which you're asserting those two, whatever they are, conversations could come in? Okay. Getting to sorting through the evidence exhibits today.
And also, Judge, while the state is discussing among
Sure.
themselves, I think that's almost as far as we got.
It is, because we stopped with, I mean, we got much further, but we stopped with, the one that is 2119, that
Right,
is
that's-
that nested hearsay.
Yes, that's what I mean. And
Yeah,
then there's a page
That's
and
as far as we
there's a
got.
page and a half.
I know,
Okay,
after that.
yes, that's,
Yeah, no, there are many, many pages after that.
Twitter, what's that in Twitter?
3 pages after that.
Judge, forgive me for missing the portions of the conversation that Mr. Harvey was just having. I was looking with my colleagues at number 624 and 806. Are we correct that those are the two that the court is now inquiring about?
Ye- As to, yes.
Yes.
513 and 513.
No, we're not, we're gonna come back to that
Okay,
one.
all right, so.
Okay.
That's-
So,
Go ahead, sorry.
So, Your Honor, in advising the person that he calls Unc about the search warrant at Waters Road and Ms. V being on him, one, and I'm not getting through in saying this, but one, the familiarity of the person to whom Mr. Garlington is speaking with Ms. V, and without further explanation as to what Ms. V being on him means, it becomes apparent that this is a person who is aware that at the time Investigator Vivarito is someone who has been, who's had Demekion Garlington on his radar. So Demekion Garlington obviously is talking to someone that he trusts. But the 806 call where Demekion Garlington is telling the call Unc that he said on the news they got 2 and 1 outstanding warrant. They just hadn't said my name. He just wanted to make sure he didn't know what was going on. You've made it back, okay. And the person advising him to keep it to your chest, and that Mr. Garlington is advising that person that he's trying to make as much as he can now. These words all lead us to conclude that this person, though we don't know his identity, he is a person on whom Demekion Garlington is relying, who he is getting support and advice from, as it relates specifically to the conspiracy, arguably in telling Mr. Garlington to keep these matters to his chest, this person that he's talking to knows all about Waters Road, knows what it's there for, knows that that the knows about the likely knows about what was being kept at Waters Road, given that he's not asking, wait, what do you mean? What about Waters Road? Who is Miss V? So this could be, though we don't know, and we're not trying to assert that this is some person we know is, YSL. This seems like, reads like, he listens like an unindicted co-conspirator, someone that he is relying on and trusting for information and guidance as it relates to his actions in this conspiracy. Those type of actions fall under um, what courts have deemed statements in furtherance of the conspiracy may consist of. Because of that, because of the type of information he's sharing and the feedback he's getting and the role that this person seems to serve in Mr. Garlington's life, these two statements, we'd argue, would fall up under the co-conspirator statement exception.
All right. Does anybody need to hear them again?
I don't know. It seems to me
Oh God.
that if we don't know who this person is, I don't know. My understanding of the case law, and I don't have it, but I'm certain of it being the law. I can get a case. Is the statement itself cannot establish the conspiracy and the prerequisites of 801 D2E. So without knowing who the people involved in the conversation are, and just going by the conversation itself, I don't know if that well, I do know that could never satisfy the requirements of 801 D2E under our Supreme Court precedent and state in case law in Georgia as well.
I
What do you
don't.
have to say to that?
I do not agree with that assessment at all. In 502, this is an 11th Circuit case, but United States versus Miles, 290 F3D 1341 is from 2002. The courts have said in its admissibility evaluation, the court may consider the statement itself as well as extrinsic evidence to qualify the statement need not be necessary. This is not what Mr. Sharp was putting forth. It's, I think, helpful.
It's exactly what I just said.
The statement need not be necessary to the conspiracy, but needs only to somehow further the interests of the conspiracy, Your Honor. And personal knowledge of the subject matter on the part of the declarant isn't required, but it talks about the statements of unindicted co-conspirators. Specifically, Your Honor, I think
All right, we know statements of unindicted co-conspirators can come in if they otherwise qualify. What Mr. Shard is saying is the conspiracy and it being in furtherance can't be established by this statement alone. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, Your Honor.
I haven't seen
It
that.
can't bootstrap itself, and I'll get you.
So
All
Your
right,
Honor,
he'll get us a case.
So-
and then we'll take it up.
I'm reading
It's
from.
not in the statute.
Yes, it is. The statement must be considered, but does not by itself establish the declarant's authority
Your Honor,
under the existence or scope of the relationship or the existence of the conspiracy or participation in it.
Your Honor, I'm reading from United States versus Rivera, R-I-V-E-R-A.
And I'm reading from the
Hang
statute.
on, don't talk at the same time. the statute. Would certainly be the easiest place to go to if it answers the question.
Mm-hmm. Love statute. No,
And I have cases.
you can answers.
Give me a second. As the contents of the statement shall not alone be sufficient to establish the existence of the conspiracy and the participation therein of the declarant and the party against whom the
You
statement
need
is
another
held.
piece of evidence, right? Something to support it, right?
Is not tendering the statement. We in no way suggest that the content of this statement alone establishes a conspiracy. The conspiracy, we'd argue, has been shown by evidence that we've already presented at trial and
Damn.
evidence that we will be presenting later on. What the content of the statement does show is that the unknown party to whom Mr. Garlington is speaking about the about things that the conspiracy inherently kind of involves, i.e. Waters Road, Miss V looking for him, the outstanding warrants, all of those things that sort of the conspiracy encapsulate. When he does that, he is receiving, he's giving the statements and he is receiving assurance, and the statements made between the two are serving to maintain trust and cohesiveness among them, or inform of the current status of the conspiracy, which furthers the ends of the conspiracy, so long as the other requirements of 801D2E are met. And that's coming from a First Circuit 2012 case, United States versus Rivera, RIVERA-DONAT.
I told you earlier, she's still
At
trying to make
682
sure they
F3rd
are
120.
joined together, connected somehow.
Especially when you hear,
Some of them know what's going
given
on.
everything
So
Mr.
information
Garlington is saying, I mean,
going,
he's
you know,
literally
going
just
through
telling the guy, like, you know, Miss B is on me, blah, blah,
along
blah,
with
blah, blah.
the
And
act,
it's recorded, anyone can listen to it.
trying to bind
But
all of them together.
he just wanted to make sure, you know, he didn't know what's going on. You made it back okay. The man is saying, keep it to your keep it close to your chest. And Demikion is then saying, I'm trying to make as much as I can now. This particular case that I'm about to point out is a Third Circuit Court of Appeals case, so it's not anything that the court has to follow. It's just sort of instructive, but it does speak to the United States versus Lignelli, Lignelli, and the site is 660 Fed APPX 118. It's a 2016 case. There, the court found that a statement made by an unknown speaker could qualify for the co-conspirator exception if the government establishes that the speaker was likely a member of the conspiracy alleged. And in United States versus Helmel, which is an 8th Circuit 1985 case, and Helmel is spelled HELMEL, and that site is 769 F2D 1306 at 1313. What Lignelli says or cites Helmo for is the parenthetical. What is essential is that the government show that the unknown declarant was more likely than not a co-conspirator. And I believe that the prescriptions that were described earlier regarding the statute alone, the statement alone being used to establish a conspiracy is not one applicable here.
Okay. All right, can I hear the statement again? It's been a while.
Now, when they're talking about co-conspirator exceptions and things of that nature, that's involving hearsay. Okay, they're not
Yeah.
saying it in the court, but that's what it involves. It involves hearsay, right? How to get these statements in with, the only way you can get hearsay in is with an exception, right? So they're trying to get it in under a co.
Just so that the court is aware, since we are researching in real time, there's a notice at the front of Lignelli that says
801 and
not
801, I don't know.
presidential opinion under Third Circuit Internal Operating Procedure Rule 5.7. Such opinions are not regarded as precedents which bind the court. I want to make the court aware of that notice.
Y'all gotta find about that 3 strikes and you're out crime bill. I'm fine about that. I forgot all the nuances about that. But I thought it became an issue again.
An apartment. You got family? Hell nah. Nah, I got my shit. They got down what's in. So no folk got down. Where you at? I can pull up. The meat on white out there. Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fire. I been got no the chillin' so to these folks home. You said you trying to do what? I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get another fire. What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, but them folks they got damn, man. That shit, them folks they hit the spot today one and then I was still just like why Miss V, boy. I know they hit that bitch. Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm just trying to move cautious. Well, definitely. You know that wrong. Yeah. And she saying y'all, she know. Well, you know she on y'all. Who else you say out there? They regular, big, blue them. Big out there? Yeah. Alright, here I come. Alright.
Your Honor, I'd also point out a thing I left out. The person to whom he's speaking is also advising Mr. Garlington, giving him more information about the circumstances out there that Mr. Garlington was describing at Waters Road, where he's talking about who all else is still out there. So that adds to our argument as well.
Hello? Hello? What going on? What's up? Hey, what's up with you? What happened? What is that? That, oh, damn, my bad, no, look. Right? They said who they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. I ain't say the name. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I just feel. Well, I just want to make sure. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really let you know 2 hours back. Yeah, you don't made it back? Yeah. Yeah. Well, shit. You just keep that shit to your chin, really, and hold on to that paper. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just trying to make as much as I can, huh? Yeah, exactly. Right, down I'm here, though. I'm gonna let you pull up on me. Check out answer the phone. All right. All right.
And if the court notices I think Mr. Garlington does not even start giving details until he's reassured that it's on. Who of course then tells him, you just keep that close to your chest, and so forth. So I think that both of these calls make it apparent that this person is giving information that serves to reinforce the underlying purposes of the conspiracy itself. They're providing reassurance. They're informing of what's going on, that is putting members of YSL in peril. Ms. B out there looking for Mr. Garlington. He knows who she is. So we believe that these all form to tell the court these are statements of co-conspirators that should be admitted. And
Any defense argument? And Mr. Short, I think with regard to, and Mr. Harvey, the issue of the statement alone can't establish the participation of the declarant.
Declarant is the one who made the
I think with
statement.
regard to Garlington, there's certainly more. And are y'all offering like both sides of the conversation?
in order that they understand what's going on, yes, both sides are being offered of the conversation. The most important part, we feel, is what Mr. Garlington is saying. His words are more pertinent because they're reflecting a knowledge of something that just took place. Is very important and close in time to acts that are alleged via overt acts or counts on this indictment. So Mr. Garlington's words are the most important ones, but the others are needed for context.
Can I just respond very briefly to this? It's still just the statement itself. And every court, the United States Supreme Court and our Supreme Court, have specifically said in determining the existence of the admissibility of a co-conspirator statement, the trial court may consider both the co-conspirator statements and independent external evidence, although the co-conspirator statement alone does not suffice. That's specific language from Dublin versus the state at 302 Georgia 60, pinpoint site 63. But that's the rule, and that's the intent of the rule.
I thought you said she had additional
I
information.
have heard nothing but argument about the statement itself, but no external evidence other than the statement itself.
Oh,
and that
okay.
is simply not enough with an unidentified party,
Right.
period.
Yeah, so I think with regard to whomever Unc is, that it does sound like all you're relying on to establish that Unc is a co-conspirator, and therefore the jury can consider what Unc is saying is what he's saying and what he seems to know that's based in the statement itself. So I think that if this comes in, if these two come in, there needs to be an instruction that, it's only Garlington's statements that you can consider.
Well, in his, hang on,
Do
in
y'all see?
as much as Unc is providing context to what Garlington's statements are. Um, One moment, Your Honor, I'm reading a statute. If the court would indulge me, I apologize.
Um, so as you see, and I want y'all to catch this, right? And I'm not sure if they're still dealing with the motion in limine, right? But it kind of seems like they are because they are trying either that or they're dealing with some other um, evidentiary issues or maybe some another motion. Okay, because I don't know what was where they were or, where they are whatever. But it could be they're still dealing with motion and limine. And as you see, remember what I told you what motion and limine does, right? It precludes, excludes, and also includes, right? And for the prosecution, it can help limit the defense's defense, right, against their facts and elements, okay, in their case. If you're on the defense, then it can um, try to minimize some of the case information, the evidence, and all that can kind of weaken the case, right? Weaken the prosecutor's case against them. So it could be very well that they're still dealing with that because it was announced this morning. I don't know if they're still dealing with that process. Um, so as you see, dealing with the rules of evidence is something else. It's something else, which was my favorite part. But dealing with the rules of evidence, well, it's something else. They're trying to get it in because they have a lot of stuff that they're trying to establish. I don't know, and see, Modem came up and fucked up my head. I don't know if Miss Love really has to, go beat a dead horse. You understand what I'm saying? Trying to get her points established, right? Get her evidence solidified. Get people who is giving testimony or testimony that it could be contradictory, getting that um um getting that um Lord have mercy, I'm sleeping. Getting that secured, right? Make sure she's backing up, whatever point she's trying to make, right? And here's the thing, right? When you're trying to make your point through the witness and the evidence, hey, you got to do what you got to do. So I don't know if she's beating a dead horse, but she has exhausted everybody. We got to find out about those goddamn three strikes. Cause I thought it was a major issue under Clinton. Uh,
All right, can you wait just a second, because I think Ms. Love's trying to absorb the statute right now.
that judge got a slick ass mouth. I don't like all that. I don't like nobody talking to me crazy. It is on.
Almost, Judge. I apologize.
If I'm not mistaken, 801 doesn't have to do with hearsay and co-conspirator. Yeah, that's co-conspirator. Y'all, did y'all hear about J Lo filed for divorce from Ben Affleck? Now you know she said Ben was the love of her life, and then they said that Judy and Bratton is breaking up or something like that. What the hell?
Making sure that I'm reading the right area. It's the portion of the statute that says the contents of the statement shall be considered, but not alone sufficient to establish a declaratory authority under paragraph C, which is not applicable here
Right.
because we're not talking about
B
that.
is not applicable. Yeah.
Or the existence of the conspiracy and the participation therein of the declarant and the party against whom the statement is offered under subparagraph E.
Right.
So if I'm reading this last portion that Mr. Harvey references, we're not trying to establish both
The existence of the conspiracy, right.
right.
That part's not the issue.
and the participation therein against of the declarant.
That declarant being Unc. The Garlington statements are one thing. I mean, y'all have other evidence.
And one say declarant, the other say declarant. Most people say, well, the correct way of saying it is probative, and some people say probative. Okay. They trying to figure out who Unc is. This poor white lady saddled with all this nigga shit. I know this lady is like, oh my gosh. I thought I was going to whip this court into shape, but instead it's whipping me.
That Garlington is a member of this conspiracy, but you don't appear to have others for Unc.
So it's not, and I hesitate to say it, but it's not so much Unc's statements that are important. Unc's statements are the ones that give context to Garlington's statements. And so to the extent that you need to hear what Unc is saying so that you know what Garlington is responding to, that part is important. So to the extent that I guess an instruction that Unc's statement, you can consider them for context for Garlington's statement. I mean, I'd have to work through that, but my reading of it is that the declarant of concern is Garlington, and we're not really that concerned about Unc.
Well, you might not be that.
I know that. I know.
But if the jury's going to hear it all, then why don't you look at both of those portions again and see if there's some way, if it's Garlington's that you need to have just Garlington statements come in, and if not, what limiting instruction would be appropriate.
I appreciate the opportunity. We will. Thank you.
All right.
And Your Honor, I was never able to verbalize, maybe for the record, maybe to persuade the court,
Okay.
about why I didn't believe that Garlington's statements were admissible under 801 D2E.
Okay.
And my argument, I think the fact that we don't know who Unc is important, because certainly knowing who the receiver is, knowing who Garlington is speaking to, would better educate us as far as whether his statements are in fact in furtherance of a conspiracy or not. And at least the second call, he seems to be calling Unc and just saying, "Hey, I heard I have a warrant. You know, what should I do?" And Unc seems to say, just stay safe and get money ready for a lawyer. But it seems that Garlington is concerned about his own legal troubles or the possibility of being charged. I don't really find that as furthering any conspiracy. That seems to be concerns about himself and his legal future and and concerns about being incarcerated. But I don't view that in any way, shape, or form as furthering any conspiracy. And especially since we don't even know who Unc is. But me calling, if I was involved in a conspiracy, me calling my literal uncle, who I reach out to for advice, and him saying, "Hey Max, if you think there's a warrant, start getting your money ready for a lawyer and stay in the house." I don't know how me asking my uncle for advice would be furthering any conspiracy. So I don't believe that Garlington's statements, at least with that second call, meet the requirements of 801 D2E.
Yeah, I think that.
Wait a minute. So, okay, this can go either way. With that statement with Unc could just, because this is a RICO, and in order to carry out a RICO, you got all kinds of people involved, right? So I don't know how much Unc they saying Unc is involved or whatever. So let me scratch that. Unc is a person, they're going to somebody's state of mind, right? So I don't know if they're using that to speak um to his state of mind, or to insinuate that even Unc knew he was guilty of something. So I don't know. They use this for state of mind, impression. I don't know. All of that falls up under hearsay. So
That Mr. Sharp's analysis leaves out, if I'm mistaken, forgive me, and he can correct me. I think it leaves out Aunt telling him what's going on at Waters Road, like who else is still out there in that second call. So he's informing him of circumstances that still exist that put members of YSL who incidentally were hiding in and then ran from and apparently took contraband from. And this is our assertion that we believe the evidence will show. So I'm not trying to put something in front of the court that, is just my word is bond. But Unc is advising Garlington about circumstances that continue to place YSL members in peril. And Unc obviously has knowledge of what this conspiracy is. He's not asking any kind of questions.
And,
So,
and then Garlington's responding, he's wanting to make sure what's going on and is
Right.
told to keep it to your chest. And frankly, he doesn't need to be talking to a co-conspirator.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree, but I still think knowledge of who he's speaking to
would certainly,
Right.
sure,
and
further elucidate things for us, but it's not necessary for the admissibility of this statement. I mean, this, I think, would come in under, I can't remember the name of the case right now, but the case that's, I think the state cited where, somebody's getting support from their girlfriend or something about, how to handle the fact that somebody might be on to them.
I mean, this judge really do. I listen. I would be surprised if this case don't get if they don't get this case dismissed. Like, what the hell is going on? Okay, but I was right, right? Either Unc has some knowledge about what's going on, so he's not having to say anything or whatever. He apparently has some knowledge, or Unc could be a part of this whole situation, you know. But I don't want to go that route because I don't know what they was trying to get the statement in as. I don't know if they're calling him a co-conspirator or not. Um, so yeah, I mean, you're taking an hour on an hour on this. Oh my God!
And it's not exactly the same, but it does sound like, frankly, it sounds like this is somebody who knows a whole lot about what's going on at Waters Road, and they're sharing information in order to stay hidden. I don't think.
Respectfully, so this is the day after the Waters Road shooting. So this is not while Waters Road is in practice. And he says, I'm pulling up. And I think a very common sense reading of what was said there is he's pulling up to where Unc is and wants to know who's at Unc's house. State keeps saying alerting about who's at Waters Road. That's not the way I hear that call at all.
All this psychology going
Yeah, and the
on.
court should also be aware that this is the day that police go to search Waters Road. And I think in another call that the court heard on our previous hearing, they find that the sticks were removed, like they took guns and stuff out of the Waters Road the night that they were there initially just to check on the occupants, and nobody was willing to come to the door, but they found everybody hiding in cubby holes and stuff. And so in subsequent calls, I think the court heard last time that they didn't get the sticks that were in the attic or wherever it was. And now Unc is talking about, my reading or listening to it, Unc is talking about who's still around, and Mr. Garlington is talking about Miss B.
I think whether he's saying who's still at Waters Road or who's at wherever he's about to pull up to.
I just want to make it clear for the record. This is not the day, to my understanding, that Waters Road was searched, okay? And the state, I would love to hear their evidence, whoever Unc is, that he was at Waters Road on that day, because it doesn't exist. He's talking about where Unc is, and I'm pulling up to you, and who's over at the house, which is not furthering any conspiracy. But, I understand the court's ruling, and I just want to state that for the record.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I do just want to bring attention to one case. This, I don't know, perhaps frames it in a bit of a different way. Statements are admissible when the state establishes a basic case of conspiracy independent of the co-conspirator statement. I think looking at this, if we look directly at that standard, let's take out what the statement is. What evidence is there to make a prima facie case? Nothing. And the case I'm relying on for that is Williams versus State, 293 Georgia, 750 from 2013. There's another case which quotes the same language. It's Newer Franklin versus State, 298 Georgia, 636, 2016. And in both of those, they go on to discuss some of the other independent, separate, apart from the statement evidence, which did justify using that co-conspirator exception. But here, where we have no information about Unc except his name is Unc, I don't think the state can make that prima facie showing.
I don't either. I mean, I think that with regard to Unc, there's not enough. So that's why I've directed Miss Love to figure out whether she can either get in the Garlington statements without Unc's statements, or If not, come up with some appropriate limiting instruction.
And we can do that, Your Honor, and just as a matter of the prima facie showing of the conspiracy itself.
Yeah, no,
We're not dealing with
I
that.
get that, and there's enough to show that Garlington is a co-conspirator and that there's a conspiracy. This
Thanks,
is just with regard to Unk, as far as I'm concerned. So let me write myself a note. And then we'll circle back to the 513, 523 one.
Thank you, Judge. And this case that Ms. Abasi just cited, could the court mind providing that cite one more time? Both, please, if the court doesn't mind.
Franklin versus State, 298, Georgia, 636, 2016. And Williams, 293, Georgia, 750, 2013.
Thank you. And I think that the court already has Kemp.
I do, thank you. All right, let's go back to the 513, 523 or whatever it was, one. So the narrowed version, that's what you were gonna do, was figure out.
Going to be from roughly 34 seconds. Yeah, there's about 3 sections around top, but the first will be from 34 to 354.
I don't need to hear the drug part again.
I believe we're past the drug.
What Friday? Fucking free. Last night? Yeah, mate. Well, you know, I wasn't even gonna come back. Man, it was like, goddamn, pull up. We finna get on one. Goddamn. But y'all was in there? In there, boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tunk, they had them pulled out, boy. Damn, that's some food. I thought they already went over there and shot one upside. They did. But still, man, I'm on some everyday shit. They double back. Oh, it's my, oh, yes, right? Yeah. Oh, ain't nobody went next, right? Oh, no, I heard it a couple days ago, somebody, they said they went over there. Oh. That's why I ain't know. But no. You said they just went over there last night. Yeah, well, we down, man. I'm like, yeah, man, boy, I wasn't even gonna come over here, man. Yeah, you talking about, yeah, I ain't even know nothing about this. Yeah, look, we like, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through, so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what? It how? Yeah, I'm like, yo, we hit them folk, like, cause we got our lights out. Them folk, like, we gonna have to come in, we gonna have to come in, and goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead, man. Hit the back door like that, boy, I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man. Hey, you come back, hey. Y'all have to come in. Yeah, no, we just heard talk to the other officer, like, yeah, we go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it be them up under the house. Goddamn, man, but 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man. you took out right? No, I hit the back door. Them folks it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard. Yeah. But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I feel like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey man, I just heard some gunshot. Yeah, I'm like, hey, man, I just heard a gunshot, man. Okay. Yeah, that's like, where you coming from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No, for like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm chilling, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no time. Man, what? Y'all check that out, man. I went in there, well. Yeah, man, I got nothing to do with that. They still went in there, though. They checked that. That was good, well. They be safe. Oh, they ain't certain. They just looked around. Make sure nobody dead. Yeah, so when nobody know when they went in? Yeah. They found now. Goddamn, look away. Yeah, another name. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, hell. What they at the house? Yeah. From the pop out for Colt on her. Colt, so they got a little video shoot.
And we'll stop it here. We'll fast forward to the next relevant portion, and we'll say, Your Honor, Little Quay is not either Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey. That is Quatez Arnold, who was at the house during the shooting. That's
Are y'all going to stop and tell the jury that?
That will come out through Investigator Viverito, who was all in the house prior to this call coming in, because Investigator Viverito will testify as to who was there when it occurred. But we've always established, even when we did the motions hearing, who was at the home, and it was never Mr. Huey or Mr. Arnold. And so that will come out.
Well, couldn't you just stop it 3 seconds before that Little Quay part gets said?
Right, and we can either remove it, or we can do a stipulation so that it can be, so the jury can hear it in real time, so that the jury doesn't develop.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I mean, Viverito may not be coming till sometime later.
Well, this call is coming in through Viverito, so none of this.
Regardless, I think it's stipulation.
Yeah.
This is not either of these people that are on trial would.
We'll cover that.
Safer than you can either do that or you can take that part out.
You know what the stipulation is? They agree to it. No other evidence have to come in to support that, so they agree to let it come in. All right. I told you the difference between when that word stipulation is used. It can be, say, we agree to something coming in. It is what it is, or it's an agreement to for something to come in, and no additional evidence, is needed to support it, and it's coming in to establish a fact.
Yes, we can do the stipulation and ask her, and I mean, we all agree that it's not either.
I have a solution.
Don't play it at all.
Yes,
But
because
it's a pretty little quick.
It's two parties giggling and laughing about what happened at a prior event. There's no informing anyone for any purposes of further any conspiracy. It's just.
But you stipulate to it means that both of y'all said the truth.
Quatez Arnold is important because that individual is in a previous video that we have with Quarmavius Nichols. That's already in evidence with Quarmavius Nichols.
But just because something's important, just because something
as to who all was at that house, right? Right? Hello? I'm sorry. You are going to have the detective testify to that person being at the house anyway?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't hear anything in this portion of the conversation that does sound like anything other than, man, can you believe what happened? So this portion is out. Yes.
So it'll be out, Judge.
I know. I hadn't listened to that other portion yet.
No, I mean, she was on the cusp of addressing Mr. Sharp's concerns and was wanting to make sure the court knew who was in the house, but she had another argument she wanted to make.
That explains.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. So when you hear this portion of the call, Your Honor, they are boasting and bragging about what happened in that home, the fact that they were hiding from the police, or he was hiding from the police with the other members in the house. We believe that was stated to obtain confidence between co-conspirators. We do believe that this person is the Waskin Wright, who I mentioned earlier.
Well, nonetheless, it's out. Let me listen to the next part.
The next portion starts at 4:18, Your Honor.
Too much going on, oh yeah, nigga got to see what's going. They look nigga get up on the bridge in the Ville.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. Where the hell you at?
I'm right here.
So, Your Honor, that's when they say they flipped
Right.
under the bridge under burden. We believe that they are referencing and laughing about Shamel Drinks because he just got killed under the bridge, which would be the I-20 bridge in Mechanicsville 2 days before this phone call.
Okay, and you had said before that you had some non-hearsay purpose for it, that wasn't even hearsay, that you, I mean, I don't know what it was, but you said that there was some non-hearsay purpose to introduce that, so that it didn't need to come in under an exception. I don't know, I wrote it down, I don't know what it was.
Your Honor, that they are speaking in code and laughing about this particular murder when they say, I heard someone flip the car in Mechanicsville, and then there's like a pause, and then they both laugh. Given that this is again 2 days after the murder of Mr. Drinks, and we believe that Mr. Garlington was a part of that homicide, the fact that they are laughing about that particular instance at that time is a non-hearsay purpose of why this portion of the call will come in.
I'm gonna exclude that, so that drug part that we talked about before is the only part of this conversation that is.
They're still referenced earlier today.
Oh yeah, they were like, they said his mom like, well, she only wanted to come.
Yeah, they said she only wanted to call.
Yeah, I already told them for but folks family gonna be talking crazy anyway. Like they gonna be like, we don't want no money, nothing. Like they gonna be tripping.
Yeah, you know how.
That's how that shit be, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, damn.
That's why I know he just like, man, he just respect it. He just know how that shit is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never see what the hell you had going on. That you know.
I'm pull up on you like tonight or tomorrow or something.
And Your Honor, that portion is Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington speaking of the murder or the funeral of Christian McMiller, and it's Christian McMiller's funeral, and that Mr. McMiller's mother did not want Mr. Williams to be present at the funeral. We do think that is, I believe that Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford's murder was a direct result of Mr. Bennett being stabbed in the jail, and we do believe that the evidence, we believe, will show that the stabbing at the jail was done at the permission of Mr. Williams, so it was a trickle-down effect. So we believe that Mr. Jada Myrick, who actually stabbed Mr. Bennett, asked for permission through Demekion Garlington to Mr. Williams to get permission to do that stabbing.
Who
That
is Mr.
stabbing
Bennett?
occurred once that stabbing occurred at the jail, and with that information was released to the public on early in March, on March 2nd or March 3rd. Only about 7 days later was Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller murdered by Wyeth and Associates, and then the other murder happens when Mr. drinks after that, Your Honor. And so the fact that Mr. McMiller's mother does not want Mr. Williams at the funeral, I believe is relevant to show that there is a belief that he is the cause of the murder of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford.
And Your Honor, in addition to that, I see the question, I'll be quick, but Judge, the fact that he is bragging about what we believe to be the murder, and that he is informing the person that he is talking to that they were going to come back and they were getting ready to light them up, we believe falls under
that in that clip.
So
It was-
part about
That
the
part is-
funeral
Oh,
is
the
definitely
funeral.
out. There's some other part where somebody.
That's the first part I think is coming in, that you allowed. My understanding is everything from the drugs to everything before Little Quay can come in when we talk about what it,
Okay.
No, nothing from this call is coming
Drug
in.
part is the only part that,
but you're right, we,
No, the hell?
yes.
but there's portions of that first part where they discussed that they were going to get ready to shoot back at them, shoot back at the opposition when they were going to come through.
And
So earlier in the call,
When they're talking about shooting up Big Nick's, is that this part?
right, so before,
And being surprised nobody got hit?
right, but D'Amico says we were getting ready to shoot back at them, but it ended up being the police and not the opposition coming. And so I think that that's important, that they were willing to shoot back at them if they came back through the, this
and,
through the
and,
location.
and to augment that, Your Honor, just to add a little to what Ms. Hilton just said, them boasting and bragging to one another, we would argue our statements used to obtain confidence between co-conspirators, and it is serving to up and maintain trust and cohesiveness among them, and to inform them of the current status of the conspiracy, and in doing so furthers the ends of the conspiracy, as Ms. Hilton.
I
Thank you.
understand the argument. I appreciate y'all perfecting your arguments for the record, my ruling statements. So the drug part can come in, that's the only part that wiretap. Now, I have a note that the one above that, 502 or 512, there's a reference to a quay in that one also. And there was a question whether there needed to be 105 instruction, or there could be a stipulation that as to who that was about, if y'all know it wasn't.
In Your Honor, I'll just add to that. My notes indicate that the reference to Quay is that he's locked up in that call. So that made it especially concerning.
Do y'all know who was being referenced there? Probably.
Who is she? Where's she coming out from? Oh, that must have been in the back. It may have been there.
not either of these defendants? Okay. I mean, if it's stipulated, would you rather it be that? I can't hear you.
I rather that it not come in because it's an assumption, Your Honor, that they're saying we believe, we think that it's Martinez.
Well, no,
And there's-
it's gonna be a stipulation that it's not either of these defendants.
And again, Your Honor, we intend to introduce testimony through Investigator Viverito, who was at the house when she arrived, along with the responding officers. We'll talk about who was detained on that day.
So is it gonna be a stipulation that it is whomever Arnold, the Quay referenced in here?
Yes, that is Quatez
Okay.
Arnold. Yes, we will stipulate that the Quatez Arnold, the Quay that they're talking about is Quatez Arnold.
So there's another Quay that's being referenced. Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, that takes care of that as well. Make sure y'all get that stipulation together before that gets approved. All right, let's get this nested hearsay issue taken care of before we break for the night.
Judge, can I ask how inclined the court will be to entertain a request to do the nested hearsay, not today, but on another day?
Why?
Because I want to make certain that we have our most cogent, succinct, and clear argument with the court, because we don't want to go ahead and want to make sure that we do it.
Well, hadn't y'all already briefed it?
Judge, we have briefed something similar. That's what we were looking for earlier. But I don't want to read the brief to the court. I just like to give about 4 lines to the court if I can. If the court will indulge us and allow us to just argue it on a different day. That particular one, because it has layers, and I want to make certain we say it clearly and quickly.
I couldn't hear. Are we just saying, hey, I need more time because I haven't reached it yet?
No, Judge, I'll be clear, and I'll say it loudly enough for everyone. We are asking to be allowed to make this argument on a day different than today. That is it. Please.
And
Thank you.
the reason is,
And the reason is we would like the opportunity to make certain that our argument is as concise as possible. We don't want to be trying to read a brief and distill information. We have briefed a similar subject. We would like to respond more clearly than we believe at this point we would end up doing today.
Well, the state has already sent what they thought was the issue to the court, which was 2 pages from a brief that was filed when in November of 2023, maybe? No, 2022. And that was in response to Mr. Copeland's statement. So the state has had plenty of time to come up with this. And you know something, we've been asking since December of 2022 for the unindicted co-conspirators. They were supposed to have been given to us well over a year ago. And now we get in here and unidentified people are being identified now as unindicted co-conspirators. And no, I object to any additional time because we got some unknown person referenced in this phone call. And I don't want to hear anything about, oh, well, now we know who the hell this guy is. Now we know who we're referring to. And now we know that this dude is an unindicted co-conspirator as well. And I don't even know whether it's a dude. So let me undo that reference.
and the unindicted the whomever it is that's unknown that you're referencing is Rel?
Yes.
Or what
yes,
sounds like Rel?
Yes.
So Judge, I'm sorry, we got the 9:30 PM Monday, 9/9 supplemental brief by Mr. Harvey, and we want to just address everything and be concise. That's all.
Okay, and you know, y'all have had this for a couple of years now, and you indicted it. You had this wiretap.
All right, you don't need to be talking to her. So, I mean, I think your biggest sticking point is probably the fact that some of this is only coming through REL, and we're probably gonna have the same issue we just had with UNC, which is unless you're gonna be able to tell us more, it's only this statement that is going to be able to establish anything about, and obviously REL is very knowledgeable about what's going on, or they wouldn't be talking to REL about this kind of thing, but that's only the statement that establishes that.
So if we could be allowed at the same time that we address, that we provide the court the additional information the court said it'll allow us to do on that on the call, or if we have to do it before, I'm just asking for an additional time to address the last call, just this last one.
Okay, so I haven't given you any additional time at this point to do anything about the call, right? That's out.
No, it was out. I thought that the court had said something about redacting, and if there.
Right. Yeah. Yes, figure out a way to, yes. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I mean, honestly, I'd like for us to do, what do you want, to just skip over it and move to another one?
Yes, if we can, and then come back.
Well, we certainly have 3 more pages to get through. Have y'all looked to see whether you really want, or you really feel like all of what's in this is necessary to establish different issues? I'm sorry, yeah. It is 3 pages. Have y'all done that yet? Yes. So we still have 3 more sheets worth of this printout that you gave us, which is probably 10 calls or so a sheet. So maybe 30 more pieces of a call. Have y'all taken a careful look at that to see whether you really need all of this to establish the issues in the indictment? Because, I mean, this is going to take a long, long time to get through.
And so obviously, Your Honor, we are trying as the court, as we go on, to pare down where we can, as much as we can, but at the same time, keep defense apprised of things that we may use so that there's no argument that we didn't. But we can look at it some more.
I'd like for y'all to start making some decisions about, oh, we're not going to use this. So have you done that evaluation yet?
We on a lot of others, these are the ones we said we wanted to use. So yes, we can do that more. And as it relates to these that the court has in front of it, Your Honor, we'll give it another pass.
Okay.
We'll give it another.
Appreciate that.
Does the court have another day because that we can just, or do you
Have
just want us
another
to send the
non-jury
one
day?
to us?
Oh. I mean, can y'all get that done by Monday too? Or no?
My team is saying we don't.
I mean, I'm asking. we're not gonna be able to discuss it
Oh my
this
God.
week anyway.
Now she
So
my damn nerve.
get it done
So, so,
by the 20th.
Thank you.
so we're not arguing today?
Thank you.
I don't know whether we're going to.
The 20.
We're not gonna argue the other ones, but,
You know.
there's other stuff we can do.
No, I meant the call 2119.
We're not gonna play 2119 prior to the 20, so we appreciate that.
So, Mr. Harvey, I guess that your brief that you filed is so impressive and intimidating that they want some time to be able to respond to.
Just agree to it because it's right.
Oh, baby, honey.
So, have y'all gotten together yet on, Mr. Steele made us all a nice chart of where he thinks the evidence, the status of the various exhibits is. Have y'all been able to look at it and see where there is any kind of discrepancy in what y'all believe?
We have been looking at that. We've not done that joint effort, but we've been comparing Mr. Steele's chart with what our chart and what Ms. Weaver's is.
And where are y'all on that?
We're checking with our team member that's doing in the office now.
Okay, because had I walked in here at 9, dealt with the 2 Rule 22s, and then said, let's hit the exhibits, which I told y'all by email several days ago is what I wanted to do today, would y'all have been ready?
No.
Okay, so that answer sounds like,
Master exhibit list, Your Honor,
Okay.
and then we can forward that we believe is up to date. And we can take some time with it over the next couple of days to go over that with any designated person from defense, but we can forward the master exhibit list that we have that we believe is.
all right, y'all exchange that and copy Ms. Persfield as well. And then y'all get together to narrow down where there might be disagreement on the exhibit list. Yeah, because it's gonna be a bear and we can't just put it off until the end. We need to be doing this a few times as we go along. Okay. So, y'all, Mr. Ryan's crowd is going to get together on whatever else that evidence might be and where there might be disagreement.
It's going to get us a list and then narrow down a little conversation.
Okay. All right. And y'all are both going to get me briefs by Monday, I think is what I said on the what was it? What did I tell y'all to brief me on? Anybody know?
I believe we were supposed to. Yes. Over whether or not
It was
over
something
X.
else. Yeah. Well, somebody wanted to do that a long time ago and never did.
The other one was whether or not an overt act not listed in the indictment could solely be the basis of a conviction on count.
Okay.
No. Yes, that's what was.
Overt act, it's not a count charge. Overt act.
No, they haven't yet. That's what I would like for them to do.
Okay, that was the Monday one.
That was one.
Okay.
Judge, with respect to that, would we be able to wait for the state to prove that body crime if they're able to find that? Is us just arguing what the Constitution says to begin with?
Sure, you can wait on that. And then, okay, I guess if a prior conviction, which Mr. Ryan's murder conviction is alleged to be an overt act, were y'all gonna brief me on whether and how and if that needed to have any kind of a limiting
I think that would be a
instruction?
smart thing
Or was I just writing that down on my own as an issue?
No, I don't, I think that we had, earlier
Okay.
today, we had said, that his conviction, that there should be a limiting instruction as to his conviction. We had not, fleshed it out or anything, but
Okay.
I think it does bear some addressing.
I think so too.
Your Honor, again, and I'll do whatever if you want to brief, but I can't imagine a limiting instruction to cure. I'm on trial with Mr. Ryan, and to have this jury be told that another jury in Fulton County found Mr. Ryan guilty of murder, and that his overt act, because you're dancing, the court's going to tell the jury to do this dance because, okay, don't use the prior conviction against Mr. Williams or anyone else of the jury because it's hearsay. But you can use it against Mr. Ryan somehow. But then it's an overt act against Mr. Ryan. And if Mr. Williams and Mr. Ryan are in a conspiracy, even though Mr. Williams is not part of that overt act, you can use that evidence against Mr. Ryan to find the overt act, and therefore Mr. Williams gets convicted on that piece of evidence. I don't mentally understand how you're going to cure that.
The determination is gonna be made separately as to each defendant, whether they participated in those.
And Your Honor, I think that the conviction
Right, so-
itself, the issue of the conviction, not the act of the murder, not the evidence or proof of him having convicted the murder, just like we've had to present evidence of other overt acts that were external to the conviction itself.
And you're presenting that evidence anyway, that he committed that murder.
Right, yes, Your Honor. And so the conviction itself, and by conviction, I mean the certified isn't the overt act, it's the actual murder that we are putting up evidence of that we.
Right, but you're also wanting to put in the certified copy of the conviction of Mr. Ryan for that overt act, right?
Right, and that's what we were
Right.
discussing with the limiting instruction.
Right,
that's
and so there is
certified.
a danger, or it gets complicated about how to tell the jury what they can do with that evidence.
But you the one suggested the limiting
I think,
instruction.
And I hadn't looked at the two, cases that you cited yet, the 14 F third 881 and the Toco 200 F third 1. That was you, right?
Yes, Your Honor, that was the state's cases.
So maybe those will elucidate it somewhat. I don't know.
Anyway, I just want to follow the court and aid the court if we can. So whatever I need to do to write, but I think that would be very prejudicial against.
And that's the danger. Is it going to be? Is there a way to correctly limit it? So
I think
I
that
need
this is-
some
some more. We
something on that would be nice as well.
yes, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Those were my notes.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to provide that.
And
And then you'll get me the hard copy of the in-camera material by Monday also. My first thing
the
Monday.
printouts, right. And when we're discussing the prosecutorial need for the intrinsic acts,
we're looking at it through the lens of,
I mean, I don't need further evidence on that.
oh,
I mean, not evidence, further case law on prosecutorial need. If y'all want to come up with some, great. But yes, that is exactly what I did want further evidence on was could y'all find something that more factually aligns with your situation?
It's like she got them in goddamn law school. It's a nightmare.
And obviously that one, y'all were gonna file at the same time because you can find case law that factually aligns and says, no, it's out. And just to flesh that out some more, and it being either admissible or inadmissible, because it either does or doesn't complete the story of the crime of the gangs or the crime of the RICO violations, or, you know, be the same kind of series of events as that. Because those are the only two that it might come in under.
right, it has to, right.
Okay.
So just making sure that the cases that we bring to the court's attention addresses that.
If, yes, ideally, that would be wonderful. All right. Anything else we can do in the next 15 to 30 minutes?
Files to bring
So,
tomorrow.
in terms of witnesses,
Yeah, if it didn't change, that's fine. But I know that
so
the state said.
I think y'all said Pitts, Latner, Turner, Bell, Hill, Jinks, and Thorpe. I may have that one wrong. Jinks, was it Jinks or Jenkins? Jenkins. Is that still the plan?
Yes, for the upcoming 2 days.
Couple of days. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll talk.
She is deflated. She got her head in her hand.
What'll come up next week.
Yeah,
All right.
this kind of case, honey.
Anything else?
Oh, my hands are cute.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know where exactly y'all were going, but somewhere that gives y'all a little bit more room considering the number of people. Oh, right. I'm sorry, I was just pointing at yeah, come on up to the podium.
I want to say thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to come back up again.
Sure.
And I'll be real brief. I just want to share something to you and also on the record.
Okay.
I appreciate being granted the access to the camera pool, and I just want to respectfully express my concerns that that solution does not fully align with the principles of transparency and equal access. The decision to limit the media coverage to a single camera controlled by a pool, which restricts the diversity of perspectives and it raised concerns about control, suppressing, and also withholding crucial details that can be caught by several angles. And I know earlier, I think I might have shared, I am a civil rights leader. I'm also a noted and awarded community advocate for the state of Georgia since 2009.
Okay.
The Rule 22 provision was designed to ensure that the public and media has open access courtroom proceedings. And it is not to be limited to a singular source because that risks tampering with the spirit of that rule. By only allowing one feed, it is inherently biased. It ends up being biased with that coverage.
Are you reading from a case or are you just reading the?
No, I just take some notes. I didn't want to spend extra time, and I'm almost
Okay,
done.
I mean, so this is just your position, it's not case law, is
I
it?
do have some case law. I got two of them.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So it assumes that one viewpoint is sufficient for capturing the full scope of the trial. It's essential that different media outlets are allowed their own access so the public can be provided with a fair and transparent view of all proceedings. So I am asking the court to reconsider this limitation and the transparency of the Rule 22. So when it comes to, for example, O.J. Simpson trial, also I was a part of Derek Chauvin trial. We were permitted live streaming to ensure full and unbiased representation of the proceedings. If you look up Press-Enterprise COV Superior Court, 1986, also Richmond.
I don't know how to look that up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What you just said.
Okay.
Do you have a site to a reporter, like a case reporter?
Well,
It's usually like numbers and then a book and then some numbers again.
I didn't, so basically I pulled it. If you was to type in Press-Enterprise COV Superior Court
Google it. No, see, it's a
1986.
legal source. That's what we be telling y'all. That Google shit don't work.
COV?
I'm sorry.
I got Enterprise C.
C is in Charlie, O is in Oscar, V is in Victor.
V.
Yes,
Okay.
V is in Victor, Superior Court, 1986. And I have another one.
What state?
This is in the state of.
I mean, I can try that, but I don't think that's gonna bring anything up for me. But anyway, what's the next site?
Okay, the next one is Richmond Newspaper, INC versus Virginia Supreme Court. And I also want to share that the restriction of the live streaming serves a compelling enough interest to warrant limited media access to a single perspective. Again, when it comes to civil rights leaders, right now I don't see any other civil rights leaders here. Also, when it comes to community advocacy.
All right, well, Mr.
I
Steele
apologize,
feels
Mrs. Bryant.
himself to be a civil rights leader.
So I do want to go on the record and say I have just as much vested interest as the defense team. And I did look at the media room, what is required, I do not have. So therefore, I would ask the courts if I can bring a computer into the courtroom. I don't have to have my phone, but just a computer to do it physically in here. And
To do what?
I'm sorry,
physically?
to be able to do my notes, also to do live like commentary from my computer. And I'm also asking the court to uphold the First Amendment protection of public access.
All right, there is full public access. Anybody who wants to can watch this trial. It is being live streamed with a pooled media of at least 6 different news organizations. It is also being live streamed by an individual who is pooling with another individual whom you are welcome to pool with. And so you can do that as well. Okay. So
That lady.
then are you saying at this point you just want your computer in here so you can do live commentary, but you're okay with not filming it because you don't have the capacity to do it from the media room?
Yes, Your Honor. And also, I would like to, I know I brought it up earlier, I still would like to submit to the courts Maui Davis, Davis Bozeman Law Firm did a letter. Also Channel 11, I work closely.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and I
Yes.
said before, I'm
Okay.
happy to, and
I would
I
like
know
to
Mr.
submit-
Davis and happy to, but again, I don't not believe that you are a civil rights leader or that you would be able to add something to what's already in the news. And you are certainly welcome to report on,
Okay.
everything about this trial.
So in there also is a letter from DeKalb, Mr. Robert, he was the DA, DeKalb County.
Yeah, I know him as well.
Also Channel 11, I work closely with the investigative team. They also did me
Oh
a
my
reference
God,
letter.
I am the best, honey. Jesus.
All right. Yes.
Woo!
Yes.
I just wanted to, this young lady referenced Richmond newspaper v. Virginia, and I believe the site is 448 US 555.
I thought that was a pretty big case.
So much.
I was familiar with that.
And Press Enterprise is 464 US 501.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, those numbers and then letters and numbers, that's how we lawyers look up cases.
Yes.
I mean, the title's nice, but it's the numbers that we actually need.
We need
So,
the numbers.
Okay.
Give us the numbers, please.
And what would you need to do it from back in the media room? Is this,
Just be able to plug up my computer and that's.
so you're not worried anymore about being able to film?
No, I could make everything work from my computer.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I just gave somebody else the ability to do that. So I will revise your Rule 22. I don't know if I think it might have already been emailed to you, but
Yes, it
we'll
was.
withdraw that one and do another one.
And just to make sure I'll be able to
But
come into
again,
the
y'all
court.
are gonna have to fit in the media rows that are available here in court. So it might get pretty, I mean, sometimes there are only a few people here. Sometimes there seem to be a lot of people here, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. That judge gonna make sure you want to be a lawyer too. You can be that case law.
All right, anything else? Well, tomorrow is your next court date. Is that what you meant? Or no, the jury's coming back tomorrow. Did you mean when are we gonna have our next non-jury date? I don't really know.
She's over it.
I'm thinking we could. I don't know, possibly sometime the week of the 7th, later in the week. But if we need one before then, or if we need one or two before then we'll have to fit those in. I mean, I'm planning for us to have 2 full trial weeks for the, next 2 weeks of September, but do y'all think we're gonna need 1 or 2 non-jury days?
I don't foresee that, not with how far out the issues that we still have.
Okay. All right. So then we'll plan to do full weeks for the next 2 weeks. And then maybe sometime the week of the 7th, we might have a non-jury day or 2. And if not, I mean, certainly sometime close thereafter. Okay.
Thank you. And Judge, one
Yes.
last inquiry. The matter that the court brought to our attention, from the sound of things regarding the request that we dealt with at the bench, no further.
I don't know what you, no, I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry, my memory just may not be as good as yours. I'm not quite sure what you're referencing.
May I approach with just any member of the defense so that I can
Yes.
deal with the appropriate.
about to call it done. If mm, mm, done. If mm, mm, if um, anybody catch this? And especially the Twitter folk. Alright, well y'all behave. Okay. Alright, I see you. Um, I am going to find out outrage occurred with Bill. Something happened. There's a bunch of shit was 90 people. I don't know. So let's go figure that out. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I am literally, you know, tell you know me. If I wasn't enjoying myself, I would come. I could really, I mean, I'm still recovering. It's like, ain't nobody else. I'm bored.
Anything else before we break for the day? No? Okay. Nobody else? All right. All right, let's see. We have the jury back at 9. You know, considering that we've been together all day today, hopefully we won't have anything unexpected in the morning. Do you think we could just plan to convene at like 5 till 9? Okay, let's do that. See y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, and when you put in real work and you go in a case, it's gonna be all day. We don't care. Now Mo got me thinking some extra stuff. That's how black folk do, honey. I got another question on that, y'all. In this poll, and that next poll is going to be totally off topic. Um, I want to see it where you at. And this is an after dark question. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, something came up. There is a show on Peacock. And oh gosh, it's people, it's couples going to this place, going to this not any. Where is your rest? You said you'd always be there. Even when I didn't care. Ought you still be there? Where is your rest? Mm. You told me that you always be here through the thick and thin. Oh, but something told me to turn around and then you gone. Where's your rest? Oh, you need another lover. Dum, 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 dum. Oh, you know there ain't no other. So I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna pull up that YSL. Since you put a folks still riding and riding, rocking and rolling and rolling and rock. Make it sweet love, don't you ever stop. What is what? You know what we need? I need to learn how to put that reader on. Ah, ah, yeah. Here we are in this big old wet room. Stand each other. You just as much as I want you. Let's stop fooling around. Yeah, yeah. Take me, baby. Kiss me, no, but baby, my love. Yeah, yeah. Bring back what bothered me for too long. Baby, you know that's all I've you. Oh, child. What? Y'all better get somebody else to goddamn check your music, Acme, honey. Baby, what? Chris Rogers Nelson. Come on now. Let me see what this poll say before I close it out. Okay. Question was, who do you think won the presidential debate last night? 19 votes in, and 63% of the votes said Harris, while only 37% said Trump. I'm going to end that poll, and now we're going to take you to what we sexy let's say the pound. Listen, I'm not trying to get into no sexy grade or whatever, but listen, I can't do the Portia Williams walk. I mean, sexy grade, she got her, her little ghetto ratchet walk. I could do the little Portia Williams walk, honey. When you stiff your leg out and you whatever, you know what I'm saying? I already got a fucked up walk anyway, so it is what it is. But yes, all right. This question is more on the I hope Mo is asleep. And hey, oh yeah, I hope Mean Girl is asleep. My brother's nasty. His rap his ass. Him nasty. Um, I hope Peace is asleep. I hope my girl is asleep. Oh, I hope he is asleep. But the rest of them, y'all can stay awake because y'all nasty. Y'all can tell I'm having a good time. Honey, listen, shit ain't the best. Okay, meaning I really should be thinking about some extra avenues to get me some change soon as I feel like I heal up, right? I'm talking about I'm hard headed, right? And you know I gotta return to work date. It's a long time. Okay. I wanna go and make me some money um ASAP. Okay. That's what I wanna do before the return to work date. They got me out for a minute. Like, damn, woman doesn't work, she don't eat. Shit. Okay. Oh, my hands got so we done got cute. I don't, I'm bragging both ways, but this is true facts. Everybody talking about um, my hands so cute. But now that my fingers done got like really skinny, so they so long, and these are my real nails. Yes, honey. Yes, baby. I got this medicine, honey. These streets gonna be like on fire when I walk down the street. Cause I'm gonna be like, what's going on? I'm bad. Shit. I'm gonna tell you about real friends and real men. Now, well, I don't think I wouldn't say Tony said it wasn't. It wasn't a joke, but whatever. But anyway, your real friends and real men, they don't make not one, you know, bad comment about my face and head lumping up and bumping up and stuff like that. I don't give a damn anyway. You know what I'm saying? But it would be a shocker to me that, like, if they were being mean spirited and did something like that, and they know I'm not a jokey joke person anyway, but I would, and they always are encouraging and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because on and off I vain, okay, and they know all, when I be talking to them or whatever, I register my feelings or whatever. But you know what I'm saying? And they always take care of me. Yes, take care of my feelings, child. Take care of my goddamn heart, body, soul, and goddamn. Yes. Okay, let's see. I really want to know the answer to this question. It's a terrible question. Don't judge me. So I was looking at, and it's on Peacock. It's where these couples they go to, one of those secluded places, and some are married, some are just in a relationship, some most are straight, some are gay. They go there. They have these single people there, and the couple go there. Y'all see where this going, and they have these single people there, and they, like take those people through a series of, whatever, and to see if they can, introduce them or somebody into their relationship. Now, okay, I'm always several years behind what's going on in the world. Okay, as far as socially, right? Because I've never been a follower. I'm always a goddamn pioneer, never a follower. Okay, so when you create your own way and trailblazing your own path, you know what I'm saying? You really don't look at what no one else is doing, right? But I have seen where couples are just, acting like as if bringing somebody into their relationship, already established relationship, is just the new norm. Now, you know what sector we're in, and we've heard stories about that, you know, we're together. You remember that. And that girl down there half my age, and she was like real comfortable with that really adult situation. So, and it's really a series of questions that I wanted to ask. And then you see how Mo gave her own version of what I said. Not I'm not saying she copied me, but I'm saying she came through with the same idea about, ask questions. When you being an observationalist, you're asking questions. When you being a solutionist, you're asking questions. And you can even do, that Christmas tree form. Top and branch out. You know what I'm saying? Do it however, right? But make sure. And so when you ask questions, right, and you do it kind of like in some kind of form, like Christmas tree or whatever. That's the best way to make sure that's one way to make sure that you get a complete picture that you can understand, and more importantly, what you can understand, you can make someone else understand. All right. Y'all just have no idea when it comes to your potential, your powers, and things of that nature. It's just the fact that you haven't unlocked them, or no one has have, encouraged you to. And a lot of you guys have that power to do all of that, but you just won't know what you're able to do until you at least try it. My mom used to tell me nothing beats a failure but a try. Something like that. Something like that. They got 101 parables for you. Outside of the one they tell you that the Lord say, they got their own set up. Be like, huh? If you find trash in the alley, leave it there. Okay. they know that I was always a person that will, if you seem like a decent person, we seem like we don't have anything in common, but you seem like a decent person, then I'm willing to sit there and listen to, even though you might be, they may think you trash, or you're nobody, you're nothing. Well, I'm going to listen to you, whatever, because I believe I can find value in you. You might be a good person, you know. My my family, my friends said, don't even give them a chance. See, mama girl, she be, she talking about she gets the bag, okay? More than I like two Jamaicans, honey. We gets to it by all means necessary. I don't believe in, oh, that's my soda, I mean my sequence. I don't believe in leaving $1 on the table. But, so anyway, um, a lot of, some of these couples, and even like when you listening to all this modern shit that's going on in relationships and shit, that's what I'm going to name it. So, I got 50 things going. I have to stop the first things first. I am, yeah, I have to author a whole bunch of shit all the time. Right? And when I be telling you that I be behind, that's because a lot of times I don't want to sit down and start doing it. Put this heat pad on my little forehead. So, a lot of these people, they are, you know, they in love with this they man so much, and so until the man, is saying that they want to bring somebody to their relationship. Now, I believe that show, because I didn't start from the beginning, but I believe that show. They're not, just coming there for a sexual hookup. They're actually, bringing somebody to the relationship. Yes, honey, they actually bringing somebody to their relationship because and usually it's mainly the men is asking their wife, uh, their partner to do so. Now, and this me because y'all know how these niggas are. I'm thinking that that's just another manipulative move for him to get what he wants. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? He know he got a damn fool. Okay, so when she let the love override her logic, and she's going to, you know, she's going to get in those situations. And I think it was just one gay couple there. I mean, and television has gotten so raw now. They are, they are cussing on the channel, but baby, they are getting down with the get down. All right, they are up on the cut. You see them, they getting up and they going up and down. I'm like, oh my goodness, honey, who needs porn when you got this? When you could just turn on your TV. Like, oh my gosh, it's crazy, right? It has gotten so bad, but I want to know, like, because again, it's a psychology that functions that that drives that behavior. It's something in your head that make you say, okay, you want to bring somebody to your relationship. Now, I would have a hard time understanding being a side chick or being the main chick and letting them have a side chick. Huh? Huh? What we doing? What we talking about? What are we talking about? Okay? Because it's my psychology, right? How my psychology is set up. But these people I mean, they just talking just as plain as I am. Like I'm in my sound mind. And in my whole relationship, even that it was a married couple, go look at it's on Peacock. They are bringing just as I mean, they talking about just as calm and like I'm talking, and it was even up. They got to a point where they had to tell their parents or their best friends or whatever that this is what they were doing. Mm-hmm. Josh Abuki. So, and I know, lately we've been with the Diddy thing, and I think I got his other paperwork, the one about a month and a half ago. I think I got that too. But you have you have these people that love this man so much that they are willing to say yes. You can bring, you can bring somebody else, and they're going through the process of, both of them are picking them together. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It's just crazy. They going through it just like I'm. And I forgot. Oh, who is running that one? I forgot who's running that one, but it's crazy, right? And I want to know: is there ever a is that ever something anybody would consider? Would you consider that? Now for the people that you know shelter like me. I have a workaround for you. All right. So most of the time that's gonna be they want to bring a third person in there because they want to get down with the get down, baby. After dark, honey, they want to have some threesome sex. Well, what about if it's you're not gonna be doing no threesomes? What about that? What about it's like I got I got two girlfriends like R. Kelly shit. What about some shit like that? I got two girlfriends, or new black situation. They ain't getting down with the get down. Is that too much? And then are you like, is he gonna kiss you and turn and kiss her and all this stuff? Like, what is going like, huh? Huh? Cause and what they're saying that when they allow this to go on, that they love them so much and they want to satisfy them, make them happy, whatever. And they also point to, you know, modern times. Uh, so they give them a damn program, right? I don't know about none of that. Mm. I would. I mean, I don't know about that. Okay, because here's the thing, right? I'm not gonna say that I would do some shit like that, but because I've never done no shit like that or whatever. But if the situation was like, okay, you just nah, I can't no shit like that. Mm, no, because y'all know I be having issues about body fluids. Mm-mm. I always think I'm gonna catch something. oh, they shake my hand and wash my hands. So, no. But like, is it a more attractive situation if y'all ain't having no threesome kind of sex, and pretty much he just a man that got a bunch of girlfriends? Is that basically what it is? I don't know. But see, the thing is, it's not like this man just got a bunch of girlfriends. No, no, no. They know each other, and one, I think, for the most part, they was like planning to move in and all this extra shit. Go watch it. It's crazy. Yeah. Like, I mean, could I ever agree to some shit like that? I don't see it. I don't see it. And it definitely couldn't be with nobody that I like really love. Like if I ain't got nothing to do. Cause like sometimes you meet somebody or whatever, and you ain't looking to fall in love. You probably don't like the person like that. It's just something to do. You remember we used to say that all the time. It's something to do. Oh, that ain't something to do. When your friends might see you with him all the time. Um, y'all go to the clubs together. Y'all go out there to the Dave and Buster. 'Cause that's what Jackson. We ain't got shit to do. If somebody ain't hosting an event or something like that, we ain't got shit to do. So you go to the Dave and Buster, and so um, you're running, you're doing that type of stuff or whatever. And I mean, would y'all sacrifice like that and that much love? I ain't never loved nobody that much. Shit, I ain't never loved nobody enough to give my goddamn heart, let alone give my coochie to play with. I mean, mess around, and give me a chlamydia. Mm-mm. I don't know. Y'all all in the house. Mm-mm. I don't know about that. And then you got some women that be in a relationship know they, whatever going on. And you'll hear them say, just as long as I don't see it, as long as I don't, I don't ran across those type of people. And I just look, I'm like, but it's okay, you know about it. In the streets talking. Because, I've had a bunch of friends with them situations. Men be having whole babies and all kind of shit. The streets done talk. It's a baby here now. As long as it ain't up in your face, don't worry about it. It's going to be up in his face for the next 18. Like, mm, 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 mm. Man, like I said, my daughter, is my best friend. So I have taken her, you know, a lot of places with me or whatever. And she sat around grown folks and she's seen my folks in these situations. Child, she was in the car with me when I tried to run this girl off the road. based on sheer disrespect. Now, it ain't have nothing to do with me, but it had something to do with two people I like in a situation that was tearing down the city I love and was dividing the people that were in it. And the shit was hitting the newspaper, child. Somebody, we ain't got nothing to do when somebody's penis is in the newspaper. People lost their job. It was crazy. Tell me I'm lying. My daughter said, I get on here, she'll tell the goddamn story. It was terrible, y'all. It was terrible. I'm sitting up there, and me and the girl that y'all heard that came around Christmas, we standing up there. So it's this woman that we hadn't seen her in a minute. She kind of disappeared, but when she reemerged, she had on a little maternity shirt. She had a little maternity shirt, and so we were sitting, her and I and this girl that wanted me to date her daddy. Not because she thought I was old, she thought because how folk think of you so kind, some kind of way. She wanted me to date her daddy, and she literally had brought her daddy up there, and I'm like, wait a minute, it was moving fast. Brought him up there the next day on my ass. I'm like, oh, child, but that organization, there was a lot going on. But anyway, so the woman who had a maternity shirt was living with the girl who wanted me to date her daddy. And so, and she's old nasty Leo too. I had to check her ass a few times. So, um, the girl, the girl comes in there, me and the girl here on Christmas. I'm calling her Christmas girl, so y'all know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm sitting up there, and I was like, I was asking Christmas girl, I'm like, is she pregnant? And she was like, oh no, no. Like, oh. And so I had made a remark that she looks like this dude's daughter, which is from, he's married, but she's from it was a love child, right? So, and then how she like reacted to it. I looked at her face, and I looked at the other girl face who she lived with, right? And I was like, So we was having a meeting, and he was standing up there talking and what have you, right? So the girl that with the maternity shirt on came to the door, and I looked back at him, and when I tapped him, oh, I was like, it hit me. Baby, I couldn't wait for that meeting to be over. Right, because I stayed closer, but they had to go, a little bit further, right? We all on the same time. So I called him on his way home. I'm like, hey, is so and so pregnant? Oh, I don't know. I said, well, I mean, if she is, do you know how she got like that? No, I know. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I know how he slang and bang that penis. I'm like, oh, okay. Chad Shibuki. That girl did the next best thing, because she wasn't going to be denied. He sitting up there acting like he ain't seeing that door. Okay. They all went to a mega church. And I don't know what it is with these Christians and stuff like that go tell the pastor snitch, put you in snitching positions to the pastor. Like who snitches and self snitches to the pastor? Like why y'all do that? What is going on? You should be the pastor, honey. So that's that next Sunday, that girl had went and told the pastor of the mega church. I'm probably talking too much because this damn it'll be easy for you dogs. But anyway, fuck you. So she told him they put the church had put a gag order on them, on on them and the people surrounding it and stuff. His wife ended, found out. Yes, it was crazy. They were also teachers. Both of them got fired. That's how the shit hit the papers. So I'm hearing all of this shit here at my job. One of the big people at ADP come emailing me, asking me what's going on. I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to find out. I can't get nobody on the line. I couldn't get him on the line. I'm like, answer this damn phone. The hell? We got to get in front of this situation. Shit, I was on my Olivia Pope shit. What the fuck hell is going on? First, we need to know. So, if I'm lying, I'm flying. So, um, he didn't answer the phone. We was trying to figure out what was going on. So the girl, his partner, he ended up being drug into it. He was knocking off the girl who wanted me to date her daddy. I'm always in some shit. Ain't got nothing to do with me. So he's so he gets drug in. Come to find out, now that man was coming up there with his baby mom. I know I ain't crazy. Come to find out, he was going with the girl who wanted me to date her daddy and the big wig up there at the ADP. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Me and Christmas girl, we on the hook on the line, looking back and forth. Like what the hell? What is going on? We was confused. We didn't know nothing about it. We didn't know that the ADP girl was going with the partner. We didn't know that. Ain't nobody know nothing. They was doing that shit right up under our noses. And we was seeing all these people several times a day. I'm trying to tell you, we do not open our mouth here. Okay? Okay, you could have a whole bunch of drugs in a book sack. And baby, they're gonna carry it around like it's books in there. Ain't nobody gonna know nothing. We ain't got it. Okay? So all that shit kept so that girl and see the ADP girl, her and my daughter, they were cool. I was okay with her or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't really talk to her like that. I mean, just I thought she was funny and stuff like that. But remember I tell y'all that's the one who got a group of some bitches that had masters and up, some very pretty people, and they went there and broke into his apartment and took the shit out. She brought him and put in the dumpster, took the clothes out and shit like that. Remember I said he was up there, had on like he got borrowed a jacket from a friend, the pants he had, and he was listen, he was all fucked up. I was like, and I was looking at his outfit, but he ain't never dressed like that. This was always happening like this. Him back, boom, 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 boom. Shit was going down, honey. So, um, everybody kept calling me. I kept calling him. So the next thing I knew is that myself, the Christmas girl, and the ADP girl, and my daughter, but my daughter's coming with me, but all three of us, the adults, had gotten a call from his wife telling us to come over to the house because they wanted to tell us what was going on. Because shit was everywhere. Okay? At the mega church, in the papers, it was everywhere. Y'all know how them churches be. Them churches, baby, they be on them at Jim Jones. Mm-mm. They carry it like the culture jack. So she, so they get in there. The wife starts out. I'm like, oh Lord, I don't know why them women be taking them hits for the men, but whatever, child. Ain't that much love in the world, but whatever. She goes to telling us that she's not leaving this man of God, and he was over to God, and and so on and so forth or whatever. And they was like, the lady is pregnant. How about that lady used to, when that lady came to town from Alabama, she used to stay there with them before she moved out with the girl that wanted me to date her daddy. The bitch was in her house. Baby, see, it's never about the man. It's never to fight over the man. It's to drag a bitch over respect. Because they might, get the big head or think they done something, whatever. But when you start talking, but you in my motherfucking house, I done fed you. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. So when she was explaining all of that, right? She ain't leaving her husband and all this bullshit or whatever. And let me tell you something. This shit here took me out. So I'm I'm empathetic and sympathetic, right? But it's just a lot of shit I don't cry about. But especially when I don't see no value in it. So she went to talking, so of course that triggered the other women to share their experiences. Before you know it, everybody was crying. I wasn't crying. I'm looking around looking crazy. The ADP girl, she over there looking at my expression because people just die at my expressions. Honey, she is on down on the couch laughing in tears at how the hell I'm looking because I just couldn't believe it was a whole breakout of crying. I didn't know how to comfort them. I'm not the most, I'm not the one that, do a lot of comforting. Okay. And they don't, they say they hate to show any signs of tears and shit like that. Talking about because I think they weak and shit. And I done told people, like y'all heard me tell people on the phone, stop worrying about what I think. I be on my bitch assness or something. Sometimes I don't be right. So don't worry about what I think. I'm trying to get that together. But baby, I mean, it was just like they went to crying. I'm talking about the lady, the girl that worked at the same company that the Casey Anthony girl who killed the baby. Mama worked too, and they had to get the time card to see when her mama was at work. They work at the same company. She in there crying. It was crazy. And I'm sitting there, me and the ADP girl, we don't want ain't crying, but honey, she laughing at my motherfucking ass. I'm looking like, what the fuck is this about? And I told her, and when they got finished out there crying, I said, baby, I honestly thought that you called me over here because you wanted to jump on him. And I done opened my pocketbook and told what I done came with. Now here he go with his manipulating ass. See that? See that? He called his wife out and come on. Yeah, see, she's a real one. She a rider. She a rider. Ain't that some shit? Con artist. So I'm like, I said, I really, I thought that when we came in here, that this house was gonna look like Beirut, like you've been shot it up, you know. I mean, we already see the one outside daughter. Now another child is on the damn way. Like what the fuck, right? So the girl that wanted me to um date her daddy. Oh, I forgot this part. Before the meet up over there, I had seen the girl, because I'm telling you, it caused a whole bunch of shit. They eventually had to leave that mega church and go to another mega church. So when we went to the new location, here comes the girl that wanted me to date her daddy, and but it's because but he and the dude was inside, right? I didn't say nothing to her or whatever because I knew she knew about all this bullshit. And because it was affecting so many people and it was affecting the children, you know, I felt some kind of way. So I ain't speak to her ass, and she's a Leo. She sometimes get in her bag, and sometimes you have to cuss her ass out, right? So she was up in there, right? Our daughters are cool, and her daughter, think the world of me or whatever, and that never changes. I don't fall out with your children. I just stop fucking with you, right? And so um we um so anyway, we all in there, whatever. So when it was time to go, I go out there, and guess who out there? The pregnant girl is out there in the car waiting for the girl because they roommates. She done brought that lady up there knowing the devastation that and I wouldn't blame, and I'm not one of the bitches that blame shit on the woman. That's not me. I cussed his ass out. Oh, I cussed his ass out. I questioned his motherfucking ass like he talking about, hey, he talking about, listen. He talking about, you questioning me. I wonder, do I have those emails and shit? I wonder. I'm, you know what? Let me see. Think I'm playing. There was a lot going on, baby. I done been in all kinds of shit. They ain't had nothing to do with me. Somehow they got to run and, you know. But I'm not a self-proclaimed solutionist and shit like that. But anyway, let me see, because I think I put her shit in a special folder. Don't play with your girl. So I have to concentrate on how to find this. Okay, here we go. It's empty. Oh my gosh, I can keep this. Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on. Let me see if it's gonna come. Um, so that. So anyway, I walk out there. Me and my baby getting in the goddamn car. I walk out there. It's that girl grinning and shit, smiling. You done tore up the motherfucking town, a family, all kinds of shit. And the girl getting in the damn car. The one that want me to date her daddy. Let me tell you something. We left the parking lot. I was trying to run her ass off the road before she was getting up on the expressway. Because, it was going to go two different ways. I was trying to run her ass off that motherfucking road. I was behind. I was blowing the horn. I was like, I was swerving like I was with him. They gonna just look straight ahead and shit and whatever. I was acting like a goddamn fool. I showed my motherfucking ass. Hold on. Let me see. Is she on this? Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna find that shit, honey. That shit was so good. I'm up there trying to run her. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? Is this right here? Hold on. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Cause we in on this email chain talking about the goddamn situation. Um, so yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy as hell. But yeah, um, I just I mean how it affected those children. His kids. I mean, they got to go to school. Everybody know about like what the fuck. I'm talking. It's all in the. They got to go to a different church. It was crazy. I'm like, I don't have time for this. I don't live my life like this. Y'all got too much going on. Y'all got too much going on. Yeah. It was crazy. So, yeah, I'm gonna read the indictment. We got to go through and figure out what the hell is going on. See if we can match up some of them names. Them people on Twitter, they be holding on there. I know that's right. Yeah, yeah. And since me and you and us Twitter folks, we all together now, I'm gonna be protecting y'all asses. I goes off. And I call somebody and they can go off too. They don't even need to know. All they need to know is if I'm mad, they mad. They don't like the shit either. That's that real love, you know. But where is the shit? Okay, is this it? Okay, let me see. I wish I can, cause y'all can see the ADP in her motherfucking shit, honey. Hold on, let me see if I can get this thing I'm playing. I don't make up nothing. I wish I could. I ain't got it. Motherfuckers are crazy. Okay, let me put this in. I know y'all done had been in all kinds of shit too. I mean, y'all just don't talk about it. You know, whether it's good, bad, when it's sad. Was it sent through? Yeah, Kamala is blowing up my goddamn email. Kamala, you done got it out, my sweetie. Yeah, punk. I ain't got it. When I have time, I think maybe not. I don't know if we got into it um in the email. What is it? I don't know if we got into it, but I don't know. Show you, girl. Camera is camera on my ass. Okay. And I'm glad y'all will see the girl. Bunch of bullshit. It's a shame you can't even just tell your stories. People lie so much around here. Shit. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Taylor Swift. Um, Taylor Swift got the people to sign up to vote and shit. Yeah, it'd be great. I wanted to show you that this girl, exists. Why is it so hard to open? Okay. Forward to, oh yeah, oh yeah, it might be. Y'all see how crazy this shit is. Okay. Now, all right. Let me scratch out a name. Oh shit. Yeah, keep my people protected from the crazy side. I'm coming, y'all. Scratch out. You know, we ain't dealing with the normals right here. Mm-mm. I'm finna upload it. Did y'all see my belly? I'm coming YouTube. I mean Twitter. But you can call it old days if you want to. Those was the best days. Oh my God, this sound. Gotta go work out. And make sure I don't block it all out. Okay, you have to excuse how they talk to me. 'Cause they all they think I'm gonna do is show my ass. I think this is first. So I said, this is absolute BS. This was not intentional. I hate to say it, but this is about money and race. No, no, I ain't say this. Somebody else said this. I hope Shannon's not upset over this. To me, it clearly shows the ability to shut her down. All right, and then the person, you see where it says the ADP at? So she's a big wig up there at the ADP. Okay, and um the Christmas girl, that's her down there on the chain too. There's some other people on the chain too, but I just scratched all them people out. All right, and she said, after further review, see, they all think I'm a fight. After further review, it wasn't remote intention at all. In fact, it was my job pulled back and there were no hands involved. Now, for the $1 million question, have you emailed the person and laid him out yet? I'm just curious to see if the rain slows you down your fury this morning or not. So she's asking me, did I show my ass um, and go off? And that is not all what your girl do. Y'all know how long that's been. They always think I'll show my ass, child. Put my hands on people. No, it's not what I do. So let me get into this. So we're gonna find out what the hell's going on. All right, this is a YSL indictment. Let's see, 5 charges. True bill. And one. Okay. Now, I want to read what they consider the conspiracy is. They say, as associates of the enterprise, Young Slime Life, hereinafter will be known as YSL. The defendants conspired to associate together and with others for the common purposes of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity in furtherance of the conspiracy. The defendants engaged in activities enumerated herein. Remember, enumerated means it'll be written. Unenumerated means that it's not written, but should be assumed. Okay. It says the objectives of the conspiracy. It should be assumed when it comes to law. Okay, because of course enumerated means that you know language that's not written. It says, well, y'all look up the Merriam-Webster um breakdown of unenumerated as I think about it, 'cause that's kind of crazy. It says the objectives of the conspiracy included, but were not limited to. So now that I look at this um, indictment, um, the state maybe is in a in a okay position. All right, because with this indictment, and this is a RICO, okay, she, they, the state, has other crimes that they can try to convict him on. Okay, murder being the the most serious one, right? But when you convict somebody under RICO, they're going to be sentenced under the RICO statute. And so I don't know if it'd be 20 years. I don't know if he's found guilty. But what I'm saying is, when you're talking about getting money and property through pattern racketeering, and I don't know what else that that's listed, then those are other crimes that if she has evidence of, she can just find, get them, uh, find them guilty, get them found guilty on those things, right? Because I was thinking, I know it was most stuff that he was charged with, but I was just really thinking about the murder and attempted murder, the high crimes, right? I don't think that they did like New York and had some charge in the RICO and maybe some charge outside of the RICO. I don't, remember the statute of limitation in Georgia, but it it can be from when the imaginary clock within the statute of limitation, can start once the crime is founded. Meaning, if the state couldn't didn't know about the crime or couldn't prove the crime until, let's say, 2022, and then most statute of limitations for most crimes are like 5 years, then they would be, and even if the crime was maybe in 2018, they would be within the statute of limitations, right? Um, so there's that. Let's see. So the objectives of the conspiracy included, but were not limited to, preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence. Well, you gotta substantiate that fact, okay? Preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise by the posting of messages, images, videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf. Maintaining armed individuals ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through the use of violence, obtaining money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity, including robbery, theft, and unlawful sale and distribution of drugs, and obstructing law enforcement investigation and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers. And the part two, the enterprise. Yes, the enterprise. YSL is an enterprise consisting of a group of individuals associated in fact, remember I kept telling you about associated in fact, although not a legal entity. YSL constitutes an ongoing organization whose members functions as a continuing unit for the common purpose of achieving the objectives of the enterprise. Okay. It says It says history. YSL is a criminal street gang that started in late 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta, Georgia. YSL claims affiliation with the National Bloods gang. YSL founders were Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, aka Slime, Walter Murphy, aka DK, and Trontavia Stevens, aka Tick, aka Slug. Jeffrey Williams, an Atlanta-based hip-hop artist, made YSL a well-known name by referring to it in his songs and on social media. Shit, I want me like one of them porn dogs from the bath. I'm having fat girl moments, honey. Identifies. YSL associates use a variety of identifiers, including colors, clothing, tattoos, and hand signs. Oh, so this is where the clothing things come in, as well as verbal and written identifiers. So that must be with the wiping of the nose and all of that. Um, I don't have to go and all of that tonight. We gonna go back. Get down to it. So let me murder. All right, let me get to murder. What is going on? Okay. It says all right. It says defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, did rent a 2014 silver Infiniti Q50 sedan from Hertz Rental Car, which was used in the commission of the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a rival gang member, on the 10th day of January 2015, which is an act of racketeering activity under OCGA Section 16-43, 5B, an overt act in furtherance of conspiracy. Okay. It says defendants Judge Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, Diamante Kendrick, Demise McCullen, and Shannon Stillwell, associates of YSL, did unlawfully and with malice afterthought commit the felony offense of murder, oh Lord, by causing the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., a human being, by shooting Donovan Thomas Jr. with a firearm in violation of Georgia law pursuant to OCGA Section 16-5-1, which is an act of racketeering activity under blah blah blah, and an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Mm-hmm. All right. It says defendants Javaris Bradford, Justin Cobb, Diamante Kendrick, Mazzy Mullen, and Shannon Stillwell, associate of YSL, did unlawfully and with malice, afterthought, and with intent to kill, commit the felony offense of attempted murder upon the persons of Cordarius Sanders by shooting Cordarius Sanders with a firearm in violation of Georgia law pursuant to blah blah blah, which is a racketeering activity. Um, all right. Same people. Associate YSL did commit the felony offense of participation in criminal street gang activity when while associated with a criminal street gang. To it, YSL participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of at least one of the offenses enumerated in paragraph blah blah to it, murder and attempted murder acts, including violence and possession or use of a weapon in violation of Georgia law. Mm-hmm. Damn, they all do it from here. Justin Cobb, attempted murder. Okay, they say Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, and Kylie Ory, the leader of the criminal street gang Sex, Money, and Murder, did engage in conversation with one another, and the conversation stated that sacrifices must be made, soldiers must fall in order for battle to be won. The conversation further states, per all five leaders of the street, blah, blah, anybody not under one of these individuals in the state of Georgia must line up. Pets. Okay. Let me see what it is. Jeffrey Williams, associate of YSL, did appear in a video released on social media 16 days after the murder of Dalvin Thomas, stating, so a nigga lied to their mama, lied to their kids. Oh, the infamous video. Look at this time, man. The Mason Walter Murphy, attempted murder. The Mason murder. What? See that? And Devontae Kendrick inspired conspiracy to commit murder. Let me see. Martinez Arnold, Diamante Kendrick was a street gang conspiracy to commit murder. Um, Defendants Antonio Sumlin and Jeffrey Williams, associates of YSL, did appear in a video released on social media captioned original slime shit, showing Williams flashing YSL gang signs with lyrics stating murder gang shit. YSL until we're dead and pale, an overt act version of the conspiracy. Okay, defendants Damone Blaylock and Rodelius Ryan. Jesus. It says Denmark to play like Andy Rodelis, Ryan, Associate YSL, did unlawfully with the mouse after commit the felony offense of murder by causing the death of Jamari Holmes, a member of another gang, and a human being by shooting Jamari Holmes with a firearm. Okay, you ain't connect that. Um, they probably tighten it up. Yvonne Fleetwood, another associate vice LD committed felony game participant in Blue Street. You got attempted murder there. You got Miles Farley, Rooney Lee, Marvius, probably daddy named Mark. Oh, no, okay. Um, this dude, I just beat a murder rap to pay my lawyer 30 for. That's for me and my son. And overactive for stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, murder. Um, yeah, what's that? What a boy on Saturday night. Okay. And then you have attempted murder. Attempted murder. Okay. Defendants Christian Eppinger and Antonio Sumlin, associates of YSL, did commit the felony offense of conspiracy to commit murder by discussing how to obtain the permission of Slime, aka Jeffrey Williams, to make a second attempt to murder Rayshawn Bennett, aka Wyfan Lucci. So that was Wyfan Lucci's name that they said in the court today. I didn't know. I forgot that his name was Rayshawn Bennett. I said I think that's him, but I ain't saying that. Or Rayshawn Bennett was incarcerated in Fulton County Jail and said first attempt to murder Rayshawn Bennett. Oh wow, it says Jeffrey Williams was opposed for a release on social media caption Slack business over at. Yes, we don't figure out how they're going to. Okay, so somebody done killed somebody named Shamel Drinks. Then Shannon Stillwell. They got to point out Shannon Stillwell. Which one is Shannon? That's all you hear. Shannon, Shannon, Shannon. Damn, this is a lot. Um, murder. Oh, there was Demetrion Garlington. That is his name. Conspiracy to commit murder. Um, let's see. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Oh, they did build it like that. So, oh wow. Okay, so they did build it. Count one is the Rico, I guess. Yeah, it's conspiracy. They end by the Rico. Um. Okay. Let's see. So you have now. Hold on. Let me see if Jeffrey Williams in these other counts. Okay. We go to work here. Ooh. Okay, so they got him. Was it just count one? Okay. Yeah, I think they just got him and just count one. Wow, listen, that is good for him. Let's see. Count two. Oh shit. With the murder. Count three. And my boy is Huey. Clay. Count four is Clay. Count five is Clay. Somebody point out Clay for me. Count six is Clay. Count seven is Clay. Eight is Devontae Levy. Yeah, nine, nine, nine. Devontae Levy. Count 10 is Devontae. Count 11 is Devontae. Count 12 is Devontae. Count 13. What is it? Yeah, so. Your secret is safe with me. What is this name? Ting Tinquarius Mender. Baby, I can't wait till that good old white lady pronounce these names. Love with the good old white folks. Sharon Stillwell. I don't want to Sharon. He goes by Mr. Jackson. I know he do. Mr. AKA Sharon Jackson, AKA SP. Like, what we doing? Oh, Shannon Stillwell goes by AKA Shannon Jackson. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Jeffrey Wiz is in count 56, participating in criminal street gang. Oh, wow. So what's what can he face for that last? Okay. Well, maybe they felt that they could find a jury. I don't think they could find a jury that could, and I may be wrong because I don't know the profile of the jury. I just know it's a lot of black people. Yeah. So let me see. What can he? I don't think he's face. What's participation of a crime in a street gang? What is that? That judge told that girl, listen here, lawyers, let me look up stuff I know. I know that's right. Y'all be, and that's why a lot of times I be asking y'all for, did y'all see this deal, whatever. Unless it's some kind of portal that I can go there and buy it myself. I be asking y'all for shit. Why isn't it? I'm trying to see what. It should be. Okay, what's the penalty? Any person who violates subsection by the subsection. Wait a minute. What it was? It is 1654D. Okay, so we got any person. Oh my God, it's right. Any person violate a any person violate D shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years, but not more than 20, which shall be served consecutively to any other sentence imposed. So they get him. I'm just saying hypothetical. You know, I like to figure out what what we looking for, looking at max and minimum. So, if they get him, just if he get convicted of that one, not the RICO, like that's 5 to 20. They get him both that and the RICO, and then it's whatever the RICO is there. Oh, Lord have mercy. Post nine. I don't know if there's a jury that would convict, you know, YSL. I don't know. I think they got too much favor in the town. Um, and I don't know if there's any. And I think the dad be there for a young stuff, so I don't know how much family support be there for the other person. Um, oh yeah, no, I was telling you, like the prison men, they don't say nothing about it. They don't make no jokes or nothing like that about my head or whatever. They don't say nothing, no disparaging remarks or things like that. Just good people. That's it. But yeah, so I'm gonna try to stay away from y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna try, cause like I got other stuff I can be doing. But when I be looking at that case, child, it's something triggers me. I'm like, oh yeah, we got to get on here and talk about this now. And all the bad people on Twitter, I'm just saying, I ain't talking about no 5 to 10 people. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Let me check on my. Oh Lord, I'm showing my poll, child. I've got the poll. It's 2 votes. Yo, one must be said yes, and one must be said no. Oh Lord. Now y'all got me curious to find out about this, and not curious to find out about that. Damn. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go with New Black, and he gonna have him over there. with all them Africans over there. And listen, oh my gosh, if he be over there eating the African food and stuff like that, have you ever smell? Woo! When that shit get ready to come out, baby, listen, tell my mom, if little baby shit, I'm talking about babies that can't walk, little African babies that can't walk. Shit smell like they are a 55-year-old, 6'6", 300-pound man. That's how them African shit smell. Good God Almighty. Hell no. No black. We ain't gonna be able to do that. You eat too much African food. And you ain't finna goddamn make me sick to my damn stomach. Smelling your motherfucking boo boo. I'm talking about. Tell them little African babies can't put some out in them damn pampers. You be like, good God Almighty. Ain't no way in hell no African babies, no babies, should smell like that. But they bring their ass up here in America, still cook all that African food and shit. Therefore, they smell like motherfucking African. Whatever they be, you have certain like little specialty little grocery stores, like you can go about it with the Chinese people and different, Asian food, all that type of shit, right? I reckon that it's some African stuff. 'Cause listen here, that ain't on the shelves at Publix. I don't think so. Not nothing that'll make you smell like what I done smell. Child Shabuki. Tell you about what happened. You gotta believe me. Get one around one of them African babies and they been done boo booed in their goddamn clothes and they little pampers. Your ass be looking for the nearest exit, trying to get the hell on up out of there. But they got some real for your ass in them motherfucking pampers, baby. Mm-mm. Victim on. Who the hell is victim on? Victim on. Let me get on the better here. So y'all sit here in my voice and in celebration. So I keep forgetting about playing for y'all. Okay. Yeah. Y'all see I love all that old stripper songs.
on. Pretty little thing for me to wait on. Fucking you all day until the day gone. California, can we can play home? Girl, you know I like it when you naked and you shake it in my face and I can take it. FaceTime makes me anxious, and she looks so good I can taste it. Ride me, don't stop it. You should be in tropics, dating your body. Really get all the chocolate. You should be famous. Moving like night and late. You know I've been the best man. Yeah. Back keep growing, the gas keep going. Yeah, them girls want to going city after city. Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga if she did. If she want me going city after city. Brand new bands, never asked her how she get it. Made a couple racks, I never asked her how she did it. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girl like to let you fuck on the titty. City girl like to let you bam on that titty. City girls like to stare at X to Sadiddy. I know city girls like a nigga thugs getting pretty. All I wanna do is have fun in the city. All I want for you to do is leave your friends and your misses. All I wanna do is keep it real with you, pimpin', baby. As long as you don't switch up when you blow and get your millions. That bitch beat up every says and not a raw. Hotel says got a pussy, yes, make a call. Keep it simple with you, everything you want is ball. Let you share my bank account, you get your black card. I don't know why I leave I wouldn't fuck with you, baby. Is you in this picture, I don't see nothing but you, baby. Bad, baby, she from Singapore. You ain't got a ring, you get one for each of y'all. Back keep going, your gas keep going. Got them girls on tour, going city after city. Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga if she did. If she want me going city after city. Brand new biz, never asked her how she get it. Made a couple racks, I never asked her how she did it. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girls that I have fun in the city. Finally, I wanted every face. Usually I wouldn't even say so. I'm so she can get a devil a halo. I know she only tryna get a bankroll. I don't mind. I don't mind. You can't get anybody to stop me. Yeah. You ain't got anybody, you got me. Yeah. Ride me, don't stop me. You should be in tropics, dating your body. Gotta get that milk chocolate. You should be famous. Movies like Dying Lady. You know I've been the best man. Back keep flowing, the gas keep going. Yeah, the girls on top, going city after city. Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga if she did. She want me going city after city. Brand new bands, never asked her how she get it. Made a couple racks, I never asked her how she get it. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girls that I have fun in the city. City girls that